In the end, mankind could never sate the appetite for war. Nearly every inch of Earth had been developed and claimed by one nation or another. High-powered lasers regularly lobbed shuttles into space. There was even a small group of the world's elite that took to building their vacation homes on the moon. Yet still, even amidst these wonders, mankind couldn't eliminate the inherent urge for conflict. Yep. Although, there was one change. All those people intent on pointlessly killing each other? Well, they perfected it. The super large-scale weapon, the object. The body of this new weapon measured over 50 meters in length. And with its arrival, it completely rewrote the conventions of modern warfare that had come before it. This enormous weapon, first introduced by a certain island nation. It took a barrage of fire from the allied forces of 14 nations and kept going. Not only that, but it fought them off too. Its shell was modeled after an onion with layers upon layers of armor forged by patiently mixing in a powder of high-performance anti-fire reactant. The armor plates were then laminated with conductor and insulator materials, enabling them with a printed transmission system that could transfer power throughout the object. Power from the reactor at its core to the external armament, all without laying a single line of cable. The innovation and cutting-edge technology were boundless. Traditional craftsmanship combined with precision machining were all poured into creating this ungodly machine. It was the twisted apex of the intelligence of man. Ultimately, it was submerged in a baptism of nuclear fire, but it withstood the attack. With half its body melting like ice cream, it proceeded to wipe out the Allied fleet with its remaining armaments. To this day, that awesome spectacle can be found in our history books. Naturally, in the wake of such obvious success, objects have become synonymous with war. After the breakdown of the United Nations in the first half of the 21st century, a large number of countries and sovereign republics collapsed or underwent a drastic reformation. As a result of this breakdown, the world became divided into 4 separate coalitions. But the division of territories was about as jumbled up as a shattered stained glass window, which resulted in different powers sharing borders across the globe. This inevitably led to a constant rash of small-scale border skirmishes and local wars. You could say that the objects were a natural byproduct of this world. Necessity gave birth to her most warped invention. Which brings us to now. The fight for sovereignty amongst the coalitions carries on, but they're now determined by clean wars solely conducted by the objects. So then, what about everybody else?
That's it! I quit! I'm a freaking radar analyst, damn it! I didn't join the army just to shovel snow!
Busy work is all that's left. I mean, every other aspect of conflict in the world is left up to objects. But we're living off the taxpayers' dime, so we've got to at least look like we're working, right?
Oh yeah, right. Freezing our butts off working in the snow. No one cares about us lonely soldiers, huh?
Well, those are just the hard knocks of modern warfare. Now it's all up to the objects and the elites who operate them.
That's the thing! How am I supposed to feel motivated to do anything when all we have to do is meaningless busy work? We're totally worthless.
You've got a point. We're about as useless as fighter planes going up against objects equipped with anti-air lasers. Isn't the kill ratio something like 1 to 500?
Pretty sure it's worse than that. Jets are about as powerful as horseflies up against objects. And ground-based armored units, they're about as effective as ants. Everything's equally useless in the shadow of objects.
No, a tank could be useful.
Huh?
Right here. Just mount a huge shovel to the front of one of those bad boys, plow it through, and we'd be done before you even know it.
What the hell are we doing with our lives?
Look at it this way. Thanks to the objects, at least we don't have to see combat.
Probably not something a soldier should say, but that is a good thing. There's nothing cool about getting your head blown off in battle.
Oh, hey. You're nobility, aren't you, Havia?
Yeah, born with blue blood. All that means is I have to prove myself even more. Otherwise, I won't have the stature to inherit the estate. Oh, thank you. And that's why I'm here. Racking up achievements. So how heavy's that cross you've got to bear? You came out to this frozen wasteland just to study abroad?
Well, I'm just a commoner by birth. Only chance I have to make it is to learn a trade.
So the idea is to become a licensed designer focused on objects?
Hey,
Right.
you can't beat on-the-job training. I'm well on my way to becoming a millionaire.
Maybe so. But that doesn't make this awful army food taste any better.
What, were you expecting a tax-subsidized 4-course gourmet meal? But you're right, it's terrible. I'd so much rather catch one of those deer out there and grill it up than eat this crap.
Now that's some brilliant commoner thinking. You really are a genius, you know?
Let's just forget this. We'll catch hell if our CO busts us. And besides, can you even take down a deer? We're talking about a target that moves.
No problem. That's why I loaded up on plenty of smart bullets. As long as I aim in the general direction, the bullets will do all of the work and we'll have us a tasty 4-legged buffet. Ha!
Good grief, those are some expensive rounds. Even if we were suddenly faced with combat, it's not like the decorated senior officers would do anything other than drink coffee in a warm room while waiting for the object to make its victorious return. Such a tough job they've got. Not that I'm one to talk.
Hey, you coming or what?
I'm gonna try after some different game. I'll leave the deer to you.
Whatever.
Now this is the golden age of objects. Talk about a waste of taxpayer money. Sounds like Havy is going at it. I can't imagine the taxpayers would be too happy to know those costly bullets are being shot at deer instead of people. But at least it's another peaceful day.
What are you doing out here?
We're having barbecue tonight. I'm catching some fish and Havy is hunting down a deer. This is a dumb question since I suggested it. But is deer meat even tasty? I've never tried it before, so I'm starting to get worried.
You need to eat some vegetables with your barbecue or you'll eventually give yourself a heart attack.
And where are you off to today, Princess?
The object's in for routine maintenance. I had a little time to kill, so I went for a walk. But then I heard gunshots and started to get curious.
Oh crap, you can hear the shots from inside the base? We're gonna get chewed out for sure!
I don't understand why you would do something when you know it's going to get you scolded. Remind me, you came here to study objects, didn't you?
I did.
What made you choose this space? I'm just trying to make sense of your logic. You know what kind of object I operate.
Well, of course, it's a first-gen multi-role comprehensive object. In other words, it can be operated in any region across the world and under any weather conditions. It's the most standard super large-scale weapon operating today.
Yeah, exactly, it's standard. Which is just another way of saying outdated. That's the thing with second-gen objects. They just aren't designed to operate universally. They're specialized for certain places and objectives. Which means they can easily outperform generalized objects.
Stupid deer!
Limited to this region of snow and ice, there's a very real chance my object might not win.
But you're not gonna stop, right? Piloting that object? I mean, the baby Magnum is your object.
Only because I have no other choice.
Wait, why am I getting all mesmerized? She's only got pale blue eyes from constant exposure to laser irradiation. I mean, they're not naturally that pretty. It's just from the eye-controlled input device, which is how I feel I should feel. And why is she dressed so lightly out here? Sure, the suit's got a system to regulate body temperature, but it's still a skin-tight one-piece!
You conduct maintenance on the object. I'm sure you understand what I'm saying. So I'm confused why you chose to study here.
I guess it's a difference in values. Being a soldier, you're concerned about whether or not the object is strong enough. But I don't see things that way, because I'm a student. Knowledge of a standard basic unit will always come in handy, because it's a fundamental design. In other words, I'm getting a more universally applicable education by focusing on your boring old object than some specialized unit.
Has anyone told you that you're lacking in tact?
Of course, all the time. But I don't see it that way. Because
you're
I'm a student.
Overconfidence can get you killed on the battlefield.
Well, I'm trying to climb the ladder with a get-rich-quick scheme. And confidence can be useful on that front.
Huh. So you've got the future all figured out?
Think so.
Do you really?
What was that about?
I doubt I need to explain why you've been summoned, so don't play stupid.
This is your fault, Havia. I told you we should forget it. Don't pin this on me. More importantly, she's only 18? How are her boobs so incredible?
So then, Quinther, Havia, I know that it may not seem as vital as your days spent hunting for provisions, but I've got a lot on my plate as well, you see. Not only do I oversee this Alaska base, I also have to remotely direct operations on a small island in the Pacific.
Right.
This board in front of me, all it takes is a couple of simple marks, and I deploy an object on standby to blow away a guerrilla base with long-range artillery fire. Sounds like an easy job, right? Well, it is, right?
Yes, ma'am!
Well, it's not. I'm in simultaneous command of multiple base zones, which makes me very busy. And now you two idiots just have to go and pick the worst time possible to make me even busier. Can you even imagine how I feel about the two of you right now?
Yes, ma'am! But it's making me really uncomfortable!
I'm guessing that you're extremely aggravated with us, Miss Ferlacia?
Oh, good guess. I'm so blessed to have such keen subordinates, isn't that right? Not if you agree, you morons! So then, let's talk about the fruits of your labor. You're not the only ones sick of eating the giant edible erasers that pass for rations, you know. Nicely done. We're eating barbecue tonight. I'll let you off with a 12-mile run for your punishment. Oh, and Quinther.
What? Why do I get more?
Do I need to remind you that you're a student abroad on deployment? I've got no choice but to hustle you over to the hangar for your studies. Otherwise, I'm the one who's gonna get yelled at by the old bat in charge of maintenance.
I didn't even realize I skipped out on it.
Havia, you can take care of the snow shoveling. Make sure the runway is clear for use by sundown.
Oh, wow! Snow shoveling and a 12-mile run, aren't I lucky?
Yeah, now you better get to it!
Well, it's about time, boy. Grab your tools and get your butt up here.
Oh, man. I'm sorry I'm late! What's my punishment?
Just get results. Prove yourself worthy of the maintenance crew. I swear, I wouldn't even be using a lazy work-dodging boy like you if we weren't so damn busy and short-handed. So act grateful!
You showed up. Get tired of hunting?
Yeah, I deserve whatever you dish out.
Shut your mouth and pay attention, boy! You're working on the emergency evac equipment today. Nobody else wants to do it because they think it's bad luck.
Roger that! That reminds me. I've always wondered if the object's painted white for superstitious reasons? Or is it just straight up camouflage for fighting in the snow?
The objects were originally painted with camo to match their surroundings.
But the Brain Trust finally realized there's not much point trying to hide a walking mountain, especially when it's that costly. Paint don't come cheap, so we left her all white. And besides, there's no reason for the King of Beasts to hide.
So it's white for practical reasons then, not superstitious. Oh, in that case, what about the rapier hanging from the ceiling up there?
Now that one is a good luck charm.
For guaranteed victory in deadliness.
Huh. Good luck, huh?
When you're out on the battlefield, you... I can't breathe!
Something seems off over here!
Oh, you moron! Don't go messing with the belt adjustments! Are you trying to kill her?
Crap!
Can't breathe!
What the hell was I just doing?
I'll go find something to cut her out with. You yank on those belts so she doesn't suffocate. Don't let her die!
I'm so sorry.
As long as I don't die, I don't care. So help!
I've got to worm my fingers in under the belts to pull on them. But that pretty much leaves me with no choice but to cop a cheap feel. And you know, for such a slender girl, she's pretty stacked.
I'm about to die!
Quit thinking about boobs, dude! Her life is on the line! This is all your fault! Now pull your crap together and redeem yourself! But still, geez, look at those boobs! No, shut up, you creep! This is not the time! She's dying right in front of you! Do not let the princess die! Take this seriously and save her boobs! I can't do it! This is not a helping hand! I can't let it anywhere near the poor girl!
Activate emergency protocol!
Whoa!
That boy's worthless.
Funny. I've never had to bail out before.
I heard you pulled a real doozy in the hangar earlier.
It was pretty bad. Did I rack up even more punishment?
Looks like the old bat already got to you, so you're all right.
I've been dreaming about this meat and it's stinging the cuts in my mouth.
I'd be happy to eat it for you if you can't handle it.
No! After all the crazy crap I went through for this meat, I will enjoy it.
Fair enough.
You did good work with this, Tavia. The folks over in the aviation corps should be proud to have you with them.
And nah, really, it was nothing.
But of course, practically speaking, we don't need anyone from the aviation corps.
Yeah, I figured, but thank you so much for reminding me of that fact! Damn it, I'm eating! I'm regaining every single damn calorie I lost shoveling snow!
By the way, Quinther, is it true that you spoke with the princess outside the base zone?
Yeah, I was worried that might be a
Damn,
problem.
that's good.
She and I talk in the hangar sometimes, so I didn't think anything of it. Sorry.
Don't worry, it's fine. The amount of stress she's under, she could use someone to talk to.
My object might not win.
Hey, Miss Fralacia, have you ever lost a battle?
Yeah, of course I have.
So what do you do if your object gets beat to hell and smashed up?
What do? Raise the white flag and move on.
Huh?
The idea of an all-out fight-to-the-death war is a thing of the past. If one of the objects breaks down, the battle is decided right then and there, and the victor's not gonna bother to chase after helpless infantrymen. I mean, there's no formal treaty stating anything to that effect. But if you promptly withdraw your troops and surrender the territory, it's more or less a given that you'll at least get to live. Lovely, huh? But that's the beauty of the safe and clean wars the objects provide us with. So we sit around as our guns get rusty and my face breaks out from eating greasy food.
Huh.
I figured you'd have more problems with your bra breaking.
Feel like shoveling snow tomorrow, Havia?
What? Come on, no,
I
please!
see what she's
Try to
saying.
be sympathetic!
If you've got an object, even someone spoiled by peace like me could wage war. Right. But you have to have an object first. So then, what about everybody else?
Princess, no!
Nobody imagines they'll find themselves in this situation. I know I never did, but here I am. It's just not the kind of thing that should happen to a person. No one should have to go up against these monsters.
Hey brother, ready for this fight? 一か八かのレベル帯怯えてやり過ごすだけの日々にバイバイバイ降りしきる弾丸かき分け鮮やかに決めろ2ステップ泣き言なんて胸にしまい込んで Try, try, try 今誰も彼もあれもこれも目を背けにけ出しても見捨てはしない君だけは Let's go one more chance 変えてやろうこのシーン今なぜ何万回でも乗り越えてみせるだけその涙もその痛みも恋とどうだ水つきのステージへそうさ何遍だって One more try Let's go one more chance 見捨てるよそのスピリット今なぜ何万回でも這いつくばっていけいい信じてんだろうその痛みはいつか誰か癒すよさにそうさ変えていけんぞ One more try I'm not gonna walk away
Rank and file soldiers who tie down Gulliver.
The snowy deep winter battle of Alaska, 2.
When the attack came, every second felt like a waking nightmare.
Enemy object approaching fast!
Call all Category 1 combat.
Before the sun could rise on a single day after our barbecue, we were cast into hell.
Baby Magnum launch sequence activated.
This is the real deal! Put it all together and look alive, boys!
Other staff members.
5 minutes until maximum output!
System contact. Starting boot up sequence. Running system check. Stand by.
Security lock now engaged.
Power reactor has now reached rated output.
Report to emergency.
System all green.
Steer clear.
Melinda Brantini and Baby Magnum. Moving out.
The attacking object was given life by the world power known as the Faith Organization. A unique model, scarcely resembling Baby Magnum. It was named Water Strider. When it moved, it was like an insect skating on water. Since heavy objects possess both massive firepower and extremely thick armor, victory often boils down to who has the best position. A deadly tug-of-war between titans vying for advantage.
Sending data on enemy position and path projections. You cannot let that thing get behind you.
Because of these tactics, objects are endowed with high-speed mobility, which can be surprising given their enormous bulk.
Their speed is just about equal. It's like a race with a mountain between them. At this point, it boils down to instincts.
And that's when I remembered what the princess had been so worried about. The harsh reality of her situation. Her opponent was a second-gen object, optimized for combat in a specific environment. Its performance far exceeded the multi-purpose first-gen model she piloted. She was worried she might lose, which, honestly, was a pretty valid fear.
Baby Magnum taking fire!
Propulsion unit damage. Mobility reduced to 12%.
Second wave incoming!
I thought it was completely over at that point. But it wasn't. For us, that moment was just the beginning of something else. A true nightmare.
Ready for this fight 一か八かのレベルタイム怯えてやり過ごすだけの日々にバイバイバイ降りしきる弾丸かき分け鮮やかに決めろ2ステップ泣き言なんて目にしまい込んで Try 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 今誰も彼もあれもこれも目を背けに蹴出しても見捨てはしない君だけは Let's go one more chance 変えてやろうこのシーン今なぜ何万回でも乗り越えてみせるだけその涙もその痛みも超えてもダメに次のステージへそうさ何遍だって One more try Let's go one more chance 見してやれよそのスピリット今なぜ何万回でも這いつくばっていけい信じてんだろうその痛みはいつか誰か癒すよさにそうさ変えていけんぞ One more try I'm not gonna walk away
Hold on. They aren't aiming those cannons at us, are they? You raise the white flag when an object loses, right? So what gives? Hurry up and surrender already! We're about to get blown to pieces over here!
That's the signal. The white flag.
I guess it just took a sec. Either way, we're saved. Didn't they hear? What's wrong?
I mean, there's no formal treaty stating anything to that effect.
They don't care. They're gonna fire. Go now.
Move! Get out of here! Oh, hell, so much for surrender. Those freaks really want us dead. If we don't get out of here, that thing's gonna vaporize us.
There's nowhere to run.
The way that thing moves, so creepy.
The build's different, but it probably uses the same electrostatic levitation drive as Baby Magna. It's just gliding now, but I bet it can pull 300 clicks an hour easy. That massive body must put a lot of strain on those legs, but the design allows it to maneuver in pretty much any terrain. Point is, it can chase us down wherever we go.
So you just want to stand here and die? Screw your science, let's run! Okay. Lucky break. Seems we picked the right way to go.
Oh crap, our luck's up. Now they're aiming for the maintenance facility. Everyone, get away from the equipment! They're about to fire! We're done for. Once they wipe out the equipment, they're gonna pick off the scraps. We're dead. I don't get why it didn't attack us.
Me neither. Worry about it later. All I know is if we don't move now, it'll be the difference between life and death.
It's an SOS signal. From the princess, it looks like. I see. The enemy got it too.
Blue blood! Schoolboy! Better run while you still can! There's a ravine on the other side of that mountain. That giant can't chase us across the suspension bridge. In other words, we're not dead yet.
But what about the princess?
Are you an idiot? Why do you think she sent that signal in the first place? She let the enemy intercept it so we could get away. If she didn't draw their attention, every last one of us would have been massacred. You want to let her sacrifice go to waste?
No way. She's what, like 14 years old? And she's throwing her entire life away just to save us? So that's it? We just abandon her and run? We can't do this!
Have some common sense! I hate to say it, but she's dead no matter what. Get it? Either we take off and save ourselves, or everyone dies.
You're trying to justify this for your own sake, but you know the situation and you know these people are monsters. What do you think they'll do to her once they've got her?
Alright then, fine! You wanna fight that monster on your own? If you think you can waltz up to that thing, save the princess, and get everyone else out of here alive, then be my guest! But I have a very strong hunch that you can't. The moment anyone pops up on that thing's radar, they're as good as dust. I'm not justifying anything, that's just how it is.
You're afraid, Havia, I get it. But think about the princess. She has been fighting those things all on her own. Things that scare the wits out of entire armies of highly trained soldiers. Things you wouldn't dare to face, even to save your own comrade. She's ready to face those monsters without a second thought, and I know damn well she'd never leave us to die! Screw it! Hand over your rifle!
Man, it's suicide.
It's not like we have a choice. You gotta have faith that if we make it across the ravine, we can escape. The princess is obviously trying to buy us the time to do that. But without help, she can only do so much. And I'm sorry, it's gotta be me. I won't pass the buck to someone else. I have no intention of dying out here. We are all gonna survive! Well, this sucks. I'm lost. I get thrown into a war and I can't even figure out my position. Shows how sheltered I've really been. Duh. Just remember your training.
Found her! Over here! Come on!
That way.
Yeah, right? Huh. So this is one of the mighty elites of the legitimate kingdom.
The princess! Captured. Crap, just what I was afraid of. I don't see the object, though. Did it go back for maintenance or something? Okay, if I can do something about those four, then I can save the princess and get out of here. Do something, huh? Like, actually use this on them? Oh, just stop! This is a battlefield, get real! What the hell did you think was gonna happen? She's been doing this on her own for how long now? It's time to take some responsibility. But that's a human being down there, not some paper target. Probably a lot like me. Spoiled for so long by the illusion of
Here's
peace.
an idea. Let's test the durability of this fancy suit of hers. Once the object comes back, let's tie up her wrists and hook her up to one of its legs. If she ain't naked by the time we drag her back to base, we'll know it's made of tough stuff.
As for you, Elite Witch, we'll use hypnosis and electrodes to interrogate you. It won't take more than 30 minutes before you spill the contents of that pretty little head of yours. You might as well say goodbye to your mind while you can still speak.
Interrogation room. So we test her suit, then they test her body, huh?
Why don't we run a preliminary test of our own right now?
It'd be irresponsible not to.
Human beings, huh? Guess I was naive. Not anymore. Get down! I did it. Move, dumbass! Princess, hang on.
Hey. Hey, stupid. Quenther! I know you're not dead, so quit napping. Rise and shine! Walk it off!
What are you doing here? I thought you ran away.
Oh, shut up. Don't make it a thing.
You saved my life. I would have been blown to pieces if you hadn't shown up. What about the princess? Is she okay?
After all that ass you kicked back there? Yeah, relax. Those SOBs are dead. So what? You think you're some kind of knight in shining armor now?
You know it wasn't like that. Someone had to do something, and it ended up being me.
But why? You're not an elite like me, and you don't have an object to fight with. You don't even have armor to protect you, so why do you risk it? Weren't you afraid you'd die coming here? Truth is, even if I didn't say it, I've always looked down on you people. On everyone who needs my power to protect them. Because without my object, you'd all be killed like ants. I know that's a horrible way to think, and even though I never said it to your face, I couldn't erase that feeling from my mind. And even if I did protect you, if I'm filled with so much contempt, how am I worth risking your life?
Sure, it sounds cruel, but everything you said is still true. Now that I've had one turn its sights on me, I understand. Objects aren't just tools, they're terrifying monsters. But you never said that yourself. All this time you just toughed it out alone without a word of complaint. It doesn't matter now. Now we're all in this together. Let's just say we saved you because it was the right thing to do.
This guy gets it. All dramatics aside, he had a practical reason for coming here. If it was as shallow as just save the princess, I wouldn't have followed. The reality is we're gonna need to make an even bigger distraction if we want the rest of the troops to escape here alive. So it's not like a favor, we just didn't have a choice. Alright, we've got a princess and her knight in shining armor. But to survive, you're gonna have to be soldiers again. Let's move. I've got a feeling all that gunfire of yours didn't go unnoticed. Our big metal friend will be here to inspect soon.
But where can we go?
I saw a cave up ahead. That should be a safe place to hide. Hopefully we'll keep it distracted searching for us.
They've got their plasma cannons locked on us!
They're not firing, though. Maybe they're still deciding if they want to take the princess alive or not.
Quenter! You're with the engineering corps, right? Did you bring any explosives?
I've got about 5 kilos of C4, but it's not like that's gonna do anything against an object.
I'll explain later.
Whoa! Okay, I know it's not the best time for this, but dang! What an impressive rack!
Come on, we gotta get to the back. You two can make out later.
What the hell kind of plan is this? Their plasma cannons are gonna roast us alive no matter how far into the cave we go!
Yeah, why do you think I borrowed the C4? It's a long shot, but so's this whole operation.
I thought it was dead for sure. Hearing's still messed up, though. But at least it didn't rupture my eardrums.
That should do it. With any luck, they'll waste some time looking for us in the cave while we get long gone.
Nice one.
Any news?
I'm not seeing any signs that they picked up our trail, but who knows?
I can sort of feel the ground rumbling, so I think the object must still be pretty close.
At any rate, it seems they've lost sight of us for the moment. So, if we make a break for it now, we might actually survive.
Yeah, maybe. But I'm still worried. If we were less distracting than we thought we were, our entire unit could die.
That's true. But how long can we keep this plan up? We can't buy time for anyone if we're dead.
Yeah, no kidding, huh? No offense and all, but even in your object, you got your ass handed to you by that thing real fast. We got lucky, but I don't have high hopes for a second run-in.
I lost, because the safeguard device suddenly activated. I had to disarm it, so I was distracted. If they hadn't attacked then, I would have won.
Safeguard? For classified materials?
Huh?
It's an auto self-destruct function. An object is a veritable treasure trove of classified materials, so when its various sensors detect that it's been compromised, it protects those secrets by destroying them.
Yeah, thanks for the lecture. But that's all in the past. Now let's focus on how we're gonna get away. Alive if we can.
Avia, we are not saving our own hides just to leave our unit to die. Or do you really want to live with that guilt for the rest of your life? Not to mention, as a noble, you'd be branded a disgrace to your family, so you could say goodbye to that precious inheritance of yours.
Then what are we supposed to do, jackass?
Let's not think of how to sacrifice ourselves. Think of how to win. Even if it's improbable, there's gotta be some way we can deal with the... We've got someone well-versed in object design, an analyst who's already outsmarted one. And an elite pilot in case we really want to get ambitious with this.
Wait, hold on just a second. I mean, I get where you're coming from, but you're getting way ahead of yourself. It's not even possible, is it?
Guess we're about to find out. Even an object has to have a weakness somewhere, and mark my words, we're gonna find it.
Rank and file soldiers who tie down Gulliver.
The Snowy Deep Winter Battle of Alaska, 3.
Looks like it's still on the hunt for us. All right, it's time for revenge. Revenge against that beast our side's given the code name, Water Strider.
It was named that for the structure of its legs.
It slides over the ground using electrostatic levitation, right?
Yeah, which makes it fundamentally similar to the baby Magnum.
Well, except for the propulsion method. That's the big difference. It accelerates by using its legs to kick off the ground.
Yeah, just like the insect. Hey, how about this? What if we dig a pit to make it collapse? It won't be able to glide if it gets stuck.
That's one idea. But you're talking about months worth of digging, and it could probably still climb out.
Then, could we trick them into firing on their own people somehow? If we could figure out how to utilize the object's own weapon.
There's just no way we can pull that off with what little we've got here. A shoulder-fired missile, 4 kilograms of C4, 1 rifle with smart ammo, and a standard-issue sidearm. That's the full extent of our arsenal.
I see your point.
So let's hear your big ideas, schoolboy. Aren't you supposed to be the brains?
Oh, how about we try to scrounge the spare parts from our object? If we had the main gun, then we
don't have an energy source to power it, though. Come on, you know the output rating of an object's JP-level MHD power reactor. And even if we did have a reactor, we'd need a foundation to mount it on. And even if we had both of those things, the shockwave alone would kill us when we fired it.
Jeez, I was just spitballing, jackass. And you forgot to mention, the water bug prioritized destroying our maintenance facility to make sure we couldn't pull off something like... Wait, what if we... Yeah, we know we can't destroy the object, but that doesn't mean we can't destroy their base camp, now does it?
If we can prevent that monster from receiving its regular maintenance, it should come grinding to a halt pretty quickly.
Ready for this fight 一か八かのレベル帯怯えてやり過ごすだけの日々にバイバイバイ降りしきる弾丸かき try, try, try みんな誰も彼もあれもこれも目を背け逃げ出しても見捨てはしない君だけは Let's go one more chance 変えてやろうこのシーン今なぜ何万回でも乗り越えてみせるだけその涙もその痛みも超えてもだ見ぬ次のステージへそうさ何遍だって One more try Let's go one more chance 見してやれよそのスピリット今なぜ何万回でも這いつくばっていけばいい信じてんだろうその痛みはいつか誰か癒すよさにそうさ変えていけんぞ One more try I'm not gonna walk away
Hey, over there.
They must have abandoned the lookout post when their base was completed.
Yeah. So, have you noticed?
Sure have. The base is mostly radars. And forget fighter planes, they don't even have tanks.
They've dumped all superfluous personnel and outdated weapons, and poured all their money and resources into maintaining the object. Which means, if we do something about that water bug, we just might have a shot at pulling this off.
But we still have to figure out what that something is.
Take out the legs.
Yup.
That huge body levitating on 4 tiny points of surface area? That's gotta put quite the strain on it.
Wait a minute, I remember some data collected at my station. Found it! Holy crap, get a load of this! It doubles back twice a day. That monster requires a ton of maintenance!
Excellent. The legs must be even more parts intensive than we figured they were. If we assume they swapped out its parts right before it attacked the princess's object, then it's been at least 8 hours, and it's made some pretty extreme combat maneuvers, so...
Its glass slivers will be full of cracks.
Right, all we have to do is blow up the spare parts, and then they won't be able to swap them out.
Which will leave that poor water bug inoperative.
And allow our unit plenty of time to evacuate.
Hey, good luck.
You really do have the chivalry of a knight.
Where's that coming from?
You asked her to stand lookout, but in truth, you were just making sure she can escape in case we screw up somehow.
I'm just doing everything in my power. What little I have.
Yeah, sure.
Look at you. Where'd all this motivation suddenly come from?
Well, you know. It's either this or get hunted down by that monster object. This one sounded less stressful. Figure if we're gonna storm the enemy base, I'd better put some effort into it. Not many guards on duty.
I doubt they're exactly worried. They are winning right now. I bet those tracks are from when they moved the spare parts.
Building is fishy. But hey, maybe we'll get lucky and it's nothing but a strip club. Anyone we end up fighting won't be able to aim with their pants so tight.
Go! I'm ready to wrap things up here. Yeah, I can't wait to go home.
Well, looky here. The guards have gotten careless. Guess they never even dreamed flesh and blood soldiers would infiltrate their base.
Either that or they expect their gods to protect them. They are the Faith organization. Alright, on 3. 1, 2, 3! Think this is it?
Looks like. Yeah, no doubt. These turbines generate the charge for the legs. But this is crazy. The output is ridiculously jacked up. It's double the amount of their low-grade plasma cannons.
Really? Double? Well, our analyst team ran some simulations. And according to what they said, it uses at least 10 turbines per leg.
And just as I assumed, there's a whole mess of sensors in here.
Man, they'd have serious hell to pay if that kind of power went haywire on them. That's to make sure they detect irregularities as quickly as possible and shut things down. But that actually works in our favor, right? If I understand, we've just got to bust up each and every one of these and the water bug will become useless. What's wrong?
There's so many.
We've got our work cut out. Yeah.
I can't. They'll pick up the signal. It's one thing if it's just me, but I can't let them find out their base is under attack. What do I do? The enemy's top priority is to capture the elite who pilots the object.
Damn it! I've looked at this every which way, and it's impossible to destroy all these with just the weapons we've got.
Okay, so how about we level the entire building? We might not be able to destroy each one, but we can crush them under the rubble.
That kind of defeats the entire purpose of us coming here. They could still come salvage all the parts.
What are we supposed to do?
Damn it!
Hey!
Come on, there's gotta be something we can do. Is that?
What did you find over there? Oh, come on! Don't tell me it's already back! Damn it, why didn't the princess give us a warning? Hey! Winter! Time to run, man!
No. We've made it this far, we've gotta strike back at them.
Dude, staying here any longer is committing suicide!
I'm aware of that, but still... suicide, huh?
Why am I waiting?
This combination with this sensor, and with the automatic switch...
Where are you going, Quinter?
Where is it? If I can just find it.
What are you rummaging for in there? We know we can't blow them up!
Hold on a second.
The object's right around the freaking corner!
Just a little more time.
Jesus, swear.
Let's go! Are we clear?
Yeah, clear to get caught and tortured. Your slow ass makes sure of that! Damn it, we're screwed. You ready? Okay. We don't need the C4, right? I say we scatter it around the base.
What, like as a diversion?
Yeah, but I'm not sure how much good it'll do. Guess we'll find out. Come on. What's up, hero? You looking for something to rescue?
Don't have to. The princess just got captured again.
Son of a bitch!
What now?
What now? Look, I know you're convinced you're a knight, but you can't seriously think we should try to save her!
You'd rather abandon her?
It's not just flesh and blood soldiers. They've got an object out there. Even if we had backup, they'd never get here in time, and they'd still just get slaughtered.
So if there was no object, it'd be a different story?
What are you saying?
Tanks and fighter planes. Normal reinforcements could lay this base to waste.
You want to ask for Laisha for reinforcements? There's no way she'll come.
So you really do want to just abandon her? Then why the hell did we go AWOL on our unit and come all this way? She's the only reason we're here, and we will not leave her behind!
Picked up this hack during training. I should be able to crank up the missile's infrared seeker to maximum output. Then, hopefully, our satellites can lock onto its signal, allowing us to communicate. We'd be good as dead if they intercepted us on our comms.
That's brilliant.
It's a one-way signal, though, and I doubt it'll even last a minute, so you've got to work fast to convince Felicia. Time for the turbine exchange. Once that monster's fixed up, it's not gonna matter what we do at that point. Yes, and you're good to go.
Miss Frolecia, this is 37th Maintenance Battalion. Quenther Barbatage here. Do you read? We've managed to infiltrate the Faith Organization's base zone, but the princess has been captured by the guards. Please send reinforcements. We'll take care of the object on our end.
If you need to, you can wait for confirmation that we've blown it up. And if you think that we have a shot, please send anything you can, even just one tank. Even that will be enough to turn the tide. I'm begging you, miss.
Nice and sincere sounding.
Let's just hope they actually received it. All that's left is to figure out a way to bust up the object, and then...
Actually, I'm afraid we've got a more pressing problem right now. So the object will have to wait.
I can't believe you. Why did you bother coming back for me?
What did you expect, man? Have you ever heard a story where the White Knight leaves the princess in jeopardy? It's just too bad you fell off your horse before you could charge into action.
So you reprobate heathens of the legitimate kingdom thought you could desecrate our base, did you? Oh yes, you do have the look of a savage. In the righteous name of our benevolent gods, I sentence the two of you to death by the object's main guns. As for you, elite witch, we'll use hypnosis and electrodes to interrogate you. It won't take more than 30 minutes before you spill the contents of that pretty little head of yours. You might as well say goodbye to your mind while you can still speak. And once we're through with you, we'll dangle your naked body from the main guns until you freeze to death. In fact, we'll leave you hanging there long after you're dead. Upon seeing your corpse, even those savages out there in the wild will comprehend the true wrath of our gods!
You use your gods as an excuse to defy wartime POW conventions? Damn! Who's the real savage, you piece of...
Looks like maintenance on our mighty Prometheus is now complete! The time of your judgment has arrived!
Cover the princess. I'm making a move. Get ready!
Don't touch me! You disgusting heathen! What?
Get down!
You actually scared me there. Tell me! How did you rig that bomb inside?
The serial number on the turbine. I deduced which parts would be installed on the object during its next maintenance.
I see. And you just assumed you could destroy it by blowing it up from the inside. Well, unfortunately for you, our object is not so frail as to crumple beneath a couple of fireworks rigged up by a rank-and-file grunt like you. Objects will always stand infallible over the struggles of man. That is the absolute and irrefutable law of today's battlefield!
You think so?
Huh?
Here's some trivia for you. Did you know that in most objects rendered inoperative, as long as there's not serious damage, there's a safeguard device to protect the classified materials? It's a built-in self-destruct function that uses the gas from the plasma cannons, and it's triggered autonomously by the system. Sorry, your object is no exception. The sensor strictly regulates it. Very little can make it go haywire, but, let's say that sensor gets removed and a turbine gets blown up. You think the system would be able to make the proper call? Just remember this. Objects are not infallible. Anything that's created by man can also be destroyed by man.
give us some warning next time? I'm practically deaf from that last explosion!
You're alive, aren't you? Now pick up a rifle and start shooting back!
Death is your only escape! How could you? How could one boy destroy an object? You're evil! A demon! You're the devil!
Quinter!
Send him to hell!
It's the reinforcements. They actually came!
Well, color me amazed. Looks like that hard-ass is a seriously capable officer after all.
You better believe I'm a capable officer. And the only one who'd take a message like yours seriously.
Keep that in mind, you rank-and-file fools.
I would feel a bit foolish if we came this far just to die.
No joke. Good thing Miss Fralacia had enough faith in us to provide backup. Even better that we did something worthy of her faith. Let's go, Princess Melinda.
Right.
One measly engineer stands victorious over an object. Huh. The very nature of war may likely change again, for better or worse.
Those people down there. I wouldn't be surprised if we seem almost as monstrous as objects to them now.
Maybe.
Well, this is war. And they made that reality implicitly clear by refusing to accept our surrender.
But thanks to objects, war had become nothing but an abstract concept. It's almost like we'd forgotten what the word even means.
Oh, look, they're here! Those two young men?
Oh.
The hall's back that way.
Question. You sure you come from nobility? You've got to be the first person I've met that looks worse than me in formal wear.
Yeah, think again. You're still at the top of that list. At least my tie is straight.
We returned to our nation to find ourselves buried beneath a barrage of praise hailing us as heroes. And today, we're to be publicly recognized for our achievements and given commendations. I keep telling myself this is just a big prank.
No, it looks like they're serious.
Well, you boys pulled off a seriously impressive feat, so this is only fitting.
Whoa! Speaking of fitting, that dress is more than reward enough. Bordering on punishment.
I am appropriately dressed for the occasion, but thank you. Come on.
Princess! I thought, weren't you supposed to have moved on to the next battlefront with the improved baby Magnum?
She's got something she wants to tell you two, so we delayed her departure a bit. Well, speak up now.
Thank you. Both of you. You saved my life. Twice, in fact. I realized I hadn't actually said thank you, so...
Hey, neither had we, and we owe you plenty of thanks, Princess.
So many times you went head-to-head with those monsters all by yourself, and here we just took it for granted.
Thank you, Princess, for all the times you saved us. We wouldn't be here without you. Now that I've become a famous war hero, I've got a feeling I'll be allowed access to the nation's database, which will let me take a huge shortcut on my way to becoming a licensed designer. And Javier really couldn't have asked for a better boost in stature. His big plan is to resign from his post, return to the country, and enjoy the lavish lifestyle of the rich.
We've won pretty big at life, haven't we?
It was worth almost dying.
And now, a big round of applause for the brave young men who fought in the flesh to conquer an object. Such impressive cunning and strength, I'm sure they'll continue to make us proud as they serve our nation. Now wish them a fond farewell as they prepare to head for the next battlefront.
What did he say? You hearing this, hero? I wish this was just a prank. Those old men are talking about us. Like where to post us next.
I thought we were out. How is this happening? How?
Dunno. It sounds like they're gonna stick us with the princess's object.
They lied to us. So, that medal we got? Was that an advance on the double promotion you get after death?
Hell if I know.
Back to the battlefield. Just like a couple of suckers.
Tom Thumb races through the oil field.
The Battle of the Gibraltar Blockade. 1.
Keep it coming! Keep it coming! Come on! A little further now! Keep it coming! Listen up! We're about to set 2,000 tons afloat here, and I expect an even more delicate touch than usual!
Okay, we can start with your routine physical rehab now.
Sure.
Brace yourself. This is cold. Your right shoulder is raised by about 2 millimeters. You need to distribute tasks evenly between your arms. Did you forget?
I've just been writing a lot of emails.
Oh yeah? I did see a report that said you've had an increase in correspondence. Let me guess, boyfriend?
Just a friend.
Really?
He rescued me. No, it was more than that. He saved my life. He's a real friend.
Ready for this fight 一か八かのレベルタイ怯えてやり過ごすだけの日々にバイバイバイ降りしきる弾丸かき分け鮮やかに決めろ2ステップ泣き言なんて目にしまい込んで Try 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 みんな誰も彼もあれもこれも目を背け逃げ出しても見捨てはしない君だけは Let's go one more chance 変えてやろうこのシーン今なぜ何万回でも乗り越えてみせるだけその涙もその痛みも超えてもだ見ぬ月のステージへそうさ何遍だって One more try Let's go one more chance 見捨てやれよそのスピリット今なぜ何万回でも這いつくばっていけばいい信じてんだろうその痛みはいつか誰か癒すよさにそうさ変えていけんぞ One more try I'm not gonna walk away
Quinther! We're approaching our mission destination. Your cell phone will have to wait for now.
So, what kind of miracle are they expecting us to work this time, Miss Fralatia?
I'm hoping for some deep undercover action. Deep under the covers with you.
Our target is an object presumed to belong to the Intelligence Union, who provide support to known terrorist groups. Codenamed the Tricor, this monstrosity is equipped with 3 power reactors.
Whoa, 3? It's a super heavy class?
Hold on. Presumed, you said?
Well, considering its purpose, they're not exactly advertising the affiliation. You see, it seems this behemoth has the ability to drill for oil. It operates all over the western coast of Africa, disregarding international and territorial water borders, and then distributes that oil amongst terrorist organizations.
But why are they stealing oil? I mean, it's not like objects run off the stuff.
Because the terrorists sell it to the countries that secretly support them, of course. Objects may not require it, but the base zones that maintain them still utilize vast quantities of crude oil. So there you have it. Your official orders. Stop this crude oil thief preemptively at Gibraltar, the entrance to the Mediterranean, and recover the oil before they pass it on to a terrorist group. That is all.
Say what? Recover it? They want us to procure the object instead of just blowing it up? Look what our genius has done. The bar is set unrealistically high now.
Sorry, but as your on-site CO and someone who knows you two are far from being geniuses, I'll give you some slightly more plausible orders. Blow it up right along with the crude if you have to. Just make sure you stop that object from making it through the strait. Fair enough?
That's a little more reasonable, sure, but still almost as impossible.
Hey, no fair! We're still getting basic wages, right? Where's the extra money for the extra mile?
Are you picking a fight with your superior, Havia? If you are, then come at me already.
Oh, come on, don't tease me. One stomp on my crotch with that slender leg of yours would be enough to... Total fail. Even with her leg hyped up, I still couldn't catch a glimpse of the promised land.
You got quite a dismissive attitude about our impending doom.
I do not! My debauchery is what's known as a coping method, okay?
Whatever it takes, Havia. Though if you found a way to cope, I guess you're on board. Here, have a look. There's a gold tape stretched across the entire Strait of Gibraltar. Basically, it's an enormous net rigged with a ton of mines, and supposedly it's going to prevent that steel giant from entering. Truthfully, though, it's just a flashy band-aid and a waste of taxpayers' money. Which is precisely why we were given the orders to throw the princess's object at it head-on while you make a stealth attack from behind.
So the odds are that we'll get shot to pieces by our own object.
Then it's fairly simple. Don't. Come home safe and sound, and I'll do you the favor of stomping on you nice and soft,
A reason to live! Wait, do you realize you just set me up to die a tragic death? You can't give a guy that much hope! Not before battle! The more you want to live, the more you're gonna die! Oh, man. This sucks. Right off the bat, they're sticking us front and center of this freaking battle!
Our mission is to blockade the strait. Is there somewhere other than in the thick of it that you can be effective?
Hey, you know that medal? Was that an advance on the double promotion you get after death?
Hell if I know. Back to the battlefield, just like a couple of suckers.
Hey, you're not here for sightseeing. Now stow your things and get to your posts on the double. Not to add any pressure, but the brass are watching this operation with a close eye, so you don't want to screw it up.
Right.
Even if we do somehow screw up, I doubt things could get any worse for us, or we're toast.
It appears the 2 soldiers in question have arrived in Gibraltar on schedule.
So they made it in time?
Yes, sir. If the intel we've gathered is accurate, it won't be long now.
Alert me as soon as there's movement.
Sir.
How's it look, man? I still have no idea why they swapped out our standard issue explosives from C4 to hand axe. Doesn't that stuff cost even more per gram than platinum?
Drop of hot water in a cold bucket. Doesn't matter what it is. None of it's gonna come close to leaving a scratch on the armor of an object.
That's true. And this object's a triple beast.
Let's be real here. Do you think we have a shot in hell at succeeding? I know the brass expects us to just pull something out of our butts like last time.
But hey, it might work out better than we think.
How?
First of all, the princess's object is in solid condition this time. And unlike Alaska, we've actually got backup instead of having to go it on our own.
You think that's enough?
Yeah, it'll have to be. Look at that. It was a rushed job, but they did manage to get 30 object maintenance zones built around the base. So at least we're well prepared. Even if we lose a couple of them, they'll still be able to keep the baby Magnum operational. Way I see it, we've just got to put on a good show while Her Highness does all the heavy lifting. And that really ups our odds of going home alive.
Good point. We might actually be all right after all.
Whoa! I know I said it was a rush job, but damn! This one better be more sturdy!
Snap out of it, you idiot! It clearly got attacked by the Tricor!
Oh, clearly! It's already attacking? We just got here! Oh, you cannot be serious! That thing is freaking huge! I can't even comprehend how it's capable of moving!
If I had to guess, probably a combination of air cushions and water jets and fighting spirit!
Holy crap, what are we, target practice? Shouldn't it have hit the goal tape by now?
We shouldn't be surprised, right? We knew that there was no way the tape was gonna stop it.
Damn tax thieves! They could have at least let us think it would work for a little bit!
Have all the false hope you want, but realizing you've been lied to will be your last thought.
Damn it! The real bitch about all this is we're gonna get blown up just for being too close to the battle.
Whoa, hold on! Where the hell is the princess? This might be a good time to return fire.
What? Really? Don't tell me you two haven't heard.
Well, that's a foreboding question!
She's not dead. The princess is at a naval land base. Maintenance is still outfitting her object with floats for combat at sea.
Huh?
You're surprised? That's exactly why you two goons were summoned here. You're the only ones who can put up a fight without an object, so you're holding it off until the princess shows.
Can't be serious! It's like they somehow got us mixed up with spandex-clad superheroes! It's impossible! Look! Really, just hurry and raise the white flag! It's the only way we're gonna survive!
I'm afraid I can't do that.
Why not?
Simply put, the white flag only works when you siege the territory and retreat. This time around, we've marked out our territory by blocking the enemy's path. So even if we raise the white flag, it's not going to stop that monster from destroying our base zones. On top of that, for this particular operation, I wasn't even given the radio code to raise the white flag. In other words, our orders are to defend this place with our lives.
What?
Come on already! You either stop that thing or we all die! That's why I issued those ridiculously expensive explosives to you!
There's no way in hell we can do this! Damn it! We were way too optimistic. This is the last time I ever get sent to the front lines to fight an object.
Forget the object! This suit is so heavy I'm gonna drown! I'm sinking! Mind if I ditch the explosives?
Yes, I mind. You are not knocking our 1% chance down to 0.
It was 0% from the start. Is it just me, or is that beast heading straight for us?
Looks like they're planning to leisurely pick off the leftovers and break through.
Then do something! We cannot allow them to deliver that oil. They've got another object that's currently grounded due to lack of maintenance. That oil will put it back in the game and give them immediate reinforcement.
They're already doing enough damage with one.
Think we could swim out of the way in time?
There's no way. Not even a roided-out Techno-Olympic athlete can swim that fast.
Then bust out the brains, schoolboy! What the hell do we do to survive this?
We can't evade it by going left or right. So where else can we try to go?
Today, maybe?
Wait a minute.
Come on!
Put these on! We're diving down. Even that behemoth can't extend too far underwater. Wow. I guess that worked. Whoa! A shark fin keel? Damn it! Are you serious? The gold tape! What was left of it got caught on the keel. And what kind of trigger do those have? Magnetic? Water pressure? Acoustic? Oh man! At this rate, it's my life that's gonna cross the goal line! Don't tell me. He's actually planning on climbing up there and boarding the object?
Jeez, I'm all sticky and gross. Can't extend too far underwater. You almost got us killed, jerk.
You asked me for a way to survive, and you're alive to bitch about it, so the plan worked. At least for us. Do you think Miss Frolacia made it out okay?
No idea. Although she's probably just fine, since I'm pretty sure she's got the luck of the devil. And built-in flotation devices. Let's move.
Right.
Speaking of huge...
Yeah, the scale of this thing is downright staggering. Friggin' Tricor.
Right? It's absurd. On top of that, I can't believe it actually drills for oil, too.
Yep. These must be the tanks it stores all the crude in for delivery.
Like an oversized pizza joint.
Alright, I'll rig up some extra over here. But, do you really think we can sink this beast with explosives? The only reason it worked in Alaska is because we used their maintenance schedule against them. Come to think of it, where do you think this monster stops to get its maintenance?
Hey man, check it out.
A giant warehouse? I get it. They've got their whole maintenance facility built right onto the object. Pretty clever, really. And it could only work on a craft this size.
No, moron! The guards! Forget about the maintenance hangar. This place has fully armed infantry on patrol. Time to go!
We're safer here. We're in the middle of a bunch of oil tanks, right?
Is that why they're not unloading? Guess they'd have made mincemeat of us if they weren't worried about blowing up their cargo. Now what? Should we head for the maintenance hangar?
Like back in Alaska? It's not quite the same situation.
And figure out a weakness. We're already here. We gotta do something. Just check the data. Damn.
Not really getting any reception here.
Just make it work. Who knows how many guards we're up against? Crap! We gotta move! We're dead if they surround us! Leave behind as many gifts as we can and get the hell out of here! So, you figure out its weakness?
Sure, because I've had so much time to think about it. It's not exactly pay dirt, but this is the closest I've found to a weakness so far.
Take out the whole base, huh? Well, considering the hulking size of this thing, if we blow out the bottom, it probably will sink under its own weight.
Yeah, I guess it comes down to how powerful this hand axe stuff actually turns out to be.
Damn, they've got more troops searching for us! We gotta scram, man! I don't feel like getting a double promotion via a bullet in my brain!
One more second.
No more seconds! It'd be nice if you cared about not dying for a change.
Here they are!
Come on.
Princess!
Cover! Take cover!
So the princess is saving the knights. How's that for a twist?
This is bad, man. This is really bad. We're about to get caught in the middle of an all-out artillery battle between two objects.
Targeting enemy object for destruction.
We're dead. We are so dead! guess objects are the only things that matter in battle anymore. They don't give a damn about us!
That can't be it! The princess probably doesn't have a clue we're even on board!
Then what do we do, genius?
Only thing we can do is try and let her know we're here and tell her she needs to switch her primary weapons to lasers. That should be some improvement over the armor-shredding physical rounds. Baby Magnum, come in! This is Quenther!
Baby Magnum! Do you read? This is Quenther!
Pavia and I are currently on the deck of the Tricor. We need you to make a temporary weapon switch until we can get out of here. WL3B2!
I repeat, switch primary weapons to WL3B2!
Amazing. He actually boarded the Tricor. Right, the code. Let's see. It was WL3B1? Killer Squall. B1 is the anti-personnel laser. But he must have some trick up his sleeve. Roger. Here goes!
Alright, that should give us the cover we need.
How is this any freaking better? I'd rather still be in a gunfight with the guards!
It's the wrong setting! I said B2, not B1! Princess!
Yes. Hope that gives them the backup they needed.
We wasted all that time placing bombs when we should have just been swimming for our lives!
Damn it! I refuse to get killed by friendly fire! Okay, no more. There's no way I can live through that kind of stress again.
Hey, hurry and detonate the bombs!
With how many times we risked our lives today, I need to see some results! I'm with you, partner. The fruits of our labor. Time to unwrap those gifts we left behind. It's fine.
Come on, we planted enough explosives to level an entire mountain range!
What the hell is it gonna take to sink that monster?
Tom Thumb races to the oil field!
The Battle of the Gibraltar Blockade, 2.
Come on! Hurry up and detonate the bombs already! We're not lounging in a pool with a bikini team! I want to go back to my mansion filled with hot maids!
I'm with you, partner. The fruits of our labor. Time to unwrap those gifts we left behind.
It's fine. Come on, on! We planted enough explosives to level an entire mountain range!
What the hell is it gonna take to sink that monster? I'm ready to chuck these bombs and start swimming for home! Miss Fralacia, have you been out here this entire time?
More importantly, where did you manage to find that lifeboat? And where the hell did you get the cheese? There's no way that's standard rations!
Job well done, boys. Go ahead and climb aboard. Your mission is complete.
That's it?
Did you eat all of that cheese? Wait, did you say we're done?
We've gone over all this. Your only objective was to buy as much time as possible for the princess to make her grand entrance. As far as I'm concerned, our role here was done when you blew those tanks to Kingdom Come. And now we've passed the baton to the princess. So, mission accomplished. The rescue chopper should be here any moment. All that's left for us to do is grab the rope, get pulled up, and fly back to the mainland.
Something's off.
Climb into the boat already. It'd be a sad state of affairs if a shark ate you after what you've been through.
If you're gonna pull us up dressed like that, I'm bound by the pervert's code to wobble the raft for an opportune view.
Huh.
Why am I such a gentleman? Guess I'll look the other way.
Fine, don't look! I'll gladly go first!
Too late. You missed your chance.
Ready for this fight 一か八かのレベルタイ怯えてやり過ごすだけの日々にバイバイバイ降りしきる弾丸かき分け鮮やかに決めろ2ステップ泣き言なんて胸にしまい込んで Try 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 今誰も彼もあれもこれも目を背けにけ出してる見捨てはしない君だけを Let's go one more chance 変えてやろうこのシーン今なぜ何万回でも乗り越えてみせるだけその涙もその痛みも超えてどうだ見る次のステージへそうさ何遍だって One more try Let's go one more chance 見捨てやるよそのスピリット今なぜ何万回でも這いつくばっていけい信じてんだろうその痛みはいつか誰か癒すよさにそうさ変えていけんぞ One more try I'm not gonna walk away
Sorry, Princess. We weren't much use this time.
Who cares, man? I'm just amazed we survived the second one of these missions.
This should make the top brass reconsider things. In the end, Alaska was a fluke. Objects are still at the top of the pyramid when it comes to warfare. Things should go back to being more relaxed after this. For you two.
Somehow that makes me feel both relieved and like a disappointment.
Hey, hold on. Something doesn't look right with the princess.
What's the problem? It looks no different than any other unpredictable giant war machine battle.
No. There is something off. The princess's tempo of attack has dropped. It's like she's passing the opportunity to fire, even when the tricore's in her sights.
Why would she do that?
Look, that's why.
They're aiming at her guns?
It's gonna be a drawn-out battle, so their strategy is to reduce her main firepower. The only way an object can take down another object is to penetrate its armor, and that requires multiple direct hits to the same location. Though they're equipped with up to 100 guns, the only ones powerful enough to do that are the few classified as main guns. But, due to their power, the main guns are the one thing that can't be shielded with thick armor. All it takes is a few direct hits, or even just one close-range strike. That's enough to put them down.
Hitting those main guns is no easy task, but the enemy's got the upper hand. The Tricor's built for naval warfare. Not to mention it's got the power reserves to fire indiscriminately.
The Princess doesn't stand a chance if they succeed in taking out all her main guns.
She'll be completely defenseless!
Another!
Don't even think about it. I'm starting to develop some kind of intuition for how your mind works. But there's no way that's possible.
At this rate, the baby Magnum is gonna get sunk. We've gotta do something to help the Princess before it's too late.
We've already done everything we could, remember? We snuck on board, blew up those giant tanks, and that monster couldn't have cared less! We hit the weakest spot we could find, so where do you want to put the bombs this time?
We've gotta try, otherwise the Princess is dead! And did you somehow forget about what happened in Alaska? If we lose our object, every troop in those bases are dead as well! Just remember, objects aren't invincible. If something is made by a man, then that means it can be destroyed by a man!
Alright. What's your plan, then? We can't approach on this slowpoke chopper. They'd shoot us down in no time at all!
I know. Who said anything about the chopper?
Don't be an idiot! Damn it! What the hell does that maniac think he's doing?
Are you trying to get us killed with you? What's the call, ma'am? Do we pick him up again?
No, remain airborne.
Now then, all I've got to do is find an actual weakness this time. But where do I find that in a supermassive object with 3 power reactors? It'd sure be a lot simpler if there was some kind of defect.
Don't be stupid! You're not gonna find a defect!
We looked everywhere earlier and it was a waste of time! That monster was designed for naval warfare and nothing else! Its only damn weakness is dry land!
I realize that, but still... It's specifically designed for naval warfare, so you would think that... I got this feeling earlier too, but its movements seem pretty basic and crude. They don't exactly seem combat savvy. Wait, that's it. Hey, the Tricor was moving clockwise earlier, right? I know it was. I'm certain of it. It's only turned in a clockwise direction since the fighting started. They're applying thrust to vary their pace, but the moves are the same. Now we're onto something.
I'm betting it hasn't made a single counterclockwise turn this entire time. An object made for naval warfare couldn't possibly lack such functionality. It must have some kind of mechanical problem.
Are you sure? It looks fine to me. There doesn't appear to be any abnormalities. No change in the floats and air cushions, and its equilibrium is perfectly maintained.
If there is something wrong, I can't confirm it from here.
But there is definitely something wrong with it, which would mean the problem is somewhere that can't be seen from the chopper. Underwater!
Quenther, wait!
What the? Where the hell are you going?
You're swimming straight into the path of the Tricor's clockwise course!
That's what I'm trying to do! I figured out the Tricor's weakness!
This is crazy!
Get back here, Quinther!
There's no stopping that White Knight when he decides to save the princess. Trust me, he's not gonna listen to reason.
Then what's your plan?
Heads up! Here comes your trusty steed! Hey, Don Quixote! Good luck chasing windmills.
You have my gratitude, Sancho Panza. Now let's ride, Rocinante! The shark fin keel. The length of the shark fin keels adjusts to match the tricore's tilt and shift its center of gravity. The whole point of them is to keep the craft from flipping over no matter how fast it's going. Now's my chance. From an engineering standpoint, they get more speed without such high-drag objects attached to it. The fact that it's still got these shark fin keels means that they're completely indispensable to this beast.
But this one's impaired. There's no way that it can function properly with the net of the gold tape tangled around it. And that's why they can't go counterclockwise. They can only turn in one direction. Its mobility has become this limited from a single keel being impaired. If I can disable just one more, that should do it. If the gold tape bombs still haven't detonated, they must be pressure sensitive. And considering the conditions, it must take some serious pressure to trigger the fuses. It's been a rat race between the development of sensor technology and the tech that's used to counter and deceive those sensors. As a result, recent minds have come full circle, reverting to their simplest designs. So all I've got to do is apply the pressure of an explosion, and they'll detonate for sure!
She took a hit!
Just one gun left.
Yes, got everything rigged up. More or less. I set it up so the explosion would trigger all the mines tangled around one.
That's the big strategy that sent you charging in there? You know how thick that thing's armor is. There's no way those mines could even leave a scratch on it.
Don't tell me that you seriously think they're strong enough to break off one of those huge shark fin keels.
Look, the tricore.
Damn it! You've managed to get their attention now! Dive underwater while the princess tries to distract them!
Princess!
Still shocked you would think some hand axe could destroy a shark fin keel.
I already told you.
What? I'm only using the hand axe to detonate the net of mines tangled around the keel. It goes without saying, the weight of an average object is astonishingly heavy. But the scale of the tricore is nearly triple that size. And that mass exerts a phenomenal amount of kinetic energy. The shark fin keels keep that energy in balance, but if they become useless, the mass will irregularly shift towards the center of the object. And as a result, that strain will tear the tricore apart. That's right. It's basically the same method behind Aikido. Use your opponent's own weight against them. Ha-ha! How you like that, huh? First Alaska, now that makes it 2. Man, how many medals do I get for this one?
Still not over yet! We've got to get you out of there!
Huh? But I took care of the tricore. Really? Come on! God! I'm so dead!
Good morning! How's it feel to catch a ride on one of your beloved objects?
Nothing like ending a day full of near-death experiences with a burger to remind you you're still alive.
I can't believe I'm asking this, but come on, Miss Felicia. Can't you cross your legs while you're wearing a pencil skirt? Please consider the feelings of the guy sitting across from you.
What, you don't like? I went out of my way to give you an eyeful. Is the contrast between torn black stockings and red underwear too much for you to handle?
No, it just doesn't do it for me when it's that flagrant. I mean, it's like you don't even care. It just feels condescending, like you're patronizing me, but... Damn it to hell, those are some sexy red panties, and your pale thighs are still slick and shiny from the ocean. Yes, I admit it, I like it!
Time to freshen up. I feel sticky from all that seawater. I do believe a shower and a fresh change of clothes are in order. I can't show up on base smelling like a fish.
It's not like there's a shower on the chopper, so I guess that means you're just gonna have to wait until we get back.
Please, Quinther. I know what I'm doing.
Oh. Damn it, that single white sheet is like a torture device!
Oh, yeah, right. Exactly what you said.
Why do you sound distracted? Bastard! You found a gap in the sheet and you didn't tell me?
Nope, don't know what you're talking about. No gap over here.
Quinther, my tolerance only goes so far as my underwear. If you don't come clean, we'll have to visit the interrogation room when we get back.
Ah! Oh crap, she's onto me!
Just as I thought, you traitor!
Hey, stop! You're too late!
Shut up and get out of my way!
Jeez, get off! You're heavy!
Man, I must have somehow wronged the god of lucky pervs in my past life.
Oh, come on, you don't have to get depressed about it.
Sure, that's easy for you to say. You got to see exactly what I'm dying for.
Oh.
Poor princess has got some rough going.
No joke. It'd normally be a short trip by transport plane for her. But to get the object all the way back to base, she's gotta inch along by land and sea.
It's part of the job. There's a theory by one scholar of war studies. He proposes that our current state of war is due to the means being mistaken for the goal. Since everyone is struggling to claim and control the most efficient routes to transport our massive war machines to battlefronts across the globe. Straits like this are particularly desirable passages.
Well, that was an unexpected theoretical discourse.
Just to prepare you, our exploits here are likely to garner you some recognition.
Huh? I am not going to another commendation ceremony.
Oh, really? You are aware of the military statutes?
I don't care! They can go ahead and dish out their worst! I will gladly take a dishonorable discharge at this point! Wrecking 2 objects on our own should be more than enough!
Now let's be honest here, I feel like Quinther did all the wrecking this time around.
I know, he found the gap, it's not fair!
What are you talking about? You're not making much sense, but there's no reason to cry. If it makes you feel any better, I'll still stomp on you later.
It does make me feel better!
Well, good news for you. There won't be a ceremony after all.
Seriously? Yes, we get to go home.
Home? Negatory.
Huh?
A military state in Oceania who had been keeping a low profile just made some big moves. And now that you boys have put down 2 whole objects in a row, well, it seems you've made one hell of an impression on the top brass. They're even requesting you by name. It looks like you fly directly to a new battlefield. Next stop, Oceania.
Oh, hell no! Let me off!
There's no way we'll get lucky a 3rd time!
We hijacked this damn chopper!
I'm so sorry, okay? I shouldn't have been so cocky! Just please don't make me fight another object!
You damn jerks! The War of the Ant and the Grasshopper.
The invasion of the Oceanian military state. 1.
Hey, Avia. It's kinda weird, huh? We were freezing in Alaska just a few days ago.
You do understand the seasons are reversed in the southern hemisphere, right? It does seem a bit ironic, though, that this is the hemisphere where we got to meet miniskirt Santa.
Yeah, is that some kind of heat stroke-induced fantasy? Huh?
It's crazy. Soldiers of rival warring nations battling it out over a game of cards and coins?
They sure look relaxed.
Why wouldn't they be? The enemy's object is a freaking old-school half-gen. It's the musket of objects. It should be in a museum, not a war. It's a joke. It doesn't stand a chance, especially since we're hunting it down with over 21st and 2nd-gen objects.
What I don't get is why the Oceanian military state wants to fight. They're choosing to go up against an allied force of the 4 great powers.
Pride, maybe?
It's a country, not an insecure human being. Is their government that petty?
Governments are just collectives of humans, man.
Yeah, I can't argue with that. What are you working on over there?
Miniskirt Santa.
What? That's real?
You lucky bastards have made it through the lottery from hell! And guess what? I'll be the one to escort
She's
you
a
to
pop
Mexico.
star from the Intelligence Union, and she's here on this base right now.
To entertain the troops.
Believe it or not, she's an elite pilot, working for the Intelligence Union.
Seriously, she's an elite?
Whoa! Those are G-cups, dude. Gotta give it to the IU. I would gladly lie down and surrender to her.
Hey, come on, man. I wouldn't call the princess a slouch or anything.
Sorry, but our armed forces lose this battle.
Personally, I prefer a size that actually fits in my hands.
Whoa!
Ready for this fight 一か八かのレベルタイ怯えてやり過ごすだけの日々にバイバイバイ降りしきる弾丸かき分け鮮やかに決めろ2ステップ泣き言なんて目にしまい込んで Try 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 今誰も彼もあれもこれも目を背けにけ出しても見捨てはしない君だけは Let's go one more chance 変えてやろうこのシーン今なぜ何万回でも乗り越えてみせるだけその涙もその痛みも恋とどうでもいいです次のステージへそうさ何遍だって One more try Let's go one more chance 見捨てやるよそのスピリット今なぜ何万回でも這いつくばっていけい信じてんだろうその痛みはいつか誰か癒すよさに
But wouldn't it have been good for the region to grow more forests?
Undoubtedly. If they'd fertilized the desert region of Oceania, it would have allowed for wide-scale agriculture. The profits from that would have supported them to expand their cities and transportation network, which would have allowed them access to mining, giving them more resources to develop the nation. But not everyone was on board with the plan. The local tribes opposed the fertilization. They didn't want the land to be blanketed by genetically modified vegetation.
And that's why the Oceanian military state is persecuting them?
Precisely, which is why we're here. To protect the local tribes from the state. That's the pretext under which the Allied forces came together.
Did you hear that our commander this time around isn't even military?
Yep. He's about the most powerful man in the legitimate kingdom, though. Counselor Flied himself.
Is it parent observation day? A bigwig bureaucrat out here on the front.
What? No way. The counselor would never take the risk of coming out to the battlefield. Princess mailing you?
Yeah. She's bored with being held on standby.
Huh.
What the hell, man?
You could always respond in person, you know. We are on the same base, after all.
Cut it out. Quit acting like she's just the cute girl from the class down the hall. She's a freaking elite, man. I can't simply...
Hey! Excuse me? Is that what I think it is?
Huh? That's...
It is, isn't it? It's the giant friendly rock piece from my book.
Yeah, exactly. That's right. Whenever there's a scary storm, he provides shelter for the squirrels and the kangaroos.
You sure about this? Lying to an innocent little girl?
Then you tell her the truth, Havia. Tell her it's a giant death machine here to crush the Oceanian military state.
That's enough, you twits!
Oh.
Quit hiding behind the barricade, gossiping like old ladies. Get your act together!
Talk about a waste.
That's how it is, dude. She might be beautiful, but she's a hard-ass by nature. Up against her, even a heavyweight fighter would be terrified out of his damn mind.
If it's tenderness you're looking for, I'll stomp it into you with the heel of my boot. Now look. Stop hanging by the barricade making yourselves targets. You understand this is a battlefront, right?
Come on, don't overreact. I mean, we do have 2 objects stationed at this base. No sniper's gonna take that risk.
Not snipers. It's cameras I don't want you getting shot by.
Huh?
We've got a swarm of photojournalists eager to expose the military state's despotic ways. A bunch of rich, safe nation boys who've never known war. Well, either that or purported intellectuals.
Oh, right. And don't forget the mercenaries with an axe to grind after objects put them out of business.
Can't you just shoo them away from the base? Blame it on military statutes?
That would go against the PR strategy. The higher-ups want the world to see a parade of righteous heroes. So if I banned all the media types, I would get royally chewed out by the candidates for ruining their election campaigns.
Huh, there's an election?
Yeah, the council elections are coming up soon back home.
Oh, so that's why Councilor Flight is our commander on this mission.
Quick as ever, Quinther. The guy's on a warpath to make sure his image remains respectable. And he's going all out. There might even be a side mission to rescue an anti-war group. Savvy as he is, it could actually happen.
We're here to make a politician look good?
Oh, for something so childish as maintaining his image, this is the freaking worst!
I'm guessing your legitimate kingdom? You angling to interview your object-killing heroes?
That's right. Guess they're famous in the intelligence union too, huh?
Yeah, that's one word for it. You interviewing them in person?
If I can get past the PR team.
They don't make it easy, but then I'm after a pop star. I came all the way here for a face-to-face interview.
Hell, it could be worse. Can't say I'd mind doing a face-to-face with her.
Enemies acting like they're best friends.
Yes, there you go. The calibration looks good. I'll send you the next piece.
Such precision. She always delivers.
Indeed.
The performance without the artistry is boring.
But to be fully enveloped by the sound? That must feel nice, huh?
How the dome vibrates at every point and dissolves into my notes. To find this satisfying would be an insult to orchestras.
Hey, wait!
We
can't go in there!
Well, there goes the test. Let's just take a break.
What are you doing here?
Wow! I've never seen a tuning suit in person before. It's really cool.
It's a new design. It can actually make physical adjustments to my body.
Yeah, I bet. Just look at all the patches wired up to your bare skin.
Let me see. If the princess is putting on a fashion show, I want
My eyes!
You showed up at the perfect time. You must have known I needed help.
What just me? Whoa, hey, Quinther!
I get it. So the data is temporarily collated through these. Is that also new? It's what they call a flute, right? I remember seeing one back in the Safe Nation.
Want to take a look?
Sure. Let's see. You're supposed to hold it sideways, right? What's the deal? Why doesn't it sound right? What's up with this thing? And which keys do I have to press to produce a C note?
That's not it!
It's hopeless. I can't get it to work. Hey, princess, how do you... Are you okay? Don't tell me. You've got to pee, don't you? You don't need to wait for me.
Jeez, do you need to pee? How old are you, man?
You say something?
Nothing. Just saying this should be an easy win. Unleashing the power of 20+ objects on them, and they've only got the one rust bucket antique? It's like a whole beach trying to snag one babe's bikini.
Actually, I don't think it's gonna be as simple as it sounds.
Huh?
From what I heard, the enemy's got their object camouflaged as one of their water storage plants, and they've got those things set up everywhere.
I guess it wouldn't stand a chance if it was out in the open, but they've got their girl locked in a box.
What if we opened up the box and there really was a girl inside? It may only be a half-gen, but it's still an object. If we don't respect that, we'll get kicked in the nuts. And did you hear who they've got piloting their object? It's apparently none other than the Oceanian dictator.
Well, that explains why they've taken such pains to play hide and seek.
Our satellites haven't even narrowed down their location yet. It's a little tedious, but we have to take out each plant one by one.
Sheesh, it's like a giant shooting gallery. It'll be worth it if I can see those G-cups in person.
Well, look what we have here! If it isn't the legitimate kingdom's most famous and cherished guard dogs! I've been looking forward to working with you on this mission!
That's the Intelligence Union object. Which must mean it's the G-Cup miniskirt Santa! So that's the IU's object.
With 20 objects committed to this mission and 2 of them operating out of this base, I can't imagine there'll be much for you boys to do. So you can just kick back and relax.
I'd love for that to be true.
This is great! We're actually talking with an Intelligence Union elite! Hey, I hope you don't mind me asking, but...
Is it true that the Intelligence Union is developing a humanoid object?
That is nothing more than a silly lie, of course. Its center of gravity would be too high, making it fall over too easily.
Aw, that's no fun. How about this one? Rumor has it your objects have power plugs on them. Is that one just another lie?
Oh no, that one is true. It's all a matter of efficiency. It actually conserves energy to keep the power reactors operating around the clock rather than constantly switching them on and off. And for that reason, we redirect the surplus power to the base when we're on standby.
Okay, but that's not bi-directional, is it? The power reactors are fundamentally maintained at a high temperature and voltage, so...
Enough, Quinther.
Lay off. How often do you get the chance to talk shop with a rival?
I'm a little more worried about the gloomy mood the princess is giving off.
You're not getting hit with some homesickness, are you?
Not really. It's nothing.
Saved. That was close.
It's simple acts of kindness that win the trust and hearts of soldiers. But I guess that concept might be too abstract for a boorish legitimate kingdom elite.
If we fall, we will die!
Just apologize already!
For what? How can you be so dense?
Soldiers, I'm Flyd, and I have the honor of telling you the King's Council has entrusted me with the security oversight of Oceania. I may not be a soldier, but I am no stranger to war. My long involvement in the defense industry includes the development of the elites. With the need for the application of object-intensive warfare and advanced diplomacy, I believe I'm well suited for the matter at hand. Who is the on-site CO?
Major Frolacia Capistrano, sir.
Well then, Major Capistrano, consider this your first order. You are to launch an attack at once.
Attention, 6th Security Oversight Army of the Legitimate Kingdom. This is Major Frolacia Capistrano, Security Oversight Frontline Commander. Stay sharp. This operation is now underway. Focus your firepower on the locations where their object is predicted to be hiding.
Sure is nice to be on this side of things for a change, huh?
I've had enough of the other side for a lifetime.
All done. Target's destroyed.
Looks like this location was a bust after all.
Guess so. On to the next potential spot.
Oh, but this is where your expertise comes into play.
What?
We need you to survey the area on foot and confirm there aren't any communities in our path before we head over to the next point.
What? It's not like we're getting paid overtime here. Can't you just search from the objects?
They might not be able to mobilize. Are you physically fatigued from all the inertial G-forces?
Oh, you really do know your stuff.
Huh?
From pushing all that mass through such high mobility maneuvers. Their pressure-resistant suits only do so much.
Well, they certainly do a bang-up job of making my legs numb.
Yeah, that's right. I heard they're designed to restrict blood flow to the legs, all to prevent loss of circulation to the brain.
Heat builds up in our bodies during combat, so we remove our suits afterwards and spray ourselves down with a coolant.
You take them off? Does the princess do that too?
That's none of your business. And you don't need to think about it.
Okay, geez, point made! Going a little overboard, aren't ya?
Time to peel the top half of this suit down to the high-cut legs so I can cool off my voluptuous figures.
For real? Did she just actually say those things to us, or am I freaking dreaming?
Are you an idiot? I'm pretty sure she's just trying to bait us into getting ourselves killed. Think about it. If her suit had high-cut legs, it wouldn't have anti-G functionality.
Oh, I admit it, you got me. But the cut of the suit is still rather risque. Much more so than your average bikini.
Really, oh man, Havy, are you hearing this?
Pull it together, Quenther. She's messing with your head, man, and you're falling for it. And you're sending the princess into an emotional tailspin in the process.
Excuse you! You bumped into me! Must be a sensor malfunction.
Oh, it's like that! How strange, my control system is malfunctioning.
Quit trying to pretend you're not our enemy.
Right now, we're supposed to be allies.
For this battle, yes, but once it's over, we'll be adversaries again.
And when that time comes, little Miss Loudish Legitimate Kingdom First Gen, I shall render you into nothing but a sticky puddle.
Both of you, stop it!
Yeah, save the catfight for the mud pit.
Our only enemy is the Oceanian military state, okay?
You're right! Thank you for reminding me. Now then, as I explained earlier, we really can't move ahead without you.
Without us?
Man, this is one hell of a forest. All of this was genetically modified, right?
Yeah, it's crazy to think this used to be a desert.
Well, here's my beef. They're gonna raise this forest. So what's the point in sending us to scout?
They're playing it safe. They're not gonna raise it if there are any tribes living out here.
Yeah, true. I guess that would defeat the purpose of the mission. Get down!
What's up?
It looks like we found ourselves a winner here. There's a village down there.
Wonderful. The Oceanian military's here too, but it doesn't look like they're about to start fighting.
They're probably settling up next month's rent or something.
What now?
Hey, we're not the cavalry, man. There's only 2 of us and a squadron of them.
Exactly, and it looks like everything's getting handled peacefully anyway.
Nothing to worry about.
Hey, did you shoot him?
That's not a serious question, is it? Do you know of any rifle that's so silent you wouldn't have noticed me firing it?
If you didn't... Is that interference from a sniper device?
Clearly. But no one in our military is gonna launch a silent attack like that. Who is this asshole? Some freelance merc with an antique rifle? Oh man, I am not liking what I'm hearing.
You want to tell me what's happening?
Explaining it would be way too complicated, so I'll just repeat exactly what I heard. You bastard, you tricked us.
No, we would never do that.
Shut up! We'll kill everyone and burn your village to the ground.
Okay, that is really bad.
So what the hell do we do?
What can we do? We've got no choice.
Let's go.
The War of the Ant and the Grasshopper.
The Invasion of the Oceanian Military State. 2.
Apparently, all of this began in the first half of the 21st century, when the United Nations broke down into a million little pieces. That's why the world map of today looks like, as one cynical journalist liked to describe it, a shattered stained glass window. There's always some country on the verge of inciting hostility with their neighbor. Inevitably, this constant state of tension could only create a world riddled with small-scale conflicts. For example, they're forcing our hand! Let's do it! Please, just mistake them for mortar rounds or something. Hey!
Let's hope they retreat before they realize there's only 2 of us.
Yes! Pull back! Where are they shooting from? Retreat!
Behind us! We're surrounded!
They're everywhere!
Come on, why aren't they retreating? We had them on the run, why are they stopping now?
Because they're pinned down by that damn sniper. He's cutting off their escape route. They've got no choice but to fight back with all they've got. Damn it, this might be the end of our fun and games.
Little Miss Loutish, legitimate kingdom first gen.
Standard, which is just another way of saying outdated.
We gotta do something before an enemy detachment comes looking for us!
Can we rig up some explosives to booby-trap their path? If we...
Intelligence Union Military. We're Mechanized Infantry Squad 4. You are legitimate kingdom, right?
Just sit tight. We've got a powered suit unit. They'll have things cleaned up in less than 5 minutes.
Thanks for the save. But damn, I'm only seeing this up close for the first time. The ugly side of war. Even innocent women and children killed for no reason.
There's a sniper on that other ridge. He's who started this engagement.
Appreciate the warning. You boys can just leave the rest to us.
Not all of it. You get the village, we'll take care of the sniper. I'm not gonna be happy unless I get to take a couple of cracks at him.
So then, Mr. Seawax, you claim to be a professional photojournalist, do you? You are aware this is an interrogation room, and that your actions earned you a well-deserved invitation here.
I don't have to say a thing without my attorney present, but I'll do you a favor and tell you this. You have violated my human rights, so I advise you to uncuff me at once. Are you so upset about the sniping? Don't tell me you're gonna charge me with murder just because I'm not in the military.
Try not to beat yourself up too much. That girl who was killed wasn't the same one we met.
How is that supposed to make me feel better?
It's your job to pump those tyrannical bastards of the Oceanian forces full of lead, right? Well, you weren't doing your job, so I took it upon myself. You corrupt tax thief. Proof they're monsters. How could the Oceanians do that to such a young girl?
They didn't.
Huh?
It was your bullet that killed this little girl. And that's not all. Due to your thoughtless adventuring, a great massacre is about to happen.
What do you mean?
The Oceanian forces have been eagerly waiting for the media to arrive. They want the cameras to capture the massacre of their villagers.
That's ridiculous. Why the hell would a country plan to massacre its own people?
Because they want to pin the slaughter of their poor villagers on the invading multinational forces, painting themselves as victims. They want sympathy for their cause. Their sick goal is to sway the opinion of the international community to support them.
You're wrong! And how dare you blame me for this? I'm a conscientious journalist!
You have a naively distorted idea of reality. It was the trigger on your rifle that led to the defeat of the Oceanian Extermination Squad. It all played out in front of the media like they wanted. What scheme do you think those bastards will do next? You've already given them a leg up. The next massacre is bound to be enormous. They'll wipe out a village and call it collateral damage. And I can promise you that this time they'll use their object to do it. It may be old, just a half-gen in fact, but that hardly matters when it's turned on flesh and blood humans.
This is not my fault, damn it! I'm just a journalist! All I wanted to do was pursue the truth!
The truth? Listen! I'm telling you! This is the truth. The lives of all those villagers are worth less than nothing to the dictator of this country. A massacre to them is no more than a strategic political move. And that's exactly why we were trying to keep the media away and bring all of this to a conclusion before they could pull the trigger on their plans. But thanks to your interference, we are right back at square one. Understand?
No, you're wrong.
The estimated body count worked out by the digital simulation department is 13,000. Are you satisfied now that you've got the truth? Well, Mr. Conscientious Journalist.
I, just wanted to say thanks. You know, for letting us observe that.
It won't happen again.
I understand.
So how much more time do you think we've got before the massacre begins?
Who knows? But there's no doubt they're gonna send their object after a village. That'll get them the attention they want.
And that's precisely why we gotta find their object before they do.
But we're not. We've got orders from the higher-ups.
What?
Our only chance is to wait for the enemy object to give us a strip show and shimmy out of its concrete shelter. They want to find out which water storage plant it's hiding in, and they're observing via satellite now. We can't risk blowing our golden opportunity by tipping them off with some clumsy reconnaissance beforehand.
Wait, they're gonna risk letting the massacre happen just to get intel? You know the carnage an object is capable of. 13,000 dead, remember?
We're only looking to confirm which storage plant it comes out of. Trust me, we'll stop them before they get to the massacre. I won't let them claim any more victims, not one more soul.
The Oceanians have to realize we've got satellites trained on them. They'll be expecting—
Look, I would much rather send you two to destroy their object. But we've already got our orders and it's too late to do anything else.
The Gatling 033 is currently in Stage 2 maintenance. The pilot is now 72% revitalized.
Any word from the legitimate kingdom?
Nothing so far.
I see. This ridiculous farce might drag on longer than I'd expected.
the turret for me. I gotta get at the control box beneath it.
Sure. So, there haven't been any casualties reported yet, right?
There was a skirmish on the front lines last night, but no one has said anything about any casualties on our side. You do know you can check the roster for yourself.
Yeah.
Well, the roster only shows the names of those who were killed. I understand. I'll look into it for you.
You will? Thank you.
You're just looking to find out if anyone was wounded, right?
Yeah. Please be okay.
Oh, come on. We have to pick one of these and just hope it's the right answer? It's like a quiz.
Well, at least we've got it narrowed down. Their object is in one of these plants. We have to find it.
They managed to hide something as huge as an object, which means they must have had a wide enough path to get it there.
So a water storage plant connected to a major road. Ah, that cut down our options some. But it looks like the higher-ups already had the same idea. They've been prioritizing the destruction of plants along major roads this whole time.
So our only option is to scout them out one by one?
So we reversed the search.
What?
There was only ever one confirmed sighting of the half-gen, 2 years ago when it was built. After that, they hid it away to never be seen again. It vanished. Here's the thing. After they hid it, couldn't they have just planted trees around the water plant?
Good point. Their forced growth project? It was all genetically modified. 2 years is plenty of time for those trees to fully grow. And that would totally erase any evidence of where they've stored it.
So going by that logic, the most likely spots would be surrounded by new growth forests.
Leaving 3 candidates.
It's a good start, but we need more information.
Then let's ask the princess what she knows. An elite is bound to have more intel than they dole out to us grunts.
Actually, I lost my cell phone. I dropped it in the skirmish last night.
Wait, you haven't talked to her? This whole time?
I didn't have anything to tell her.
You idiot!
Why are you freaking out?
You can use mine. Just contact her right away.
Sure, but... They're mobilizing!
Have they pinpointed the object's location?
We've pinpointed the object's location to the Great Sandy Desert. Do everything to bring it down.
And how did we authenticate the exact hiding location of the target?
The satellite team. They were able to detect the energy signature of the object's power reactor activating.
After all this time waiting, they're finally sending their object on the hunt.
It's strange. They've been so careful hiding it up until now.
Yeah, but they know we're looking, so they can't hide a huge energy reading forever.
As soon as it's out in the open, they've got to know our objects are gonna attack, and they can't win that fight. So why? Oh crap, it's the trial reactor!
And what is that?
When objects are being built, it's standard practice to build a trial reactor to test it out. What if that's what they actually fired up? It would make for a perfect diversion.
Aren't you overthinking this?
It'd be great if I am, but if what I'm predicting is correct, that would make the reading in the Great Sandy a trap.
You mean the same way a cute girl might try to lure you in by flashing you a little panty?
If we just roll up on it, they might be planning to detonate the trial reactor. And that'll take us out, objects and all. It's basically the same as a 200-kiloton bomb.
No way! The princess and the others are already inbound! Speed it up. If we take too long, the princess is a goner.
I realize that.
We know for a fact that Jumbo Jugs was in here earlier for a strategy meeting.
Fingers crossed they left some documents behind. Anything at all that can help us narrow down our 3 candidates.
I can help.
Who's that?
Wait, that voice. It's the photojournalist.
The name's Seawax. I overheard the strategy meeting from here.
Up there. The duct's connected to the interrogation room.
Look, huh? How could they be so dumb as to connect the interrogation and conference rooms?
They mainly built this base for object maintenance, so I doubt they put too much thought into the possibility of capturing prisoners. I get the feeling they rushed to put that interrogation room together just for this.
That doesn't make it any less stupid, crooked tax thieves.
Listen, you guys are trying to find the Half-Jin's location, right? Your commanding officers had it narrowed down to 2 spots, and then decided which one to focus on. It was either going to be the Great Sandy or the Tanami.
Tanami? That's one of our 3 candidates.
Why did they rule out the Tanami?
Because of the energy signal. The reading from the Great Sandy made it seem obvious. They forgot all about the Tanami once that hit.
It's exactly like you predicted.
This is bad.
Yeah. If that's where it's hiding, never mind the nearby villages. This base is in danger.
And there's no doubt that the Great Sandy's a trap.
Oh crap, the princess. Let's call her back.
No. She's acting under direct orders now. We can't ask her to violate that. Not based on such a vague hunch.
Then what do we do?
As usual, we've got to handle it on our own. It's back into the jaws of hell for us.
Hey, take me with you!
What? Get real. Like hell we're helping you escape.
I just want to make amends. All of this, I caused it to happen, right? Objects take all of the attention in war. Thanks to that, no one hears about the tragedies that occur in the field. I came here because I found that fact unforgivable. But the truth of it? My idealism did nothing but ruin the professional work that your people were doing here. I tried to save people and only made things worse. I'm begging you! Let me atone for what I've done!
You can use a rifle, right? Just hang on and we'll bring you one. Last thing we need is some excess baggage that can't defend itself.
Of course. Thank you. Truly, thank you. I'll be waiting. And I'll go with you. And I'll make it right.
So, you straight up lied to him.
If we brought that guy with us, he'd try to die a glorious death on the battlefield. He pisses me off, but that doesn't mean I want to watch the dude die right in front of me.
Of course you don't, hero. Now let's focus on staying alive. I don't want to watch us die either.
Did that gentleman not join us on the mission?
What gentleman?
The one who seemed to know so much about objects.
No clue.
Check 1, check 2. Conducting microphone test.
Who is that? Is that to the whole army?
Okay, hope you can hear me. Greetings, my fellow hardworking legitimate kingdom soldiers.
I hate to disappoint you guys, but the target you're going after is most likely a dummy. The real thing's in the Tanami Desert.
That reading from the Great Sandy?
That's most likely a trial reactor and not the object.
He's okay.
Not only that, there's a good chance they're luring you into a massive trap. They might be planning to detonate the trial reactor. That explosion would be more than enough to take out both objects.
Don't let them fool you. There's a chance this is an enemy ploy.
Nobody's responding. Damn it.
I'm hoping you have some kind of concrete evidence to back up that story.
It's G-Cup!
No evidence. There wasn't time to verify it. We had a secondary source, but their reliability was a bit too questionable.
Then why should we...
And that's why I'm suggesting we strike at both of the targets.
We know one of them's the real deal, and the other one's the dummy. We've got nothing to lose if we destroy them both. Princess, I'm willing to bet my life that the Great Sandy is nothing more than a trap.
So try to keep some distance. Take it out with long-range artillery fire. I've got no doubt that you can do it.
I'm a tad insulted that you wouldn't trust me with that task.
Your main guns are serial swift-beam Gatling guns, aren't they?
You'd crush it in close-quarter combat, but you know you don't have the precision for a long-range target like this. Just let the princess have her turn in the spotlight.
I'll do everything I can.
There's your confidence boost, princess. I can practically feel your gutsy energy out here.
Like we said, we think the real object's stationed in the Tanami Desert. And we're on our way to check. If we're right on this, will you back us up?
Hey, hold on a second. I'd like to know who the hell gave you the order to head to the Tanami Desert.
Uh-oh, sounds like a court-martial. How about we make a bet? If the Great Sandy turns out to be the real target, you can toss us in the brig. But if it's actually the Tanami, I'd like the beautiful lady to stomp all over me with her soft, supple soles. While I would like free range to take advantage of the beautiful
lady's armpits.
Quit making a mockery of this war by trying to turn it into a wager for your weird fetishes.
So I guess that means you don't want to hear the rest.
I didn't even mention your nostrils or ear holes.
I have no intention of placing these bets, so you'll have to screw yourselves.
Right, but practically speaking, you might want to start groveling just in case we destroy the enemy object on our own. Who knows? We could just become your superiors, Miss Fralacia.
I don't know about that, Havia. Let's be realistic here. We are disobeying the military's orders. There's a good chance we might forfeit all of our past accomplishments.
You idiots! You've proven yourselves too valuable. I can't just sit back and let you get yourselves killed. It may be a half-gen, but it's still an object. At least wait for us to send one of our objects to back you up.
Well, we're already on the move. If we stop to wait, the enemy object might take action.
And then it's, hey, we got fooled and the villagers got massacred. Not a very good punchline, unless you think the entire Allied forces losing face is funny. Throw in a demotion for yourself, too.
We're doing this on our own initiative, so you can lay the responsibility on us for whatever happens.
Are you serious? I can't just...
Take advantage of her armpits, huh?
The finish on these is quite impressive. How long until they're ready to ship?
6 months if everything goes well.
We have plans in place for 3 large wars in the next year alone. Put a rush on it.
There's a call from the Oceanian front, sir.
It's still too early for the operation to be over. Wenther and Havia.
The War of the Ant and the Grasshopper.
The invasion of the Oceanian military state. 3.
Seems like they should have changed the name of this place to the Tanami Jungle by now.
It's that whole GMO fertilization deal. They can grow an entire forest in as little as 2 years. We should try to pick up the pace. That half-gen's gotta be around here somewhere. Let's find it before they set off the trap in the Great Sandy. What's happening?
An earthquake? Yeah, probably not an earthquake.
Let's hurry.
Yeah. Hey, so, I think this might be the dummy plan.
And here it comes.
I really wish Felicia had made that bet.
Yeah, right? We managed to hunt down their half-gen. Their one and only object. That cable.
Hit the dirt!
Did they spot us?
Oh, dude, we are freaking dead, man.
No, they weren't aiming for us. They're just doing some shakedown testing.
You saying that was just a test? Doesn't matter how obsolete that thing is, it's still an object. Destruction follows in its wake.
We made it in time. Now let's stop these creeps before their massacre begins.
Okay, why are they just going in circles?
It's been at least 2 years since they fired it up. They're doing warm-up exercises.
Gotcha. Touch your toes and turn the coil gun from side to side.
All right. We found its location. Now we just gotta destroy it.
Hold on, dude. I know it's old, but aren't you taking this kind of lightly? Don't tell me you're planning on charging it with hand axe.
Give me a little more credit than that.
Attention, Allied forces invading the Oceanian military state. We have a sighting of the enemy object at a hydroponics base in the Tanami Desert. I repeat, we have a confirmed sighting of the enemy object in the Tanami Desert.
Signal ID registers as legitimate kingdom, ma'am.
Then it is Quinther Barbatage, the LK's vaunted object-killing boy hero.
None of their technology has been upgraded beyond the half-gen level. A single blast from one of our objects will put it down.
Requesting backup. From any force. Just please send an object.
It's first come, first served. Better hurry or we're gonna have to keep all the medals for ourselves again.
I'm on my way, Quinther!
No reinforcements will be sent to the Tanami Desert. This is a direct order.
What's happening?
Our signal's being jammed.
Let me repeat. No reinforcements are to be sent to the Tanami Desert. These men, Havia and Quinther, are acting on their own initiative based on incorrect intelligence.
That can't be true!
Do you make a habit of ignoring your superior officer's orders?
Counselor Flight is the CO of the legitimate Kingdom forces. You have no allegiance to him. What do you care about his orders?
Oh, you're right. I don't, although I have been given specific orders that are unfortunate for you. I was instructed to thoroughly inspect the legitimate kingdom's object, you see. Now, I could easily accomplish this fighting side by side, but I could also learn plenty by picking a fight with you.
Damn it! Now they've blocked us entirely.
Like an old geezer's bowels.
Oh, Quinther and Havia, my dear boys.
That voice.
Yeah, it's Counselor Flight.
I'm afraid the two of you have deviated from our carefully plotted path.
Your plotted path, huh? Are you telling me we screwed up your election campaign or something?
War has become rather straightforward these days. Simply knowing the quantity and quality of your enemy's objects is enough to determine the outcome.
Well, we have one object, but they have three. There's no point in fighting, so we'd better surrender. It was more or less an accepted system that allowed one's opponent to give up.
A faulty system at best. Just take a look at the current predicament. Oceania's got no intention of surrendering.
That's no one's fault but yours.
What?
The boy heroes, Quenther and Havia, you've proven miracles are possible, and you've unleashed hell on Earth as a result.
And you want us dead so things go back to the way they were.
If we get slaughtered by an object, that's all the proof you need that miracles are not possible.
We have to crush this idea that humans can defeat objects. Your accomplishments in battle have only served to inspire guerrillas and terrorists. They're now emboldened to wage their wars even without objects. We must have standards of practice. But your reckless dismissal of protocol is prolonging these wars and increasing the number of needless deaths.
That's a load of crap and you know it! If you allow us to die here, that object will kill thousands of villagers. Are you really gonna tell me those aren't needless deaths?
You coward! You're just protecting your own interests. Everyone knows the countries with the most objects hold all the power, and you want it to stay that way.
Go on and believe what you'd like.
You'll be dead soon, so it hardly matters. After the half-gen successfully attacks the village, it'll come under fire from our objects and the war will be over. The balance will be restored. The world will realize objects are the only controlling factor.
Oh, you think so? Then how about a wager? If the half-gen is able to wipe us out, the world can be yours.
But if we can get to the half-gen first, you admit you're finished. The bastard hung up. I couldn't even deliver a parting shot.
I guess that means we shouldn't expect any reinforcements.
Guess not. Want to turn back?
What, give up and just let the princess and the others fall for an obvious trap?
Sure, and we can just stand back and let all the villagers get massacred.
We could, or we could make sure none of that happens.
Yeah. Besides, nothing's gonna kill me until I punch Flyde's teeth in. Holy crap! Think they spotted us?
Maybe they picked up our walkies? Or,
Who cares how? Let's get out of here!
Havia! The missile!
You know that's not gonna do jack squat against an object! We're running, damn it!
Listen to me! Aim it right there!
Guessing there's not enough time for an explanation!
Nice! We made a blind spot!
Okay, good plan! We're clear to get away now! Great thinking, we're saved!
Wrong way, man!
You mean we're not running?
That's what they're expecting. It'll be safer if we do the opposite.
You can't be serious. Hiding right under their asses now, are we?
It's right under their noses!
I know the damn saying! You make me sound like an idiot when you correct me like that. Hey! Damn it! Wait for me, hero!
Maybe not just a test. That'll wipe out any of our side who didn't retreat in time.
I'm glad I listened to you. If we'd fled into those trees, we would have been burned to a crisp.
But if we stay here, they'll still find us eventually.
What do you think the odds are that backup will arrive before they find us?
Nil, I'd say. Not after Flyde's transmission. Only ones who can save us is us.
Damn you, Flyde chicken!
I say we get inside the hangar. Maybe we can find the object schematics or something. So quiet. There's not a sign of anyone.
There hasn't been this whole time. There are usually soldiers running around to guard the object. Not here. Ugh. You smell that?
Yeah. How could I not? Some kind of burning stench.
Dude, wait. explains the lack of soldiers. They've all been reduced to ashes. There was an alarm sounding when we got here. Now we know why.
This is terrible. They were electrocuted.
Seriously?
I'm guessing they tried to use an electrical booster to raise the core temperature of the half-gen's power reactor. It's basically the opposite of the plug system the Intelligence Union's object uses.
Oh man. So the Emperor tried on his new clothes, then let out a fart that killed all his men. Talk about tragic.
But this could give us our chance to win.
How?
That's a weakness we can exploit. Ordinarily, when it's supplied with surplus power, it should be built to discharge that power externally.
So I'm guessing the mechanism's not working too well. You know, considering all of these soldiers are dead.
All we need to do is send another massive surge of electricity into the object.
Right, that should be enough to make the power reactor go haywire. You get no sympathy. Your dictator caused this war, and you picked your side. There's a real thin line between victim and offender.
Hell yeah, this condenser's still alive.
Hey man, I found the part we need. So the only question now is how are we going to connect it to the half-gen?
I saw a forklift outside. Maybe we can use that.
Use it how?
By remote control or something?
You don't seriously think it can be that easy?
Oh, just get it, will ya? Come on, thinking on our feet is our specialty, right?
I'm pretty sure most people would call it frantic scrambling. Oh man, why can't we at least have a reconnaissance drone? Winter, no! You better not be dead, you jerk!
Avia, get out of here!
Oh, you lucky bastard!
I'm stuck. I can't move.
There's no way in hell I'm letting you give up that easily! You can die after we knock Flight's teeth out! I'm doing this! The game's live or die, and it's time to play!
Avia, what are you?
Here's hoping it's still blind from the mud on its left side. Hey, Emperor Gasbag! Have a big fat taste of your own fart!
Avia! What do I do? Was Flight actually right? Flesh and blood humans defeating objects. Was it nothing more than a couple of flukes? Wait, the water tower.
Destroy the evidence and eliminate the intruders. You really do like multitasking.
Avia, can you move? Climb the water tower, right away!
What?
Why?
Because this facility's not just for camouflage. It's a fully operational hydroponics plant as well. cable may not have been long enough. So we'll have to use something else as a conductor.
Attention, fellow soldiers. We've just received a satellite report.
And I'm pleased to announce the enemy object is destroyed.
The pilot and supreme commander of the Oceanian forces have been terminated.
Major, what should I do?
The baby Magnum is ahead to the Tanamai and rescue our men. You made a promise, right? Now that our target has been dealt with, we'll shift the objective of our forces to a cleanup operation.
The situation's changed. We can't well shoot them in the back now, can we?
Understandable.
I found something more interesting anyway. More than that outdated object, at least.
Hey, buddy, you still alive?
Yeah, barely.
Well, aren't we tenacious?
Hey, we can't die yet. Not until we've turned Flyde's face into ground meat.
Damn straight.
The facility's been invaded by an object. It's the baby Magnum.
It's a first gen, right? Send our second gen to greet it. Make it look like an accident during testing. When an object takes evasive action, it's not dodging the actual mortar rounds being fired. It analyzes the aiming process and preparatory maneuvers in order to preemptively evade the attacks. But the main gun of the second-gen object, the exact javelin, perfectly conceals its strategic movements with a randomizing algorithm, and furthermore, it warps light with polarizing wires.
No, it's homing in on me! Damn, no good. I can't get a target lock!
No object can possibly evade the exact javelin.
Excuse me, sir. I'm here regarding the orders given during the invasion of Oceania.
Who let her through? I'm rather busy. Someone's sick to hussy on me, and I'm trying to dispose of her.
I'd like to confirm something with you for the report I'm putting together. It's in regards to the transmission that you willfully interfered with when my men discovered the enemy object in the Tanamai Desert.
I doubt that a commanding officer such as yourself would understand this, but it's due to the fact that objects reign supreme that the wars in our world can be handled in such a safe and efficient manner, and the existence of your two men upsets that balance. I made a tough choice for our safety, the safety of not just our country, but the entire world.
You can keep yapping all you want. I don't give a damn. You see, I'm the type of CEO who goes out of her way to take care of the brats who've got families waiting for them back home. I don't care about your excuses. A bastard like you. You deserve to be put down right here and right now.
Do you realize the clout I have with the police and the government? You honestly think a mere on-site CO could level a verdict against a counselor?
That's why I'm court-martialing you. If it's related to the military, we can bring a verdict against you in our playing field. You sent your transmission to both the legitimate Kingdom forces and the Allied forces, and that was a big mistake. The IU and the other countries involved, they're all demanding an explanation concerning this operation.
I already told you. It's the people who control the objects who also control the world.
Polarization is warping your line of fire. Your lasers are fine. I've nailed down the pattern. Here comes the data.
It'll be okay, Princess. I know you can do this.
That thing may have experience in years, but I'm the one with experience in combat!
Sir, the exact javelin has been destroyed. Injection of elite confirmed.
Impossible against a measly first-gen...
You do remember our bet.
Our deal was, if we lost to the half-gen, the world was yours.
But hey, we won, so I guess that means you're finished.
I have supporters in the military. You'll come to regret this.
Doubt it! This world of yours where the strongest are always the ones who win. Where the side with the most power always comes out on top. That world can go screw itself!
Well spoken, partner. Now then, you're coming with us.
Nice win today, Princess.
With your help, Quinther,
Huh?
I won't lose, ever.
In an obstacle course race, it's normal to get covered in mud.
The battle for supremacy in Antarctica.
Hey, does this feel like an enormous step down to you? Where's the appreciation for busting Flyd?
Probably canceled out by all the orders we've disobeyed.
Lovely. I'm utterly pleased to hear Lord Havia's doing so frickin' well.
But of course. He is the heir to the illustrious Winchell family. We wouldn't possibly risk sending him to any truly dangerous front lines.
That is a relief. I can scarcely find the words to explain how much it would frickin' suck if he were to be killed before our grand ceremony.
I don't mean to be rude, but isn't it true that both the Winchell and Vanderbilt families are vehemently opposed to your betrothal?
Oh, with matters of love, the greater the obstacle, the greater the passion. You should try falling in love yourself, Miss Soldier. So, is Lord Havia free to speak with his fiancée?
I can't take any more. Objects do all of the fighting these days, so what's the point of sticking us with the busy work of loading shells?
Beats me, but compared to our last few missions, don't you find it restful?
No, it's not restful. Really, this is the kind of tedious work that should be reserved for machines. Oh crap, Quinther. You won't believe what I found. Hidden treasure!
Ready for this fight 一か八かのレベルタイ怯えてやり過ごすだけの日々にバイバイバイ降りしきる弾丸かき分け 舞い込んで try 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 今誰も彼もあれもこれも目を背けにけ出しても見捨てはしない君だけ Let's go one more chance 変えてやろうこのシーン今なぜ何万回でも乗り越えてみせるだけその涙もその痛みも超えてどうだみんな次のステージへそうさ何遍だって One more try Let's go one more chance 見してやれよそのスピリット今なぜ何万回でも這いつくばっていけい信じてんだろうその痛みはいつか誰か癒すよさにそうさ変えていけんぞ One more try I'm not gonna walk away
Ten Hut, I'm Mistress Jessica, your brilliant and experienced captain. It's my job to whip you soft, quivering recruits into hardened soldiers. Now come at me all at once!
No! You're too much, Captain!
Yes, you can!
I'm starting to get the feeling that you need a dominant woman to submit to.
Hey, I just found the thing. It's not like I bought it. Wait, what the? My pace is increasing.
Beat you, baby! No one told you you could take a break. You don't stop until Mistress Jessica gives you the order.
You're right. The work goes much faster when you match the rhythm of her voice.
It's like my hands are moving on their own. I don't even feel the urge to take a break anymore.
Quit your sniveling and begging and move those fingers faster. You better keep Mistress Jessica from getting bored.
Yes, Mistress Jessica! I won't let you down. I'll do whatever you say!
Oh, yes! Captain, my captain!
Yes, like that. Ah!
Just what the frickin' hell do you think you're doing? Oh, Lord Havia. A noble effort, but you left some evidence on the back shelf there.
Who's that girl? Is she a friend of yours?
She's the daughter of the Vanderbilt family. Long story, I'll tell you later. What do you want? I'm on duty here.
Do we need a reason to have a conversation? Besides, it's perfectly frickin' normal for a betrothed couple to speak on a daily basis.
Whoa, betrothed?
What in the world is that grim and dingy room you're in? Does the Winchell family approve of this moonlighting of yours?
Look, I've got a lot going on. That might be tough to understand for a pampered girl sipping tea in the safe nation.
Yes, the safe nation. Aptly named, is it not? I'm on vacation at the most isolated and distant resort from all of the conflicts plaguing our planet. National flags aren't even recognized here.
All right, you two noobs. Come on, I've got a new job for you.
I need to borrow him.
Of course.
Hey!
Put him through the frickin' grinder, just don't kill him. Hurry up and make the poor boy a war hero.
For real? Antarctica? And freaking Arctica?
It doesn't even make sense to ship us here. There aren't any objects on this continent.
One of our legitimate kingdom survey planes was doing a routine scan of the coastline by the Ross Sea when they were targeted by a surface-to-air missile. They marked it with a lock-on laser, intending to hold the passengers hostage. Fortunately, the survey plane was able to flee outside the missile range.
There's no way it could have escaped if it was targeted by an object. And I don't need to tell you that objects aren't even equipped with SAMs.
That's right. Evidence suggests that the enemy doesn't even have an object.
In that case, the outcome is pretty much already determined. The princess aims the baby magnum, fires off a shot, and boom!
Not quite. For our time in Antarctica, objects are off the table.
Huh?
The monster does weigh well over 200,000 tons, so on the most rudimentary strategic level, it would be a dumb move to drive it out onto a continent made of ice.
Yeah, okay, the both of us are just members of an object maintenance unit. So what exactly do you recommend we do without an object?
The same thing you always do. We're sending you ahead of the unit to fight the terrorists for us.
It feels more like I'm getting pummeled with fists than wind!
This is Antarctica. It actually gets down to 50 degrees below.
This sucks. It's a frozen, barren wasteland. I mean, couldn't there at least be some cute penguins or something?
Why would they bother setting up SAMs out here in the middle of nowhere? What the hell are these terrorists up to?
Well, it is your mission to get to the bottom of it, but there's still no need to engage them once you find them. We've got the princess on standby in the baby Magnum off the coast of the Ross Sea. All you need to do is relay the terrorist location and the princess will blow them to hell with long-range artillery fire.
So you didn't even need to send us by foot? Couldn't you have just done a thorough scan of the area with military satellites? Not that I'd actually expect you to understand how much we're suffering in the freezing cold out here. Not like where you are. Probably bundled up barking orders from the bridge while sipping cocoa.
The situation's a little complicated in Antarctica. The stationary satellites close to the equator don't have the surveillance reach. Polar orbiting military satellites run into sovereignty issues, so the legitimate kingdom can't use them. Communication satellites for scientific studies are the only ones that are authorized.
Did I just hear slurping? I did! You really are sipping cocoa! The terrorists? Does it really matter? Distance 200. About 7 or 8 of them. Can you get them? Why are you asking like you're just a spectator? Get out your gun and take aim!
Well, I don't have a firearm. I've only got explosives on me.
What the hell did you come out here without a gun for?
Well, I wanted to bring one with me, but...
I can't issue military firearms to a student. I would like to, but not until he's finished his training.
Explosives are way more dangerous! Wait, that was definitely slurping I heard!
Why am I the only one who has to risk his life by returning fire? We could really use a little help here, princess!
At that location, the shockwave from the cannon would be massive, and it would mow you both down right along with them. But it's your call, over.
Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it!
Oh no.
Yeah, it's safe to say we're screwed.
That's not what I meant. There's penguins!
Huh? Penguins? Baby penguins!
Don't do it, Havia. Let Mother Nature have this one. We can't interfere.
Leave it to Mother Nature to bring us together.
We're all on the same side when it comes to penguins.
Well, damn, I guess our penguin break is over. I don't see how the map's gonna help us not get shot. It's not like the princess can give us any backup.
Never mind, just keep firing. Try to keep them at bay.
Damn it! What? You can't throw that far! Oh! I told you! Way to waste the bomb!
It landed right where I wanted it to. Now get down!
How did you pull that one off?
It's pretty easy if you just look at the map. They were standing on nothing but pure ice. But it was basically an ice bridge covering a rocky V-shaped cliff. So I got rid of the bridge.
I'm never gonna doubt your skills with the map again.
I can't take all the credit. The bomb helped a little.
The legitimate kingdom's unmanned observation post is nearby. We determined the SAM's location by reverse calculating the targeting laser.
Man, I thought Alaska was bad, but this cold is murder. I'm starting to think global warming is a lie.
I'm no climatologist, but it's not like it's gonna turn Antarctica into some tropical paradise.
Huh?
Can we hurry and wrap this up already? The heat is making it really stuffy in here. Quinther, you messed with the AC during maintenance, didn't you?
Oh, well, The princess's castle sounds more comfy than ever.
So hot. Not like anyone's watching, so I might as well strip down. Doesn't look like there's gonna be any high-speed combat anyway.
Is that your way of kindly trying to keep us warm by firing up our imaginations? Looks like the observation post.
Actually, does it feel like it's getting warmer? Or is that just the effect of picturing the princess naked?
We're in a volcanic area, so there's geothermal heat rising from the ground.
Check it out, Quinther! That's a hot spring! Wow, who would have thought you could find a hot spring in Antarctica?
Well, have you located the SAMs yet?
Nope, but we found a hot spring, so go on and grab your bikini.
You want me to grab what now?
Grab some new pants for me instead.
Those are railguns meant for objects! Damn it! Why the hell do they have those set up?
Quinther, this way! Man, this is not looking good!
It's even worse than you realize. The only way to operate those things is with a reactor.
Hold on, are you saying? Run-of-the-mill terrorists, my ass! These guys have got an object somewhere!
Try to stay calm. I'm not picking up any signs of an object.
Did you just tell me to stay calm? Come on, Quinther! Can't you pull that same move from earlier? Blow up the ice and drag them down into a canyon?
Yeah, I would if I could, but the ground around here is solid bedrock. Come in, Baby Magnum! Can your artillery fire reach this far?
There's a mountain between us, so I can't directly target anything. I could set the coil guns to fire in a broad arc. That's really the only way to clear the obstacle.
There's no time to target each one of them. Here's the grid data.
Based on coordinates 00212, W11, J18, G26, M19, L27, B20, R12.
I'll try, but I don't know if I can hit the targets with those scattered coordinates.
Just trust me and open fire! That'll do it!
Bring a torrent of coil gun fire and unleash hell!
Damn it, she didn't hit a single one of them! What do we do, man? How do we get out of this?
It's okay.
It's not okay! Huh?
They were just too strong for their own good. In order to fire an object railgun from the ground, they have to be fixed in place with anchors. So I had the Baby Magnum render those anchors useless. Well, technically, it cracked open the ground around the anchors and rendered it useless.
Investigating the unmanned observation post. We haven't found any personnel or object that could have operated the railguns. Continuing to search the surrounding area. Investigating the unmanned observation post.
I'm still confused. I don't get why the terrorists threatened the plane with surface-to-air missiles.
I don't know, and I can't say I really care. I'm too comfy and sleepy to think about anything.
Hey, don't forget that you'll die if you fall asleep. There's something kind of fun about saying that.
I just spotted something nasty, man.
Nasty like Mistress Jessica?
Not funny. Is it a probe robot?
Yeah. I can't tell if it's for civilian or scientific use, though.
Hey, it looks like it's functioning. Who's operating it? The terrorists? Oh, dude! You think it's smart to mess with that? It might suddenly blow up on us or something.
That's the least of our worries. From what I can tell, it's being controlled by a remote lab somewhere via communication satellite. And that satellite? That's what the terrorists are after.
What do you mean?
The satellite is equipped with a high-powered laser. They're trying to hack its system in order to gain control of it.
Why would they even bother? That laser's just for burning the surface of asteroids to collect data, right? I mean, there's no way it could reach the surface of Earth. It's just not strong enough.
If their target is Earth, yeah. But that's not what they're shooting for. They want to destroy the vacation resort for the rich on the moon.
On the moon?
To be more specific, well, they're aiming to take out the blind net, the source of the terraforming project up there.
Hold on, the blind net? That's what provides the optical secondary atmosphere, right? If that gets destroyed...
It'll be havoc from every angle. The entire resort will be fried by direct sunlight. But before that can happen, the vacuum will kill everyone from asphyxiation.
Don't worry about it, boys. It's not your concern. According to the collated data from the laser, the terrorist target is Rockcastle's VIP, Buffa Planters, the Major General of the Capital Enterprise Army. The legitimate kingdom has actually tried to assassinate him a few times in the past and failed. If the terrorists want to do the dirty work for us, we might as well turn a blind eye.
Man, my exhaustion just quadrupled. I mean, what the hell have we been fighting for this whole time? What's up? Let's hurry and get back.
Hey, the girl you're engaged to?
Huh?
She, didn't she say that she's at the most isolated resort from all of the conflicts on our planet?
Oh no!
Lord Havia, what a surprise! It's a rare treat when you actually call me.
Where the hell are you?
Where else would I be? I'm at Rock Castle, the illustrious vacation resort on the moon.
No!
Well, that was emphatic. I didn't know the distance would upset you. But if you want to get closer, you could always ask me to freaking visit.
Well, there's some motivation.
Is this really happening? The military wants to waste this Major General guy so badly that they're actually willing to let the daughter of a noble family get killed?
I'm betting that Prolatia doesn't know she's there. There's no way she would have given that order. Not if she knew there were civilians up there.
Okay, what are you two freaking whispering about?
What is it?
Maybe just push it and say, whoops, my hand slipped.
Are you serious? Do you realize what you're saying?
Just do it. It fires in less than 30 seconds.
Fine. Damn, I'll do it. But don't complain if we get court-martialed. Whoops! My hand slipped!
You idiot! Wrong one, right there!
Wait, which one?
That one! This one? No, right there!
Oh, this one!
Hit it!
You guys are freaking weird. Seriously, what are you wigging out about down there?
Oh, nothing, just being awesome! We're just modestly risking life and limb like a couple of badasses.
You're lucky. This whole looking the other way thing was off the record, of course. It's not like this was some kind of official mission, so I couldn't even hold you responsible if I wanted to. If it weren't for that, you'd be behind bars right now.
Yeah, we get it.
Damn it all. We saved the heroine like we're supposed to, and all we get for it is this guilty lecture?
Well, how'd the young lady feel about you saving her?
I'd say she seemed pretty happy.
Yeah? Well then, there's no need for any further questions.
You feeling a bit less worried, at least?
Yes, although... Why do you do it?
What do you mean?
I understand it's not a freaking easy task to prove yourself worthy as the family heir. But is this worth it?
What, you're afraid that the military's too dangerous?
What I saw today seemed pretty freaking unsafe.
Our noble families, the Winchills and the Vanderbilts, they both hate each other so much that they actually wish to destroy the other.
Yes.
And yet, the two of us refuse to be held at the mercy of their stupid altercation. You do still feel that way, don't you?
Yes, but I don't see what—
Well, that's what I'm trying to explain. No matter what it takes, I will succeed as the head of my family and put an end to this stupid bickering so we can be together. So, I need you to wait for me. With that at stake, I'll take on every massive object the world can throw at me.
Those are power supply cables. How could we not have detected it moving around? Is it some kind of submersible object? Don't tell me. Not stealth.
Three-legged mountain climbing is life and death!
The artillery battle in the Iguazu Mountains. 1.
The large carriers of old were designed to be capable of maintaining 70 to 80 aircraft at a time. However, it's only on rare occasion these days that calls for the need for so many aircraft. So the nature of the carrier's mission has greatly changed. That's right, another change to accommodate the world of objects.
Captain, we appreciate your assistance on this operation.
Of course. It's a nice change of pace for us to have the opportunity to move a landing ship. The days of overseeing delivery of aircraft to battlefields are over. Now our primary duty is facilitating the maintenance of objects at sea, and to provide security and defense during those repairs, of course. The world is certainly a different place than the one I came up in.
Whoa!
You can't get any work done clinging to your safety line with both hands. What's the point of climbing up here if all you're gonna do is whine?
What do you expect? We're so high up and the scaffolding's shaky! And why am I the only person bothering to wear a safety line?
'Cause there's no reason to attach your safety line unless you're in actual danger.
I don't see how this is a skill that a future designer needs. What's that up there?
Oh, that. It's a mini fridge and a microwave. They're going in the cockpit.
A fridge and a microwave? Wait, no fair! The only rations we get look like erasers! But now the princess gets to eat casseroles and hamburgers and fried chicken?
It's perfectly fair. The course of the battle depends on the power of her concentration, so call it professional courtesy.
But that means the princess can heat up some fried chicken whenever she feels like it, and eat fried chicken anytime she wants fried chicken! Fried chicken!
So, care to tell me about this enemy you're in pursuit of?
Sure. We're after the Mass Driver Foundation. I imagine the name should ring a bell.
Ready for the fight 一か八かのレベルタイ怯えてやり過ごすだけの日々にバイバイバイ降りしきる弾丸かき分け鮮やかに決めろ2ステップ泣き言なんて目にしまい込んで Try 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 今誰も彼もあれもこれも目を背けにけ出しても見捨てはしない君だけは Let's go one more chance 変えてやろうこのシーン今なぜ何万回でも乗り越えてみせるだけその涙もその痛みもこいつもだ見る好きのステージへそうさ何遍だって One more try Let's go
life and death just doing maintenance. By the way, what's the Mass Driver Foundation?
Context clues, dude. They're a corporation of fat cats with the best mass driver construction tech in the world.
Fralacia sure is taking this seriously. She's putting more time than usual into the logistics. Are they really that dangerous?
Well, it's a tangled-up political mess in a lot of ways.
Why are you sunbathing in your combat suit?
Keep explaining.
Oh, right. They used to be part of the capital enterprise focused on the rate business. But recently, they started investing their capital like crazy in cutting-edge companies, ones that were conducting promising R&D on technology required for mass drivers.
In case you're not familiar with mass drivers, they're like giant railguns aimed straight toward the stars. But instead of ammo, they fire shuttles and containers up into orbit. It's supposedly more efficient than space shuttles.
Yep.
That suit looks hot. So, why is this mega-rich foundation our enemy? None of that sounds out of the ordinary.
Well, they basically went rogue. They rebelled and broke off from the capital enterprise. The whole thing was handled like a coup d'etat.
They're apparently executing a massive stealth migration of their people to keep the capital enterprise government from seizing their assets.
And it's rumored they've got their own objects stashed away somewhere, which would make them ready to wage war.
Okay, but why would they even bother?
It's the result of a simple tech adoption skirmish.
And what does that mean?
The shuttle's expensive to operate. To solve that massive cost issue, people have been looking for a suitable replacement for a long time. The two options that were deemed the most viable were the mass driver method and the orbital elevator method, which utilizes laser technology. Trouble was,
the capital enterprise ended up going with the orbital elevator.
The Mass Driver Foundation panicked. They tried to get the intelligence unit and the Faith organization to adopt their tech, but the capital enterprise interfered. There's no way in hell they were gonna let other world powers profit from their own homegrown technology.
So they boxed them in on all sides.
I guess they were feeling kinda claustrophobic because they blew their top. These guys don't negotiate. It's likely to be an all-out war, and it won't be easy for us. I'd recommend preparing yourself as much as possible.
Then I'm gonna have to get me some fried chicken.
Come on, I'm talking to you about a potential war here, and all you can think about is fried chicken?
What? Think about it. Are you telling me you don't want a hot, crunchy, greasy drumstick battered to perfection? With just a bit of lemon for zest?
Cut it out! You know I love lemon zestiness! Oh, what have you done? I can feel the craving taking hold.
Then go get some.
Huh?
This carrier that we're on, the Charlemagne, had its 15th anniversary today. There's all kinds of food left over from the big celebration party they had.
We're too late! The party's already over, man!
Not so fast, Quenther. There's not much, but there's still food.
Nice!
It's cold.
Don't you judge us!
Too late for that. I should have known you'd sniff out the food.
She always beats us to the good food. I guess just add that to the list of reasons to follow her around.
Time to eat!
Right!
Nuggets! They've only got nuggets?! Damn it, so close!
That still counts as fried chicken, right?
I want bone-in, not processed lumps!
If you want fried chicken, there's some right here.
Oh, Miss Fralacia! You are the best! Yum! It's gotten cold and a little bit too soggy from the juice, but it's still delicious. I wish there was some lemon zestiness, but hey, I'm not complaining.
Hey, you know pole dancing? Like how strippers dangle from a pole?
Well, that really came out of nowhere. Why the hell did you bring that up?
Do you know how it works?
Well, yeah. It's pretty simple. They just wrap around the pole and contort.
No, that's not what I meant.
If you want specifics, the body's basically held in whatever position you want by the friction between the brass pole and the person's skin. To give you an example, it goes...
Oh, wow!
A little like this.
That's incredible! How did you get so good at doing that?
There's been a few victory parties after some successful missions where I had to display a hidden talent. Also, the soldiers on site seem to get more motivated whenever I do this. You're normally supposed to do it with bare legs, though.
Yeah, but the stockings ain't too bad.
Watching her wrap herself around a pole like that, she could be wearing a potato sack for all I care.
Our princess over there is not too shabby with the pole either.
What?
I can try.
Oh man, with her slender frame, it'll be a completely different viewing experience than with Frolecia.
What the hell? This is not how it's supposed to work!
Here's a question. What is the Mass Driver Foundation getting out of this? Why the hell would they try to hijack a satellite from a probe robot in Antarctica to attack a vacation resort on the moon?
I was planning to cover this in the briefing we have scheduled. But now is fine. They were targeting the Capital Enterprise Major General at the resort. He was in charge of overseeing their military satellites and stations. And he was a staunch advocate for laser-driven orbital elevators instead of mass drivers.
They were looking for payback?
This all sounds like one big power struggle within the Capital Enterprise. Wouldn't it be better if the legitimate kingdom didn't get involved?
Well, that's not really an option. The Foundation is in the middle of a massive migration effort. They're frantically hightailing it to the Iguazu region of South America.
If I remember correctly, there's a legitimate kingdom space science base there. And our launch system is the laser method.
Yep, and the last thing that we need is them targeting us like the lunar resort.
So this war is about protecting ourselves.
All there is to it. Prepare to commence Iguazu Region beach landing. Your objective, annihilate the Mass Driver Foundation, which we expect to make an inland incursion.
Time to move out, Quinther. We've got to wait for the princess to lock down the coastline. Then it's our turn.
Have we got any intelligence confirming the Mass Driver Foundation's object yet?
We were able to confirm a giant shadow, but it could be a dummy, like in Oceania.
Okay, but we do have their location, right?
Honestly, we're uncertain on that. The Andes Mountains have an elevation of over 6,000 meters, and they're filled with mines, too.
The southeast trade winds coming off the Pacific are crazy this year, and there's mineral dust drifting
inland with the clouds.
Which is the long way of saying that our satellites aren't really much use to us.
Well, wherever they are, it's important to keep in mind that the mass drivers are built to shoot into orbit. We cannot let their main guns score a direct hit.
And what is she expecting us to do?
Oh, you'll want to be prepared for the secondary shockwaves as well. Do what you can to guard your ears and internal organs.
It's been a while, Major Frolecia Capistrano.
Well, look at this.
Say, Havia, why can't we just stand by at sea for a change?
Seriously? The battlefield is inland. How can the princess land if the tech team doesn't take those floats off?
I guess there's no getting out of it then.
I am bored out of my mind.
Waiting's better than killing, right?
No, waiting for you people is killing me.
Hey, Quinther. Are you still trying to decide on your object research topic?
How about you come up with some new propulsion method that lets you move from land to sea without exchanging parts?
Jeez, sounds like the princess is in a pissy mood, huh?
I just got a request to take part in a mock battle. Well, it was more of an order than a request. They're holding it in Normandy 1 month from now.
Oh, right in the heart of the legitimate kingdom. Should be a good performance, right?
Not if you're the designated fall guy. Have either of you ever heard of the Bright Hopper?
Think so. It was pitched as the legitimate kingdom's next cutting-edge object, right? It's supposed to be equipped with an intensive array of laser beam weaponry. Are you saying that it's been completed?
Not only that, but the elite pilot is the eldest son of a prominent noble. What's the problem? You just gotta fight sloppy and take a dive, right?
It's not that simple. If
If I lose that easily, the media will analyze the numbers on the spec sheets and say that the baby Magnum should have been able to put up more of a fight.
Oh wow. Setting you up to fail.
And in front of everyone. I'm thinking about changing it up. And at the last minute, fighting as hard as I can. Scan of pertinent area complete. Metal detected at multiple points throughout the mountains.
Wait, did you say multiple points?
Come in, Baby Magnum. This is the Charlemagne. Our analytic reports show the mountains contain large deposits of iron ore. Something to consider in your assessment.
So that's what's showing. But how do I know?
Our current satellite feeds haven't found any sign of armored vehicles or infantry in the area.
You heard the man.
But are you sure?
We've got the go-ahead, so we're going ahead.
How about this? If you're so positive the metal being detected isn't a hidden barrage of gun batteries,
Then you'll have no problem making a Bavarian cream mold of your boobs if you're wrong. In a live presentation, of course.
No response. Looks like the coast really is clear.
I'm holding you to that Bavarian cream mold if it's not. Quit clogging the channel with chit-chat.
I'm giving the go-ahead based on the princess's report. All personnel, take the hydrofoils to the shore. Construct the base zone. Remove the floats from the object for inland maneuvers.
Did you see those flashes up there?
Bavarian cream!
Why are you celebrating? We're getting shot at, you dumbass! This sucks!
A little help, princess?
Continue to make for shore. You'll be just fine as long as you don't die.
Did you hear that sadistic glee? It's almost like she gets off on ordering us to die!
and you seem to get off on her giving you that order, so you two really would make the perfect couple.
So you think any of this heavy firepower is coming from the Mass Driver Foundation's object?
Nah, it's probably just like Antarctica, where they're using spare object guns mounted on the slopes.
No electromagnetic readings or human heat sources. So there's no threat of civilian casualties.
You're clear to blast those mountains to hell!
How's it okay to blow away a foreign shore we've got no jurisdiction over?
Yeah, who is the Iguazu territory affiliated with?
They're unaffiliated. It's one of those weird blank zones. No political powers claimed it. Don't even have their own government.
And here come two random world powers to invade their land and blow the crap out of their mountain range with objects. I can't see how the locals would like us very much.
That's not just here. I don't think any country wants to be a battlefield for objects.
Platoon Charlie, no enemy combatants discovered. All we found are railguns buried in the soil, connected to thick power cables.
Platoon Hotel. It's all clear on our end.
Platoons echo through Hotel. Expand the search radius to 5 clicks and continue looking. The rest of the platoons will head back to shore and construct the base zones. No baths or beds without a base, so you better get to it.
At least we didn't get assigned to constructing the base zone.
You say that now, but knowing our luck, we'll stumble into the mass driver object any second.
You don't happen to know why this area is called the Iguazu, do you?
It's named after the Iguazu River, one of the biggest in the world. Look at this. No sign of an object passing through anywhere. Doesn't make sense. Platoon Hotel here. We've investigated the area as directed, but haven't seen any indication of the Mass Driver Foundation.
Good work, everyone. We have a little bit of time to figure out what our next move will be. I guess I'll grant you the rare privilege of sitting down to rest. Enjoy a nice long break. Relax and get your stamina back.
This is not helping my stamina.
Hey, Quenther, where do you think they could be hiding that mass driver object?
Let's see. I was looking at the map earlier, and there's a coal mine around here. Don't know if it's big enough to hide a 50M class object, though. But it's not like we ever managed to find the object in Antarctica that was supplying the power. I wonder, could they really have a stealth object that can't be detected by radar? Huh?
Over here, Quenther! I just somehow managed to get invited to tea by an elderly farmer couple.
Tea in the middle of a battlefield?
Well, it's not a battlefield to them, it's their land. Their daughter and her husband don't visit much, so they seem kinda lonely.
You are being way too chill! They need to evacuate!
Sure, of course, right after tea. Come on, man, just relax. Unless you'd rather eat those rations.
They're not drinking coffee?
Look, dude, you can have tea or styrofoam.
Holy crud. This is like a beautiful vision of world peace.
War really does get in the way of all the nice things. Huh?
Legitimate Kingdom 37th Mechanized Maintenance Battalion. This is Major Hal Reed Copacabana, Legitimate Kingdom 52nd Mechanized Maintenance Battalion.
Oh, crap. What does Hal Reed want?
Who's that?
He's the Bright Hopper elite pilot and also a member of the nobility.
The one the princess is getting forced into the mock battle with?
Your battalion's coming from the Amazon region? We'll plot a course through Central America to rendezvous. It would be optimal if we could team up to vanquish the mass drivers. Would that be feasible with our schedule?
This is Major Frolacia Capistrano speaking. I've confirmed your plotted course of travel. I'm worried it's too far. Your cooperation would be a boon to the mission. But if we can't wait, we must commence with the operation as scheduled.
Roger that. Pity. That leaves me no choice but to hope for your failure in destroying the mass driver object. That would force it to flee northward, where we will then finish it off.
Is it just me? Or is he demanding we wound it and leave the final blow to him?
Unfortunately, unlike the 52nd, we don't have the surplus manpower to chase it around the country.
If we have the chance to kill it, we will. I'm sorry to let you down, but I hope you won't be too upset.
Frolacia, if you want my personal opinion, I would advise that you meekly accept my wishes. Public and private.
What the hell was that?
They've actually got some history with each other. But it doesn't sound like Frolacia's very happy she knows him. You know?
It's weird to hear Frolacia let someone get to her like that.
No kidding. This has that distinct air of aristocratic nastiness. I guess the beautiful noblewoman's got troubles of her own.
Hold on. Miss Frolacia's nobility?
Yeah, it's common knowledge.
To who?
Quenther, Havia. Change of plans. Get back to the base. Double time.
I want to settle this mission quickly before the Bright Hopper can interfere. They're not screwing up our operation.
Oh, you will be a fun one to tame.
Three-legged mountain climbing is life and death.
The artillery battle in the Iguazu Mountains, 2.
Quinter! Hey, look!
Are you ready to leave yet?
Here, check it. That nice old lady gave us some cookies for the road.
I feel like we should be pushing them to evacuate.
It's no use, man. This is their home. They said nothing's gonna make them leave it behind.
Well, in that case, we should at least get as far away from here as we can. The battlefield is basically wherever we go, so that should help keep them safe.
Thanks. So hey, what do you know about this Bright Hopper object? How powerful is it?
It's a second-gen ground combat unit. Rumor has it that not even 3 baby Magnums could beat it. It maintains a constant high speed of 700 to 800 clicks per hour. Not only that, but it's a specialized object, which means all of its main guns are lasers. Essentially, it's a laser-spitting hurricane on the battlefield. It strikes at super high speeds, firing a barrage of multi-sized lasers at its opponent's legs, completely incapacitating them, then finishes it off with one high-output laser shot from its main guns.
Only those lacking in honor have the option of running away. The legitimate kingdom's nobles are men of great pride. We attack head-on at full speed and reduce our enemy to a pile of ash.
Ready for this fight 一か八かのレベルタイム怯えてやり過ごすだけの日々にバイバイバイ降りしきる弾丸かき分け鮮やかに決めろ2ステップ泣き言なんて目にしまい込んで Try 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 今誰も彼もあれもこれも目を背けにけ出してる見捨てはしない君だけは Let's go one more chance 変えてやろうこのシーン今なぜ何万回でも乗り越えてみせるだけその涙もその痛みも超えてもだ見る月のステージへそうさ何遍だって One more try Let's go one more chance 見してやれよそのスピリット今なぜ何万回でも這いつくばっていけばいい信じてんだろうその痛みはいつか誰か癒すよさに
We've received some new intel. It's been confirmed that chaff missiles have been fired.
They were launched from 50 clicks north in Parana's mountainous region.
What are chaff missiles?
When they explode, they seed the clouds with fine particles, creating a shield against laser sensors.
Our satellite surveillance network is currently useless.
But wouldn't that mean the Mass Driver Foundation's main force is somewhere in the vicinity from where they launched? Why risk us tracking their location like that, you know?
They're probably more concerned with hiding their object from our spy satellites. Now they've got time to escape.
Yeah, that could be it. But what was supplying power to those railguns on the mountains earlier? Maybe they're not just trying to disable the satellites. Maybe there's more to it. There could be some other practical reason beyond fleeing. Maybe.
Chaff missiles? So they plan to hide. I would expect no less from such a group of cowards. Though it doesn't matter in the slightest how advanced their object is. With a single burst of glorious light, I shall cut them down.
Whoa, what the hell?
Charlemagne to all units. The Bright Hopper has taken heavy damage while en route to our location. I repeat, the Bright Hopper has taken heavy damage.
Hold on a sec. That's a mountainous region. Did they blow away the mountains in between to hit it?
It was a high-angled trajectory. They fired the railgun at a sharp upward angle and let the round fall.
Major, it's unconfirmed as to whether Major Copacabana successfully ejected. There's no trace of an emergency distress beacon.
They cannot be serious. That much damage from one shot?
The Bright Hopper's power reactor appears to be destroyed. The estimated velocity of the shell is Mach 25?
What? Impossible! Mach 25 would launch the shell straight into space without ever coming back down!
They must have somehow modified the artillery shells in order to bend the trajectory. That's the only explanation.
The scale is off the charts.
Those chaff missiles they fired, they weren't fleeing. They were using them to conceal the timing of their shelling. We're dead if they get us in their sights. A shell flying at us at Mach 25? There's no dodging that.
How was it even possible for them to zero in so accurately from that distance?
Well, considering that they used chaff missiles, we know they weren't relying on military satellites. So how could they... Hold on. They're using the clouds.
How?
The chaff missiles create clouds that deflect signals, right? But they can also emit a signal. If they aim that signal off the clouds, it allows them to accurately lock onto their target, which keeps their location perfectly hidden. That means... Western, the baby Magnum, come in!
Run for
Damn.
I repeat, Baby Magnum damaged. Main guns 1 through 3 no longer operating.
Not dead. Not yet. Still got 7 main guns and I only need 1 to keep going.
Propulsion system malfunctioning. High-speed maneuverability may also be compromised.
Accidental detonation? Was the Mach 25 speed too much for the artillery shell to withstand?
You think that was the end of it?
They're not done yet.
What? They want to make sure they finish us off?
Not quite. There's something off about their strategy.
Maintenance crew, inspect the Baby Magnum suspension system.
No! That's their next target! A base zone!
Quinther, wake up. Quinther! Are you all right?
What the hell? What's going on? Where's Havia?
I don't know.
But he was... Wait, what? What about everyone else?
Luckily, most of the personnel managed to flee into the bomb shelter in time. Right now, only minor injuries have been reported.
So then they didn't score a direct hit.
Maybe their technology's flawed. It seems like the shell couldn't withstand the air resistance. It detonated mid-air, just before impact.
All this from an indirect hit.
I'd say there's a very real chance their main gun is just a prototype.
But still, they took out the Bright Hopper with 1 shot from 500 clicks.
It's all about the trajectory. The shorter the distance between the gun and the target, the tighter the parabolic arc. And that would put a strain on the shells.
Then, why would they get closer?
Our presence is cutting off their supply route. The Mass Driver Foundation is trying to draw us into a short war by directly targeting the Princess. With nowhere to retreat to and no way to sustain themselves in a long, drawn-out war, it's their only option.
So these Mach 25 shells, they lose their accuracy if fired at a target from a close range.
Regardless, I'm calling off this mission. I hate to admit defeat, but we don't even have the means to engage them. As of now, we're evacuating. Until then, I have to keep searching.
That won't work! Using the aircraft carrier to escape isn't safe! It'll never make it beyond the range of an object's main guns!
The wounded are being sent out to sea on the hydrofoils, not back to the carrier.
But what do you plan to do about the Charlemagne?
That's not up to me, that's the Marines' call. The officers aboard the flagship will have to make that decision. And besides, it's not like the hydrofoils can outrun the main guns either. It's a no-win situation. But that's still our best chance. Can you stand?
I think.
I don't feel a break. It looks like it's a sprain. Come on, let's go.
What? Wait, I might be able to manage.
Didn't you hear me? My first priority is our wounded. And that includes you.
This is
is the 52nd Mechanized Maintenance Battalion. Corporal Serona with the Forward Reconnaissance Platoon.
All right, then. I'm pretty sure you should be safe in there with the current placement of the clouds.
Let's just keep you hidden till they fire off more chaffs, okay?
Any word from Quenther?
I keep trying to raise him, but I still can't get through. Knowing him, I bet he's perfectly fine.
Hailing 37th Mechanized Maintenance Battalion. Baby Magnum. This is the 52nd Mechanized Maintenance Battalion. Corporal Serona with the Forward Reconnaissance Platoon.
One of Halreed's officers, huh?
I propose that our most likely chance for survival is for our battalions to work together and devise a strategy to ensure that Baby Magnum destroys the Mass Driver Foundation's object.
Have you received authorization from Major Capistrano for this?
Her whereabouts are currently unknown. Being that time is critical, I'm asking to be placed as ranking officer and allowed to devise the mission plan. Concerning strategy, it's advised you follow the Bright Hoppers tactic.
You mean try to take out the enemy's legs, and then lay into them with the main guns once they're on the ground?
Correct. However, we realize that the Baby Magnum is incapable of the same high-speed maneuvers, which does limit the plan.
Then how do we immobilize the enemy object?
There's a giant dam in the Iguazu region. Destroying it would cause the area downriver to flood, thus bringing a ground combat object to a standstill.
That can't be your plan.
Of course it is.
No way in hell! That plan is not acceptable! Do you realize what'll happen if we destroy that dam? You'll be murdering tens of thousands of civilians!
Collateral damage. Besides, they're not citizens of the LK.
Either way, your plan is worthless if the Baby Magnum doesn't help you. It won't accomplish anything if you bastards destroy the dam!
This mission is moving forward with or without the Baby Magnum. You'll be advised later when we intend to strike. That's all.
Crap! She's got some nerve saying this has anything to do with survival!
Get connected! Hevia!
Quenther, have you been under a rock, man, or what? You won't believe this! We just had the most insane plan ever dumped on us by the leftovers of the Bright Hoppers Battalion!
Yes, it was broadcast on an open channel, so we heard it too. Do not participate in their mission. The Baby Magnum will not be mobilized for them. Hopefully they'll just realize that there's no point without our participation.
Yeah, don't hold your breath.
Why not?
Because I'm pretty sure the only thing these guys are concerned with is getting payback for the Bright Hopper. I get the feeling all rational thought went up in flames with their object.
It sounds to me like they're gonna blow up the dam no matter what happens. Unless someone heads down there to physically stop them.
Avia, let's talk.
Sure, Quenther, this seems like a great time for a serious conversation. I'll handle the dam situation.
Right, I'll take care of the enemy object. And I'll leave things over there up to you.
Stand down. I will not allow that. It's too reckless for you to go out on your own.
In that case, all you have to do is simply make a report that you were unable to find me. I'm nothing more than a student on deployment, which means what I choose to do, well, the last thing I want is for my actions to impact your stature in the military.
Listen, Quenther. You can't.
Please, let me do this. I know this isn't my job description, but I've got the experience, and I can't stand the idea of just retreating.
Now look, I'm the superior officer here. The final decision is my responsibility. Now we could say you were still missing. I'd have no choice but to continue searching for you.
Wait, I'm sorry, what?
You can't do anything with that leg. You'll only die if you go at them alone. So this is what we'll do. We're in this together, no matter what the consequences are. Just remember, even though I have to act like your crutch, you're still my stubborn, troublemaking subordinate. I'm hoping you have some kind of plan worked out.
I'll need the princess's help for it to work. But the very first thing we need to do is determine which route the enemy object will take to intercept us. The satellites are still down, so it's up to us to determine their location, then report it back to the princess so she can make a preemptive strike. Let's review all of the options. Projections show they're likely to thread the mountains and come down a gorge. That gives them 3 possible routes.
There's no need to stake out all 3. The sound will give away the general direction. The object's drive noise is the one thing they can't conceal. Fingers crossed it still runs. Just sit tight a moment.
It got blasted this far in the explosion? I'm really sorry for all the trouble I'm putting you through.
Yeah, you better be. You owe me a shoulder rub that'll make your hands bleed.
This is the Charlemagne. We're attempting to reach Major Capistrano in regards to the Mass Driver Foundation's main gun. A few details have come to light as a result of our analysis. Please reference the diagrams. We've uncovered that their main gun is a combination of railgun and rocket technology. They use a railgun to fire the oversized artillery shell, and the shell then immediately splits into 3. Furthermore, just before impact, it appears to eject around 10 submunitions in a ring formation.
The princess will be killed if a single one of those submunitions strikes her.
The shell is fired at a high angle, but its trajectory is rather peculiar. After climbing to 2,500 meters almost directly above the target, the missile's arc suddenly goes into a nosedive.
They must be manipulating the trajectory with some kind of tail assembly.
The kinetic energy of the shell's trajectory is concentrated on detachment, but after the missiles split, the rear rocket engine is programmed to ignite, thus allowing it to achieve Mach 25. Our assumption is that it changes trajectory with adjustable grooves. End transmission.
Mass drivers, rockets, submunition technology. There you go. It's like a Frankenstein hybrid weapon, cutting edge as you can get.
Don't forget the chaff missile targeting method. Actually employing the clouds to reflect the locked-on guidance signal? You can't get much more intricate. The creator of this thing is either a genius or entirely freaking nuts.
Oh, are you feeling a tinge of jealousy, Mr. Budding Designer?
Not quite. I'm a little busy not crapping my pants.
We'll need to come up with a provisional code name now that we have confirmation that their object exists. How does Break Carrier sound to you?
Something that speaks destruction? Sounds about right.
What are you doing?
I'm just adding some bookmarks. All the mountains around here are littered with a large amount of tunnels. It's a labyrinth of mining and transportation networks. When everything starts to go down, it'll be helpful if we can call up these maps with one tap. Figured I'd program it while I have the chance.
Try not to go overboard, though. It's not gonna do as much good if the Break Carrier's people pick up your signal. I can't help but feel so nervous. Hey, Quinther, why don't you tell me something about yourself to keep my mind off things?
Are you trying to sound like some corporate manager pressuring me to reveal a hidden talent? 'Cause you do.
You're a student. What do you know about the corporate world? Thanks for boring me.
Actually, I heard a rumor. Is it true that you're a member of the nobility?
The Capistrano family. We have an extremely desirable genetic trait. To be honest, I'm surprised you haven't heard about it. But then again, you're not an aristocrat.
What is it?
We only produce males. It doesn't matter who we marry or how we reproduce. Our children are born male almost 100% of the time. And having male heirs, well, that's what the aristocracy is all about. The right to inherit. You know, all of that. Not a subject a commoner like you is too familiar with, huh?
Yeah, all the stuff about pedigrees and lineages. It's a little too much for me to wrap my head around. I mean, why not just marry the person that you love? I don't get it. But hey, what do I know? I'm not nobility. The idea of marriage is still pretty abstract to me.
Lucky you. I'd be lying if I said I didn't envy you. But here I am, saddled with this genetic disposition.
But that doesn't really make sense. If your family only has boys 100% of the time, what about you? You are all woman, right?
Yeah, I don't understand it myself. I'm a noble woman, guaranteed to give birth to boys. Trust me, there are plenty of men out there who've had trouble conceiving a male heir. All I am is a natural resource they're clamoring to acquire. Desperate to breed me like I'm some sort of prize horse.
So then, it'd be like a marriage of convenience, that kind of thing?
It'd be legitimate in the family register, but in practical terms, I'm nothing more than a tool for them to maintain succession of their legacy. As long as the female comes from the same social class, that's all that matters. They don't dare dilute their aristocratic bloodline. Who knows, maybe I'm lucky. I guess there are worse things, right? When you have a mountain of requests for men that only want you for something you have no control over, all you can do is try to stay positive. It was bad enough being born with this trait, but the way they talk, that Capistrano girl can produce a boy at the drop of a hat. It doesn't even matter if the man is sterile. They basically bounce back and forth between talking about me like I'm livestock or a miracle cure. The list these days. It ranges from impotent elderly gentlemen to pervy leches from who knows where. Each and every one of them betting like crazy for the privilege of wedding and bedding me. And that's the reason I prefer to take my chances on the battlefield instead of a safe nation. If I retire from the military, all that's waiting for me is the highest bidder and a big bed. And he's probably some middle-aged man I've never even met before. Oh, speaking of, I'm guessing you heard that transmission from the Bright Hopper pilot, Halreed Copacabana?
Yeah.
He's about number 3 on the list. He's actually considered one of the kinder candidates, if you can believe it. When I heard the report about the attack on his object, to be honest, I was relieved. But 1 or 2 candidates dropping out? That would hardly put a dent in the line. It's no big deal. I just have to spend my life fighting in the military. At least until I become an old hag and cease to be useful. Basically, living and dying on the battlefield. That's the closest I can come to freely living my life the way that I want.
Well, all of that aside, even out here you sure do smell really nice.
Huh. That's really what you have to say after I pour my heart out to you? Well, honestly, I don't think I could ask for a better reaction. Which way is it?
I can't tell. It's reverberating too much through the mountains. Which of the 3 routes is it on? We're screwed if we misread this. We've only got one chance. Which way? Which direction is it?
Three-legged mountain climbing is life and death.
The artillery battle in the Iguazu Mountains. 3.
Because I'm pretty sure the only thing these guys are concerned with is getting payback for the Bright Hopper. I get the feeling all rational thought went up in flames with their object. It sounds to me like they're gonna blow up their dam no matter what happens. Unless someone heads down there to physically stop them.
Avia, let's talk.
Sure, Quinther. I was just thinking how this seemed like a great time for a serious conversation. I'll handle the dam situation.
Right, I'll take care of the enemy object.
And I'll leave things over there up to you. Now let's see. Nice. Elite Princess, do you read me?
Slight change of plans. Quinther needs you to back him up with the baby Magnum.
You talked to him? He's all right?
Yeah, he's great. He's out romping around the countryside with Fralatia.
I
I need those coordinates right now.
Jeez, scary. Son of a bitch. Those psychos are already prepping the bombs. Jill, it's all right. I'm on your side. I'm here to stop those wackos from blowing up the dam. You guys need to evacuate. And you better get to high ground. Well, I guess they really took my advice to heart. Man, talk about messed up. The legitimate kingdom versus the legitimate kingdom. No matter what, I'm not gonna let old Granny and Gramps drown in a flood. Hey, Quenther. The princess is on her way to help. You're getting close to having your own harem now, thanks to me. Think you could pay me back with a little guidance here?
I'm currently trying to use the radio signals to pinpoint the enemy object's whereabouts, so it's gotta be brief.
You've heard the old stories about people bringing dams down, right? They open up one small hole and the water pressure causes it all to collapse. But does that apply to reality?
Well, it's possible, but putting even one hole in a wall thick enough to hold back that much water? Not an easy feat. There's a more efficient way to go about it.
And what would that be?
Like most things, dams get scrapped when they grow dilapidated, so they're built with the assumption that they'll eventually need to be destroyed. They've got intentional weak points designed into them that are meant to be blown up when the time comes. They use those to trigger a full implosion.
So how many weak points and where do I find them?
Well, that depends on the design of the dam.
Thanks for the useless info! Damn it!
It doesn't matter if there are 20 or 30 of them. Every single one of them has to blow. Otherwise, it won't demolish the dam. In other words, all you've got to do is disable a single one of the bombs and you'll be good.
Which means I've got to randomly search the whole dam. Well, that was easier than I expected. You want to tell me how to disarm it now? It's on the face of the dam. Look, I'm not Tarzan swinging from rope to rope, grabbing chicks and disarming bombs.
How about you try to jam it?
Jam it?
I think it's safe to assume that Billany and her people are gonna head for high ground before they detonate the bombs. Which means they're probably using a radio detonation device.
Yeah, makes sense. That should also buy me a little more time. Oh, crap. The damn thing's wired for detonation. Jamming it's completely pointless.
Then you have to sever the connection. Shoot it!
Are you sure this won't set off the bomb and blow me across the river?
You'll be fine. They won't be using detonating cords.
How do you know?
Well, for starters, they need to sync their timing with the Baby Magnum's attack. And our detonation cords keep getting recalled for accidentally going off. No one's dumb enough to use them. It's only gonna be wired for an electrical ignition.
Man, you better be right or I'm coming back to haunt you. Is that Billany Sorona herself? Whoa, nice. She's actually pretty freaking hot.
Corporal Sorona, we'll flank him from above and below.
If necessary, we'll deal with him as a traitor. Shoot to kill if you must.
That is not what I wanted to hear.
Rocket launcher ready and standing by.
Oh, come on! Is your only solution to blow things up?
Come on! This way!
they come.
Private First Class Winchell, put down your weapon and surrender. Be rational here. We're all legitimate Kingdom military, and it's not right for us to kill each other.
Oh, you liar. You were ready to kill me the first chance you got. Does she not realize our transmissions are on the same channel? Maybe she's too dim to be heartless. Kinda makes me not want to kill her. Well, at least less than before.
What's the holdup? If you don't respond now, then I'll be forced to take your silence as your final answer.
Corporal Billany Serona! The Baby Magnum is en route to rally with Quenther, who is assigned to the 37th Mechanized Maintenance Battalion. They're currently working on locating the enemy's object. You have no backup for your plan!
Is that all you've got? That's your final answer? If you don't show us that you're willing to surrender, you will give us no option but to shoot you dead!
That's not all! If Quenther and the Princess manage to destroy the enemy object before you blow up the dam, then you won't have any justification for causing a massive flood and killing thousands!
Yes, we will! That object is a monster that took out the Bright Hopper from over 500 clicks away! And you think they can stop it?
Bet your ass I do! So I'm gonna buy them a little more time until they succeed. I'm gonna get back to shooting now. Just don't do anything stupid like get in the way of a bullet.
There's too much echo.
Is it the route on the right?
Well, it sounds like it at least.
There's no room for error here. We can only stake our ambush on one of these 3 routes. I'm telling the Baby Magnum. You're sure it's to the right?
No. Those aren't echoes from the enemy object. That's the Baby Magnum. The Princess is approaching to get situated for the attack. We're hearing the drive noise from both objects.
We're out of time, Quenther. We'll never be able to hide the Baby Magnum for a sneak attack. If they detect her, that railgun will put a hole in her straight through the damn mountain!
So we've got 3 possible routes, and only 2 of us here. I think that we should split up. All we've got to do is wait for the brake carrier to pass us, and then we have the route. But if it doesn't pass by either of us, then we know it's the last route. Why don't you take the left route, Miss Frolacia? That tunnel up there will get you to the other side of the mountain. It looks like there's an electrical railcar system in there, so it shouldn't take more than a couple minutes to get through. But you better hurry and get going.
What about you?
I'll stay here. Keep an eye out on the middle route.
No way. I can't allow that. There's no way for you to get away on that leg if the object spots you.
Can't blame me for trying, right? Gotta be honest. I just can't take walking on this leg anymore. Could you grab me that branch on the ground over there? I can use it as a crutch to walk with.
Pain in the butt. Oh, that turd! When this is all over, I'm gonna knock his ass into the dirt. That is a promise. I can't believe him.
This is the Baby Magnum. Quenther, do you copy? Havia, Quenther's not answering my calls. Does this mean he's too busy romping around with Miss Frolacia?
I don't have time for your jealousy! I'm kind of right in the middle of something!
I don't know which one of the routes I'm supposed to wait at. I'm thinking I'll just go with the one on the right. It's got a mountain I can hide behind.
Damn it! I've screwed up my other leg. I won't be able to walk at all now. And I definitely won't be able to run from the object. But I guess it doesn't really matter, as long as I can give the princess an accurate location for her to target. That's all I should focus on right now. It's coming! And it's on the middle route? Of course I picked the winner. So that's the break carrier. It doesn't look like it has any stealth technology features that I'm familiar with. I've got to tell the princess. Crap! Don't tell me I broke it when I fell. Aw, hell. I've only got one option left. I'm well aware of the fact this won't even scratch an object. Just don't get noticed. I'm dead if they realize what I'm trying to do. Code based on the use of ones and zeros. Enemy object. Middle passage. Location point 391. Plasma cannon. Be ready to immediately fire. The tunnels. It's time to put you down. You're not hurting anyone else, especially my friends.
You do get what that was, right, Corporal Sirona? That was the fireworks display, celebrating our win!
This is the Baby Magnum. Destruction of enemy object confirmed. The battle is now over. I repeat, the object has been destroyed.
Hear that? They took it down just like I said! None of us have any right to be on this dam anyway. I say we give it back and get the hell out of this country. How does that sound to you? Tell you what, though. First round's on me so you can drown your sorrows.
It's impossible. But I still survived.
Oh, crap!
Next time you want to throw your life away and pull a stunt like that, I'll do you a favor and break both your legs, then leave you for dead myself. Is that understood?
You're mad?
Understood?
Yes, ma'am! Seriously, we got dragged through hell again. Aren't there any battlefronts out there where a guy can take it easy?
It wouldn't exactly be a war if it was relaxing.
Well, at least we managed to put this conflict to rest. But something doesn't make sense here.
The Mass Driver Foundation's object approached our base from the north, about 50 clicks inland based on our readings.
But if that's the case, how was it supplying power to those railguns that attacked us? They were lined up along the coastline, so it's almost like it was in two places at the same time.
Let me get this straight. Are you suggesting that there might have been a second object powering the spare railguns along the coastline?
It's not too far-fetched. Think about it. It's possible the Mass Driver Foundation still has another object. A mystery object. One that can't be detected by radar or sensors. It could still be out there.
So, it's apparent that both of his legs are badly injured. Maybe I should prepare a wheelchair for him?
That's not necessary. I only need him to stand there for about 2 to 3 hours tops. That should be enough time to properly chew him out.
Did you say 2 to 3 hours?
You can leave us now.
Right! Yes, ma'am!
So, I'm ready to start. How about you?
Well, hello there, Major Capistrano. As you can see, I managed to survive. I thought you might be happy to hear that I'm alive.
You would think so, Major Copacabana. You're quite tenacious, aren't you?
He's number 3 in line.
There is one other matter I wanted to share with you. Do you know that I'm 3rd on the list of candidates to wed you?
To be honest, I haven't really kept track of who's in 1st or 2nd. But sure, I guess I'm aware.
Well, this will make things even easier for you. As of today, it seems that I've been successfully promoted to 1st in line.
What?
Despite the fact that my object was utterly destroyed in the field, I have continued to fight to secure and maintain our nation's peace. Your family seems rather taken with my distinguished service.
That's what you call it? Because
All opinions aside, I undeniably took part in the Iguazu conflict.
Of course you did. But it still doesn't matter how far you've risen on the list. I'm afraid our wedding is still a long way off. I have my commitment as a soldier to the legitimate kingdom to fulfill. I would imagine that you'd be able to find a more immediate prospect.
I'm certain I could find a fine and lovely woman, but my interests lie in the certainty of producing an heir that you provide. I recommend that you return to a safe nation at once and undergo a thorough physical examination. Your schedule may not allow, but do so anyway, even if it means you have to retire. To reassure you, your family have wholly embraced my proposal, and it's just about a done deal. As for the exam, I just want to confirm you are as chaste as you present yourself to be. And you can't really blame me for that, right?
Pardon me, Major Copacabana, but I think it's only right that you should know that I, Quenther Barbatage, a student cadet and mere commoner... Well, I've got this kind of relationship with Frolacia. Oh yes, check out these fondle muffins.
Yeah. Let me see if I understand what's happening. Although you are a young lady from a prominent family of the aristocracy, you've had illicit intercourse with a mere commoner?
So that's the deal breaker, huh? Well, you know, I thought it was a bad idea, but Frolacia threw me down and straddled me, and I just couldn't resist the illicit intercourse. It was so illicit.
Why the hell am I so perverted and aggressive in your creepy fantasy?
If she means so much to you, you really should have put a monogram chastity belt on her or something. But that still couldn't have stopped our steamy passion.
I see. Now I understand. I wondered why it was taking you so long to retire from the battlefield, but it was all an excuse to chase after men! You are nothing more than a cheap, vulgar harlot, and you will never bear the Copacabana air! I'm sick. I have to begin my search all over again.
I think that's enough, Quenther! What are you thinking? According to military regulations, you have given me every right to officially and legally shoot you dead, and I've been looking for a special occasion to use these hollow point bullets I've got. They're great rounds. They create an obscenely large exit wound.
Hold on! I think you should use those for a different occasion!
I'll admit that you've got guts. So you won't mind letting me stomp on you?
I was just trying to help! It just seemed like you had your back up against the wall. And I figured it was the only way you could resolve it in a peaceful manner.
What happens next time? Are you just planning on popping out of nowhere and grabbing my tits every time a candidate demands that I marry him now?
Well, I'm okay with it if you think it'll help.
I'm not okay with it. This is terrible. Now Hal Reed's gonna spread this to the military and I'll lose all respect, not to mention what it will do to my reputation. What have you done? What have you... Then again, you cared that much. You were really that bothered by what I told you?
Yeah, of course. Who wouldn't be bothered by a heavy story like that? I mean, it's only human nature to want to help someone in that kind of situation.
You think so? Help someone, huh? It's been a while since I've heard someone say that.
In a cavalry battle, knock down the foothold.
The all-out war in Amazon City. 1.
This stinks. Halloween's already come and gone, but it's still so freaking hot!
I thought Braganza was a legitimate kingdom-friendly port. If they'd grant us harbor access, we wouldn't be here sweating our plums off unloading gear.
Why are you complaining? You're getting a vacation to the tropics all on the government's dime. Sorry to keep you heroes waiting.
Captain Staccato, call sign Burning Alpha. Heading out on patrol.
Eye in the sky's a good idea while we put the base together. Good luck up there.
In this golden age of object warfare, this is about as useful as a fighter jet can be. But hey, I'll work with what I've got.
This is Charlemagne 01. Burning Alpha, you're authorized for takeoff.
Roger that, thank you, Tower. This is Burning Alpha. All clear.
After losing their object, the Mass Driver Foundation changed their approach. They went north through the blank zone and broke across the border, thus leading to an invasion of the Amazon region, which is legitimate kingdom territory, if I'm not mistaken.
That's correct. We made the evacuation of citizens our top priority. Unfortunately, we were unable to stop the enemy incursion because of it.
What's the status of your object? 3 of the Baby Magnum's main guns were knocked out in the last fight. If possible, I'd like to propose a joint operation.
Our object, the Forest Roller, was undergoing regularly scheduled maintenance. The original plan was to have the Bright Hopper fill in for us while we were having it repaired. But after what happened, that's off the table. And to top it all off, the Bright Hopper's elite, Major Copacabana, is rather stubbornly insisting on going home.
The dog forced to wait for his meal goes running with his tail between his legs. Very well. We'll sweep up the remnants of the Mass Driver Foundation with the Baby Magnum as planned. But we're not a sure thing by any means. In addition to the 3 offline guns, the propulsion unit was hit, so that means no high-speed combat.
So why don't we try scrounging up a few extra supplies from our base in the Amazon?
No use. The majority of object parts are order-made. It's entirely possible anything we have wouldn't be compatible with the Baby Magnum setup.
It appears we have no other recourse but to request assistance from the Charlemagne as well. Sorry to impose.
We'll help however we can. However, in terms of combat assets, we only have outdated aircraft. I can't guarantee we'll be of much use on the modern battlefield.
But didn't reports indicate that the Mass Driver Foundation's objects had already been taken down?
I certainly hope that's the case.
There's at least one reactor out there that powered the spare guns down in Antarctica and the coast of Iguazu. But that begs the question, how many units does the Mass Driver Foundation actually have in their possession? The Unknown X. If it really exists, we've got a hell of a fight coming.
Before we see our fire inside, so 泥まみれのその表情が見据えてる先へ流れ落ちる朝が全て無駄に終わるとしても戦うことだけは忘れはしないだろういつでも笑える強い君の泣き顔は誰も知らないから心の技は消えないけどYou always never gave up, you never gave up, so nothing's too late. So yeah, then never wake up, you never wake up. You never take all that. It's gonna get it up. 笑えない世界はどこまでも笑ってそうさ駆け抜ければいい
Amazon City?
Yep. They say it's the largest ghost town on the planet. And if the buzz I hear is right, the Mass Driver survivors are building their base somewhere around there.
An actual ghost town?
It was originally built as a mining town for oil and aluminum and stuff. But then they came into contact with some megavirus from the jungle and the place was abandoned.
Megavirus? And that's where they're sending us?
If that was still a problem, the enemy'd be wiped out by now. And we'd be sipping caipirinhas on the beach.
Don't get too comfy. That's an officer's chair.
Good, they've arrived.
Princess Melinda!
That's a spare seat for the cockpit.
Oh yeah? Well, it's bitchin'. These knobby bits on the shoulders are for low-frequency electric therapy, right? Man, combat in the lap of luxury!
Want to try? Hang on. The electrodes on one of my new seats have burned out. I'm afraid it'll have to be scrapped.
Good grief.
Never creep up behind me without my permission. I won't be caught off guard around you like the other day.
I am sorry for what happened, but did you have a better way to resolve your situation? Since you brought it up, how'd that all work out?
Major Copacabana gave up the idea of marrying me without a fuss, but ever since he started blabbing about it, my stock has plummeted. It's a total catch-22. If I deny anything, the candidates we ran off will just come crawling back. But if I don't say anything, they'll say I'm a total slut. What am I supposed to do?
You have my condolences. That sounds... Ouch!
Quinther, you bastard! Were you living out some fetish?
You got it all wrong! This trash isn't even mine! All that groping stuff was solely intended to help you out! I actually found another copy on the landing ship we came in. Guess this one's pretty popular with our troops. So, I'm gonna stay behind to clean this mess up. Don't mind me.
No matter how you slice it, what you did saved me. Your approach couldn't have been worse, but thanks anyway.
So who's this Slatter Honeysuckle?
Bad guy. Our intel suggests that he's in charge of the Mass Driver Foundation for now.
What do we know about him?
He has quite a few irons in the fire. He's one of the world's foremost investors, was military advisor to the Foundation's chairman emeritus, and he was the Foundation's in-house object designer.
Impressive.
We'll hit the former Amazon city in force with the princess's object. If nothing else, we'll make sure he's terminated. Which should result in the remaining resistance falling apart.
Let me ask you something. I'm curious. Do you think the rumor's valid?
What rumor?
Some of the soldiers are saying the Mass Driver Foundation might have had a second object, which is what powered those spare guns in Antarctica. Scuttlebutt's pretty widespread.
The Unknown X.
But is it even possible? An object's as tall as a skyscraper, but we've received no satellite radar or visual confirmation.
I don't know. That's what makes this Jack-in-the-Box so terrifying. You should be careful out there. If you underestimate them, you might not get away with just an ankle sprain this time.
Injured and still shipped off to battle.
We're using an object to flush a high-value target out of the world's largest jungle. Coordination with the boots on the ground is absolutely crucial.
I have a question I hope you can clear up.
What's wrong? Is the plan confusing?
I heard Quenther fondled you, is that true?
Wow, word really does get around, doesn't it? I hope you won't let this affect your mission performance. Just because he got grabby? If that determined victory or defeat, the brass would be useless and everyone would solve all conflicts with girls' beach volleyball.
Interesting. Apparently, you're not even going to try denying the fondling incident.
Oh, give me a break.
Oh, give me a break. Oh, even the ground feels all gross and sticky. Isn't there a route less likely to give us dengue fever?
Would you prefer to take the highway that leads straight there in full view of the enemy?
What's on your rifle?
An insecticide can. This is the Amazon, the world's largest jungle. There's stingers, bloodsuckers, and a ton of other nasty bastards.
If we have to run into a native bug, I hope it's something interesting, like a Hercules beetle.
Since we're assuming there will be a counteroffensive, our troops are found out all over roaming through this stupid jungle.
If the princess's object was in working order, there might have been a more efficient way to accomplish our mission.
At least we already blew their object away.
Maybe, but that rumor...
That there might be a second one? I see why the brass are being cautious, but sending a bunch of grunts to check whether an object exists is more hazardous than friggin' landmine removal.
It's not as hazardous as losing the princess and the baby Magnum to an otherwise avoidable ambush, genius. Have you forgotten how badly an army can suffer after they've lost their object? Remember, top priority here is the HVT Slatter Honeysuckle. We need him out of the picture. This war could go on indefinitely if he escapes.
Yeah. Man, this honeysuckle bastard must be a real potential thorn in the ass.
I personally guarantee it.
I got curious, so I read a paper Honeysuckle wrote. He theorized bold modifications for existing objects. The thinking behind the ideas he proposed proves he was an absolute genius. From what I read, there's nothing normal about him, for good and for ill. Fighting against a brilliant brain like his won't be easy. Beating him will be even harder.
And he has both the technology and the finances to build objects by himself.
All by himself? We're up against an eccentric billionaire mastermind? Come on, that's way too much to handle. Unless in a twist we find out he's really a smoking hot chicken to dudes named Havia.
Enough idle chit-chat. Our objective is to shut down what's left of the Mass Driver Foundation. Slatter Honeysuckle must be terminated. Once he's dead, we'll take fingerprints, a photo of his face, and a blood sample. This won't be over until the data confirms his corpse.
This is Burning Alpha. I could scatter mines all around Amazon City, Major. That'd block his escape route.
Huh? It's that fighter pilot guy.
Suggestion appreciated, but don't do it. Even if they are smart minds, let's not litter our own terrain with unexploded ordnance. Though, if all you flyboys were willing to clean up the minefield after the mission, I might authorize it.
Understood. I think I'll just shut up and resume my patrol.
But if he gets targeted by the enemy object, it's game over for him.
With the baby Magnum damaged, some of the heavy lifting's left to the rest of us.
So this is Amazon City.
Look on my work, see mighty, and despair.
It definitely looks like an ideal place for fugitives to hide.
I guess it started.
Luckily, the princess is in the vicinity. Which means, if we get into a jam, we've got fire support.
Good point. Eyes on those windows. We don't want snipers catching us. Now let's move, quick and quiet. And we'll take out any targets of opportunity along the way.
Quinther, Tavia, hunker down and cover your ears for a minute. Orders to provide artillery support. Better hurry, or you'll get blown away.
Damn it! That kind of cover fire is just as dangerous to us friendlies! Enemy troops could be hiding all over the place, not to mention those possible spare guns. If that wasn't enough, we were nearly killed by the shockwave from our own object. Hell, I thought war was supposed to be left to objects these days. Yet how many times have they sent us to the front lines to flip certain death the bird?
The baby Magnum's propulsion unit is still damaged from the last fight. There's a chance it won't make it over the rubble. That happens, the engineers are up to bat. Do your best to stay alive.
Looks like the rest of our unit has entered the city from other sectors. We were instructed to slowly close in the perimeter and search all the way to the city center.
Even in the golden age of objects, I guess the job of flushing out one man and killing him is still a job for flesh and blood troops.
Yeah, when you need precision work, you don't look to the object. Are you freaking kidding?
They're army ants! If memory serves, this species migrates by the hundreds of thousands, eating cattle, pigs, and anything that stands in the way of their swarm!
This is what I expected from the Amazon. Mother Nature ain't screwing around.
Uh-oh, Tavia, they're behind us! This looks bad! If we don't figure something out soon, we're gonna be a buffet for a whole bunch of bugs!
But what are we gonna do about them? We can only stop so many before they overwhelm us.
The insecticide!
Wait, duh. I brought special equipment, might as well put it to use.
Real nice special equipment you got there! Baby Magnum, do you read me? Can you burn the ants with your lasers, the small-scale ones?
It's not impossible, but if I strike at this range, the flash could blind you permanently.
So there's no other way? Double damn!
Yeah, we're gonna die, consumed by Amazonian ants. What a way to go.
There's gotta be something. I've got the usual mission allotment of hand axe in my backpack, but I don't think I could blow them all away in one shot.
At least buy me a drink first!
You aren't really my type, Havia. There's no more time for fooling around. Grab all the smoke bombs, smoke grenades, signal flares you've got on you. Take out anything that produces smoke. Throw them all into the swarm.
The fumigation approach. Works for me. Quinther, buddy? The smoke keeps rising, but the horde of ants that's trying to eat us is on the ground and they're unaffected?
Not for long.
Careful, man! What are you doing?
I'm trying to make sure all of this smoke doesn't go to waste! Are they dead?
Think we should double check? Let's get moving. That explosion plus all those smoke grenades will probably draw those mass driver jokers down on our heads.
Doubtful. Take a look over there.
Poor jerks are covered head to toe in swollen ant bites.
No wonder. That explains why we were lucky enough to avoid a firefight.
Right. We really are waging one unglamorous war.
Major General Buffett Planters here, Capital Enterprise Armed Forces. It's come to my attention that your army is currently in pursuit of our mass driver foundation.
My name is Major Frolecia Capistrano. I'm the commanding officer on site. Buffa. Damn. He's the VIP that Quinther and Havia ended up saving from the attack on the moon. I didn't expect to hear from you. What is this about, sir? If you're feeling apprehensive about us capturing Honeysuckle, even if he were to surrender and seek asylum, we still plan to shoot him dead. So there's no need for you to worry.
I'm not worried about that in the slightest. Why not? Because there's absolutely no chance he will seek asylum. At least he won't seek it from your legitimate kingdom.
Not us? No, it can't be.
Actually, it can. This situation has escalated well beyond the point where you can ever hope to bring it under control, my dear Major.
So those soldiers got ant attacked while setting up this monster.
Just the threat of being bitten to death by army ants is distracting enough. I'm actually impressed they managed to get it as far along as they did.
The fate of these guys notwithstanding, aren't the Mass Driver Foundation people painting themselves into a corner at this point?
Huh?
It makes no sense to install something like this unless you're trying to buy time. Even if they had a second object, the more time that passed, the more the enemy, in this case us, would be able to dispatch overwhelming numbers of objects against them.
That's a good point. They don't need a defensive strategy. Instead of staying in one place, they'd be better served just getting as far away from here as possible. What, did you find something, Havia?
The Mass Driver Foundation was an organization from the Capital Enterprise, right?
Yeah, at one point.
Then why were they firing 7.62mm ammo made by the Spear Rifle Corporation? One army uses this ammo.
Alert, all units. We need to amp up the pursuit. If we don't take Slatter Honeysuckle down right now, this war could rapidly escalate into a major crisis.
What exactly are you telling us, Frolecia?
We've just learned the enemy is buying enough time to try and seek asylum.
Seek asylum? Let me guess. Not with us.
Afraid not. They turned to a different organization for help.
The Intelligence Union!
If we do nothing, the Intelligence Union can use the pretext of rescuing asylum seekers to bring their objects across the border for a full invasion of Amazonia. Honeysuckle and his subordinates only need to last until they show up. Looks like their plan was to never run away, but to dig in and mount a defense.
Should the Intelligence Union decide to intervene, the Capital Enterprise will worry their tech secrets are being leaked and mount an armed intervention to put a stop to it.
If that happens, we'll have 3 forces fighting for Amazonia, or worse.
If the Mass Driver Foundation actually possesses a secondary object, that would pit 4 forces against each other, turning this into the worst battlefront possible.
We cannot allow that. Stop Honeysuckle before then. We're going to bring this war to an end now by ourselves if need be.
I'm with you, but what's our time limit? How much leeway do we have before the Intelligence Union gets involved?
We have approximately 2 hours before their base zone is completed. If this situation isn't settled by then, it's literally going to be hell in Amazon City.
What was that?
Get out of there immediately! The Mass Driver Foundation's people just blew the roof off of the underground shopping center they were hiding in. We now have satellite confirmation. They've brought out another spare object weapon against us, but this time it's the freight carrier's main cannon, the high-output railgun.
What are we gonna do, Quinther? Use the time we've got. Come in, Princess! You're in close range of their gun!
But it's also within reach of our main guns! Unleash the thunder, Princess, before they fire on us!
In a cavalry battle, knock down the foothold.
The all-out war in Amazon City, 2.
We now have satellite confirmation. They've brought out another spare object weapon against us, but this time it's the break carrier's main cannon, the high-output railgun.
Come in, Princess! You're in close range of their gun, but it's also within reach of our main guns!
Unleash the thunder, Princess, before they fire on us!
I can't get a good line of sight.
Princess, look out!
Avia? Avia! The freaking road caved in! Watch your step, Quenther! I promise, this overgrown pothole ain't worth the trip.
Thanks for the advice!
Sure. Look, I don't think I'll be able to climb out. I'm gonna try to find another way.
Roger that. Don't get killed!
Back at ya.
Baby Magnum, status report.
I've been pinned down by the rubble. I'm a sitting duck.
Don't wanna die before we see our fire inside, so 泥まみれのその表情が見据えてる先へ流れ落ちる朝が全て無駄に終わるとしても戦うことだけは忘れはしないだろういつでも笑える強い君の泣き顔は誰も知らないから心の技は消えないけどYou always never gave up, you never gave up, so nothing's too late. So yeah, then never wake up, you never wake up, you let me take all that. It's gonna get better. 笑えない世界はどこまでも笑ってそうさ駆け抜ければいい
Quenther, if you could blow the rubble off my electrostatic repulsors, I'd appreciate it.
I can certainly try. Ah!
Oh no, are you alright?
Yeah. Damn it.
Come in, Baby Magnum. This is Burning Alpha. Looks like you could use a hand. Or more accurately, some 500-kilogram bombs. But you get the gist.
Burning Alpha. The enemy has a fully operational spare object gun. They most likely have anti-air lasers set up.
Flying in that kind of airspace will only get you shot down.
Don't I know it, baby? Here goes. The trick is to fly a path that makes it impossible to lock onto me. Sure, it's practically suicidal. But every now and then, I want a shot at being the hero, too!
Ah! You trying to kill me, hotshot? Not cool.
I suggest you stay down, Quenther. I'm firing on the enemy gun battery.
Time to toast that crazy powerful railgun. Hold on a second. Is it even possible? Could firepower of that magnitude be stabilized by a bunch of anchors? Look at what happened to their sub-weapon railguns. They all toppled over. If you take a main gun with that much power behind it... Of course. That's it! If there really were another object, they wouldn't use their railguns like this, even with a half-operational unit. So that means there's no unknown X. Instead, if they have anything at all, it would be... Princess! The railgun is actually a trap set just for the baby Magnum. Don't panic, but I think they buried a prototype reactor. You have to get out of there, now!
Let's cut to the chase. You're going to accept his request for intervention, aren't you, Lieutenant Colonel Farolito?
Yes. And I'll be perfectly frank. Whether this sparks a war between your legitimate kingdom and the Capital Enterprise or not has no impact on the Intelligence Union's decision whatsoever.
Yes, the railgun technology on the brake carrier is absolutely unprecedented. But what you're suggesting is simply not worth it.
You misunderstand. This has nothing to do with the railgun, though it is a nice bonus. No, what we're after is the actual mass driver space technology itself.
Is that supposed to be a joke, Lindy? Your space transport program should be capable of using the same laser-driven orbital elevators we use. Why go after something so outdated?
You should know the fragility of conventional doctrines. The laser system may be superior today, but you never know when some as-yet undiscovered problem might rear its head.
Contingency plans will always be necessary, which is why sifting through all the acquired data, even that which may seem of little use, will be the key to our survival in the ever-changing battlefields of the near future. You see, each bit of data is a thread, insignificant on its own, but woven together it becomes a net, making the desired fish easier to catch, as well as keeping out any pests the world might throw at us.
Perfect browsing intelligence? It's a total pipe dream. And you'd plunge us all into a war for a sliver of a chance to make it happen?
Yes.
So be it. We'll be forced to eliminate Slatter Honeysuckle with extreme prejudice, and deny you any possible reason to intervene in our nation's affairs.
Then you had better hurry. We're in the final preparation stages for the upcoming battle. And as I'm sure you realize, if the Mass Driver Foundation is able to destroy your object in the field, you'd be left with nothing which might deter the full force of our onslaught.
I give you half an hour, 45 minutes tops before I've wiped you all out.
You all right?
Yeah, you?
I'm fine. Somehow avoided being barbecued.
I won't be mobile anytime soon. They damaged my feet pretty severely. And because of that, the countdown has started.
The countdown? What for? The self-destruct system?
Yes. I'm sifting through subroutines to cancel the command. Just hope I can move faster than the system.
And if you can't, does that mean the baby Magnum is gonna blow up?
Unlikely. The system is probably in pattern B, which means it'll eject the elite, then enter standby mode, ready to respond to a remote detonation command. I'm so sorry, Quinther. I know that if I lose the object now, our entire army is going to suffer for it.
Hey, it's okay. We're the ones who made you fight in the first place, even though you were already damaged. Don't let it bother you, Princess.
Thank you.
Forget it. Let's just worry about getting away for now. Do you know your estimated landing point after ejection?
Yeah. Sending the coordinates your way. Showing 100 seconds to ejection.
Following coordinates. See you at your LZ. Our people are scattered. There's no use in asking for reinforcements. And I haven't heard anything from Havia. That bastard better not have gone and died on me. What if this was their plan? Force a self-destruct, set up anti-aircraft guns, anticipating the pilot's trajectory? The hell was that? Looks like a steel net? It's blocking the ejection hatch. If the princess ejects with that thing in the way, she'll smash into it at high velocity. It'll cut her to ribbons. Listen close. You've got to cancel the ejection countdown.
What?
Someone's deliberately blocked the hatch with a steel net.
If the system activates with it in place, you'll get shredded by the wires.
No time to even respond. Damn.
Subroutine 1134B to bypass the command signal. No good. Disable security on 1157C. Enter debugging mode. No good.
No good!
That was close.
My hero.
Legitimate kingdom, I take it? Looks like the little miss is well liked by those serving under her.
And who might you be?
Slatter Honeysuckle, boy! Military advisor to the Mass Driver Foundation's ex-chairman. Capital Enterprise, top-tier investor. Oh, and world-renowned object designer. The man your legitimate kingdom military superiors want dead, priority number 1. And since you haven't returned fire on me, I assume you don't have a gun. Better hurry up and kill me, before the Intelligence Union and the Capital Enterprise come rolling through here like they own the place.
Just surrender! You can try bluffing, but I know you're out of objects! The high-output railgun and the test reactor? You use them springing your trap! You're out of moves!
Says the pessimist. Newsflash, the Intelligence Union will be here soon. I've requested asylum with them.
How do you think they deal with rats like you? Sure, go with them, and get tortured for the rest of your short life. A bastard who sells his own country's intel? No way is some other country ever gonna trust him. Just saying, in case you didn't know.
Maybe you're right. If the mass driver tech's the only gift I come bearing. What did you think this elaborate setup was for? Our Rizolette's firing range maxes out at 3,000 clicks. If we really wanted to, we could have taken out your object from the very beginning, while it was still on standby in the Antarctic Ocean.
Rizolette. That must be the brake carrier's official designation. So what are you playing at?
The death of conventional doctrines. Objects have become synonymous with war. Victory or defeat is calculated before the fight even begins, according to quantity and unit specs. These have been the rules of modern warfare since objects first arrived on the battlefield, and quite a few people would like to see this trend finally meet its end. That's what I'm after.
Don't tell me.
To defeat an object without using an object. The naysayers have been dreaming of that possibility for years. And to demonstrate that it can in fact be done, the time had come for me to take action. Like the anti-tank positions in Antarctica, built from a surplus of small arms. Or the trap with the high-output railgun as bait. And the resulting point-blank explosion from the prototype reactor. I also collected a sizable amount of data which might prove so useful to the Intelligence Union they grant me asylum. Furthermore, this research has given me insight on a major breakthrough that's promisingly attainable, but still slightly incomplete. When it comes time to negotiate, it'll be more effective than intel on perfected technology. And since my innovation is theoretically sound yet incomplete, torture's not a viable option.
So that's it. He's planning to use his potential research as a last-ditch ace in the hole. Instead of spending resources to build objects, if you could crush an enemy with just the parts, war would be a fraction of the cost. No, it would be a fraction of the cost. Whether it's even viable or not isn't important. By making them think such a method might possibly be within reach, he strengthens his bargaining position. And to do that...
You let the break carrier be destroyed and let them think that's all possible!
Break carrier. Ah, that was your side's code name for the Risolette. To tell the truth, it wasn't that premeditated. After the loss of the Risolette, I realized my plans would need to change. The promise of a tech that destroys objects without objects would be the key to my bid for asylum. So what I'm doing right now is basically the plan B that I'd set up in advance. Just between us, if we can continue developing mass driver technology the way we see fit, we don't care about the rest. Whether that means a free-for-all war breaks out between 3 armies, or people come to their senses and shift away from modern object-centric warfare. The world must choose, and those giants are only good for creating death.
I'm afraid you and I will never come to an understanding.
Enlighten me.
People like you let objects and elites wage your wars, while you just sit there counting your money. But when the time comes and your object is defeated, you have no qualms pointing your finger at the pilot saying it was all this bastard's fault! We just built it! We didn't do anything wrong! Then again, if things go south here, the brass might end up saying the same about me.
At least I'm not completely delusional. You try to avoid casualties out of some sense of honor. A misguided wannabe destroying the very objects he hopes to one day design. Right? Engineer Quenther Barbatage?
What the? How does this bastard know my name? He's charging.
You're more famous than you give yourself credit for. Yes, you. Especially among the object-making community. They've grown tired of you destroying the best they can create! How dramatic! It barely grazed you! I'm an engineer, first and foremost, so I'm practically an amateur with firearms. Nicking you was pure luck. Which means I plan to kill you the second I get the chance. Hey, now should be perfect! I can't miss at this range!
Do it. Or you can waste your opportunity by gloating. You've had more than enough time to empty that entire magazine, you coward. Because you have to prove how clever you are, you get taken advantage of, and lose the upper hand. Don't bother aiming. You've run out of time.
How dare he? Hold on. That switch. Is it even connected to those bombs on his chest? Or something else?
Great scumbag. You're supposed to be a genius. You should know when to give up. Not too bad. Looks like I showed up in the nick of time.
Yeah. That's checkmate.
I'm glad that's over. And it looks like the Mass Driver Foundation is gonna answer for their crimes under legitimate kingdom law.
Well, everything was technically resolved within our borders.
The Capital Enterprise and the Intelligence Union both came to Amazonia with the intent of extraditing the fugitive slatter Honeysuckle. But we have no intention of obliging them.
And what about Honeysuckle? What happens to him?
They're bickering over that as we speak. If you'd shot him dead then and there, it would have made things much simpler in general. But you didn't because of your similar circumstances?
Honestly, I don't really know why. It's just... everything we did to stay alive. I thought, couldn't the same be said of him? With him disarmed, he didn't need to die.
They've estimated repair time at about 2 weeks. Looks like I'm grounded until they're finished. You did a great job. I mean it. Thanks again.
You did good work too. But we cut it close, didn't we? The death of conventional doctrines. How, huh? Forget about it. Something Honeysuckle said. We're not the only ones now. Others are showing up, devising ways to destroy objects without using an object themselves. Soon they'll be as successful as us.
Isn't that the way of things? The history of warfare is full of soldiers devising new ways to defeat their enemies.
So tell me, is that cycle a good thing?
Beats me. But you know, our style of fighting, with the focus on objects, results in minimal casualties during dispute resolution. And hey, on that topic, we had an all-right record on this excursion. First, we blasted the brake carrier into pieces, and yours truly prevented the destruction of the dam. Oh, and the cherry on top, we captured the enemy leader alive.
Yeah, Havy's right. Lots of meritorious conduct. Boom!
What are you fools talking about? The princess was the one who actually finished off the brake carrier, as I recall. And if you want to bring up what happened at the dam, know that Corporal Sirona's plan, playing by the books, was right.
Huh?
Even the capture of Honeysuckle. It wasn't a solo action, but part of a larger operation run by the battalion. So thank you for doing your part in our unit's success. Now let's move on to where you idiots screwed up. First, you went out of your way to save the Capital Enterprise's Major General at his vacation home on the moon. That's a big minus. Next, I heard you had tea and crumpets on the coffee farm down at the op site. Receipt of goods and services from non-combatants during an op is against regulations, another minus.
Come on!
And to top it off, Quinther thought it would be fun to give me a surprise breast fondling. Insulting a superior officer is the biggest minus of all.
Bastard!
Looking at the whole picture, though, the pluses stand out more than the minuses. But you still have to be punished for your infractions. 300 lashes seems fair.
You're gonna flay us from head to toe after all we've done?
You can't hold that kind of grudge because of your cans. They were incredibly squishy, but I think the price you're making us pay for your rocket rack is too high!
After every 10 lashes, we'll switch things up and drip 10 candles on your tender parts.
No deal! That doesn't even come close to mitigating our punishment! I don't want to wear a weird wax chastity belt!
Whatever happened to letting the punishment fit the crime? I didn't even get to honk your hooters! No fair giving me the same punishment!
I don't handle candles well!
What does that mean?
Rope and a horse?
What is this, a rodeo?
I don't want to die!
Oh, so you'd like a way out?
Yeah!
Then you should go get some results and try to win back my trust. And it just happens I've got the perfect job. You'll love it. It involves a quick jaunt to the ends of the earth to bring another invincible object crumbling down.
What?!
The Graveyard of Junk is a mountain of rare metals.
Interception at the site of the Alaska battle. 1.
I can't believe you found such a fine specimen. Impressive.
I'm a nobleman, remember? I have my secret sources. What about you?
Here, take a look. I think you'll find this trade favorable.
Wow, man. How'd you ever track down something this rare?
I've got my sources, just like you. Even so, it didn't come easy.
Sly dog. You're savvier than I thought. Can't wait to see what future trades will bring.
Yeah, me neither.
Don't move! Freeze right where you are!
Wait, what's
This
going
isn't
on?
what it looks like! I swear I don't know anything!
Hands on the wall, creep!
This has gotta be a mistake!
You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in the court-martial proceedings.
Dude, weak!
I'm innocent!
Give it up! We've got the dirt on your filth.
As suspected, their hidden stash is huge. We found some more over here.
There's even more in the lockers.
Well, well, what have we here? A mountain of dirty books.
The proclivities they cater to are wide-ranging, but the majority seem to involve large bosoms. perverts. Then there's the pantyhose and heel fetish mag, exclusively featuring blonde models. Disgusting.
We found some that were cosplay themed, and a large pile called Blondes in Bondage. Scumbags.
Oh, now that's titillating.
So, this is what gets your horn dog motors running. That pose doesn't look very comfortable.
What do you boys do when you look at this? I bet it's gross. Speak up now.
Please, stop. We'll do anything.
Anything? In that case, it would be rude of me to deny your generous offer of service. And since you asked so nicely, I've got a mission that'll suit you.
A mission?
In the perfect place for virile young men like you to cool off.
Alaska. Here we go again.
Don't wanna die before we see our fire inside, so 泥まみれのその表情が見据えてる先へ流れ落ちる朝が全て無駄に終わるとしても戦うことだけは忘れはしないだろういつでも笑える強い君の泣き顔は誰も知らないから心の技は消えないけど You always never gave up, you never gave up, so nothing's too late. So right there, never wake up, you never wake up. 夢見ていこうぜ、いつか嘆いてた笑えない世界はどこまでも笑ってそうさ駆け抜ければいい
Great to see you again, Alaska. You shouldn't have gone to all the trouble of getting colder just for us.
New plan, Quinther. While we're here, we might as well go looking for Santa Claus's workshop.
Dude, Santa lives at the North Pole. Or maybe Northern Europe.
Whatever. Maybe we should ask the know-it-alls from the Faith Organization. Man, it's like there's nothing but rubble, as far as the eye can see. I wonder how many clicks the explosion scattered this junk.
Once upon a time, there was an object called the Water Strider. It was a cutting-edge second-gen unit everyone thought would be too much for a first-gen object to overcome. But it was miraculously destroyed by a student on deployment abroad and a blue-blooded radar analyst. All that remained was a mountain of treasure too great to haul away, weighing roughly 200,000 tons. The intelligence division frantically combed through the rubble, analyzing the surviving enemy tech and extracting whatever rare metals they could find.
All done. That big enough to fit?
Yeah, perfect. Hand axe is so powerful, this'll be plenty.
Setting the detonator on a timer per instructions.
The enemy could have sent advanced recon to set up jammers, but they can't jam us if we don't send a signal. All right, let's bug out.
Our enemy this time is one of the Intelligence Union's top-tier second-gen objects. The whiz kids over in the Intel Division have given it the official designation Codename Rush.
Please tell me it's not oh-ho-ho.
Is it the same second gen we saw in Oceania?
Yes, but I advise you not mention it in front of the princess. Knowing her, it'd make her all flustered.
I can imagine. Well, that sucks.
Oh, bummer. Stick out your tush.
All right, but what the heck for? Oh, that hurt! What's the big idea?
Where I come from, we have a little tradition when some doofus not only misses his shot, but scratches the cue ball. Whoever's up next gives a swift kick in the butt to the fool who missed. That's the rule.
What kind of rule is that?
Let me show you how it's done. The wreckage of the Water Strider is scattered across the Alaskan wilderness. Technologies related to its design, digital programs. It's a veritable buffet of military secrets. As the ones who are responsible for blasting their object to scrap metal, we in the legitimate kingdom have the right to take it all. But there are scavengers out there who'd also like a piece of the pie. We've known for weeks now that the Intelligence Union already has people lurking around the wreckage trying to grab anything they can. But now they've gone too far. They threw an antenna relay together and are continually transmitting all analyzed data back home to their bosses. Our orders have come down. The brass wants us to make sure the facility is destroyed. Which, of course, they won't take lying down. The logical conclusion is they'll dispatch their Arctic Circle object.
Codename Rush, piloted by Ohoho.
And bolstered by its 2 trademark serial Swift Beam-type Gatling guns.
Hang on a sec. That kind of firepower, and you're sending us in to knock it out of action?
After what we found, I don't think you're in any position to complain.
It's no use, Quenther. Hear it in the voice straining to get out from under those ginormous tatas. Her voice sounds the same way every time she asks us to achieve the impossible mission.
Don't talk about me like I'm some bully on a power trip. The princess is the star of the show. You clowns are just the supporting actors, which I've already taken into account, so shut up. It's a cut-and-dry blasting operation. Step on up then, Quenther. Your turn.
It is?
Uh-huh. You're in charge of kicking my butt. If you think you're man enough.
All right! Consider that passage blocked off.
That makes 5 spots. Our maze is complete.
Damn straight. That should slow those suckers down. Even if the Intelligence Union found another path, these valleys are loaded with fragments of plate armor. They're like freaking caltrops.
It'll make short work of tires, maybe even caterpillar treads. But we know the right pathways, meaning we can move around completely unimpeded.
Just so you know, this doesn't really qualify as an offensive.
Dude, the Russia's drive system is a combination of air cushions and caterpillar tracks. Unlike the Baby Magnum, which floats electrostatically, it touches the ground.
So there's a distinct possibility it could eat some of those armor fragments and become immobilized.
Bingo. Things will be different this time around. The battlefield favors the princess.
Seems Commander Cupsize actually put some thought into it.
Yeah, guess she wasn't too busy pulling spot checks for porn with her elite girl goon squad.
Ah, the Foxy Force. Why would she put together a squad that's entirely made up of cute ladies in their 20s? Is that a fetish?
Beats me. But now that I think about it, this is the perfect time to come to an arrangement. How about any time a porn check might be coming, we agree to hide each other's collection till we know the coast is clear?
Except radio communications are subject to oversight by higher-ups. Make an emergency call and Mount St. Memories hears everything.
That's why we use a code word. We could say, like, I'm at my wit's end or something, and that's when we'd know the secret talk is starting.
Clever devil. From that point on, we'd speak in code to better report the situation.
It's a plan. Oh. The princess and the Rush should be bumping into each other at any moment.
Soon we'll get to see how effective our sabotage efforts were. It should be a hell of a show.
Radar just picked up the enemy unit. What's this? That's not a military frequency hailing. They didn't even bother with encryption.
I haven't seen you since Oceania. Little Miss Loutish Legitimate Kingdom First Gen.
Oh, you.
Who can blame you for trembling in fear, petite princess? But don't you worry about a thing. I won't be too hard on you. You have my word.
I'm not completely heartless,
So wave the white flag and I'll graciously accept your surrender.
As long as my object's standing, I will never surrender to you. I'm gonna turn you into an Alaskan landmark, just like the Water Strider.
Oh, that simply won't do at all. I have a personal stake in making you use the white flag. If I can't force your surrender, I won't get rewarded.
Rewarded?
It's an old rule of war. Any soldier who surrenders can be taken prisoner and ransomed back to their side. But I honestly may keep that blonde gentleman in your unit for myself. privilege of serving at my feet. He's bound to be happier with me than stuck with a frigid taskmaster like you.
Too close! That was almost divine retribution for watching from the sidelines like a couple idiots!
Divine retribution? You sound like a faith organization, sell it. Now let's go! Talk about pitiful. Entrusting our lives to a lump of wire and alloys that nearly got us killed once already? It's like taking a bath in a tub full of day-old water.
Even worse, day-old bathwater out here would be frozen solid. The Rush's primaries are swift beam-type Gatling guns. Seems each can only sustain fire for 30 seconds, to counteract overheating, I'd guess. If they could fire continuously, the princess would never get away. But if they pause long enough for heat dissipation, she might have a chance to get through. By alternating between the two main guns, the Rush can fire without interruption. But the starboard gun only covers the 180 degrees to the right, while the port gun covers the same on the left. Ohoho is trying to compensate by circling, but she can't keep up with the princess's evasion speed.
Hey, Quenter, listen to this.
Just hurry up and admit defeat already. Then your handsome friend can rest his tired blonde head on these heaving G-cups. His entire existence revolves around keeping my object maintained, which means he's not interested in you, so beat it, or refuse and die!
I bet a certain stacked superior officer is pulling her hair out by now.
And now elites from both sides are fighting each other over a member of the maintenance crew? That is absolutely unprecedented. Just how skilled is this engineer? Maybe he came up with some exclusive patent.
They're both hit.
Is the princess okay? She blasted the Rush's port Gatling gun. She knocked the main gun out first in anticipation of a drawn-out battle.
No, this is bad. The baby Magnum's connecting joint to her main guns has been hit.
If that joint's compromised, worst-case scenario, she can't fire any of the 7 guns.
She put too much focus on the Rush's main gun and left herself wide open.
Hang on. What the heck just happened?
A pit stop.
Pit stop?
The only thing that can penetrate the thick armor of an object is the main weapon of another object. And that's precisely where they were damaged. Neither side will fight without a way to secure a win. Whoever gets their unit back to the base zone quickest has more time to get their main gun repaired and will have a better shot at ending up victorious.
Wait, the baby Magnum only took out one of the Rush's main guns.
But the remaining gun can only cover its right side, and for only 30-second bursts before overheating. And while the princess's main guns aren't broken, they'll be a lot harder to aim. In theory, her guns are still operational, just inaccurate, so... if there's time to repair them, why wouldn't we withdraw?
Valid point. Meanwhile, the enemy's maintenance corps gets caught in the maze of rubble we created with demolitions.
Game, set, and match. While they burn up time trying to clear roadblocks, the baby Magnum gets her repairs and shifts back into action. Then we can chalk this up as another win.
Quinter, Havia, listen up. Are you still at .199 ASD?
Yeah.
Then I'll get right to the point.
The Rush didn't head for their maintenance base as predicted. It seems to be attempting to rendezvous with a convoy detachment. If they start making those repairs, they'll have their main gun replaced faster than we can repair the baby Magnums.
Whoa, back it up a second. Whatever happened to those obstacles we spent the whole day preparing? I thought the rubble was supposed to block the roads.
For large vehicles, yes.
Hey, they're using manual labor to get through.
How much does an object's main gun freaking weigh?
The Rush's Gatling gun incorporates a number of lightweight alloys and polymers, so I'd say only 100 tons or so. It's basically 5 serial swift beam guns bundled together, and each gun should be about 20 tons. They break that down into over 100 parts to more easily facilitate transportation. The per-person load averages 200 kilos?
That ain't happening. No one can trudge around carrying something that heavy in these snowfields.
Not with their bare hands.
But what if they were all in power suits? The mounds of rubble might stop some of the larger vehicles, but there might be gaps big enough for a human to get through. They're trying to find and exploit those gaps so they can link up with the rush.
That changes everything! If they've already got a head start on repairs, the baby Magnum will be toast before he even gets a chance to retaliate!
You have to find a way to disrupt the rush's repairs.
The rendezvous point is 2 clicks north of you. No one else is close enough to help in time.
Small arms won't do a whole hell of a lot against powered suits, Major. And the Rush still has 100 other working guns that can cover all directions. How do we even get close enough to spot it?
If there were any other options, I wouldn't leave the fate of our entire battalion in the hands of snot-nosed degenerates like you. I'll leave the specifics to your discretion.
Good luck, gentlemen.
You are kidding me! How many times is Major Mellon's gonna give us a one-way ticket to hell?
Well, she's got a ticket booklet full of them.
Hold up. Where do you think you're going?
Isn't it obvious? I'm gonna figure out a way to deal with this problem. Because if I don't, the first person to suffer will be the princess.
Easy, brave Sir Knight. Is looting the most chivalrous thing you can do right now?
This used to be a fixed-base plasma cannon. In order to focus the plasma, the interior of the barrel is lined with thousands of electromagnets.
How are electromagnets supposed to help?
Object armor is just steel mixed with a high-performance anti-fire reactant, which means it's magnetic.
In other words, you're going rock climbing on that massive metal monster's back.
Check it out. Frolacia sounded antsy, but we've still got a little time. The route 2 clicks north has the densest rubble, and nobody's getting through. And that means they'll have to double back and take a detour. While they're busy taking that detour, there's a passage that'll bring the rush closer to our position. That should provide us with ample opportunity to run some kind of harassment op.
Are you serious?
Just give me a hand, Havia. We're running out of time.
It'll take more than rough passages to stop us. Objects can survive a nuclear attack. I'm not concerned about a little debris. But then again, why tempt fate? The gods can be awfully fickle.
Adjusting scheduled rendezvous time. Please keep working. See if you can have the main gun module assembled by the time I arrive.
Yes, ma'am.
Phase 1 is a success.
Lucky SOB. I wonder if being stuck with him will win me more medals or shave more years off my life. Most likely both.
What silly bit of mischief did the gods send my way, I wonder?
Just like you can't see the smudge of dirt on your own face. At least not without the help of a mirror. Even the vast array of sensors on board the Rush aren't calibrated to scan this close.
Everything you do is spur-of-the-moment nonsense, but you've got more confidence than any noble I've met.
When the Rush hoisted us up in the car back in Oceania, I couldn't help but notice that it didn't have any magnetic sensors.
And also that the cameras weren't angled to notice targets this close.
Guess the hard part's over.
Rock climbing is fun, but you do have a plan, right?
Yeah, kinda. Might need to break something along the way to extend repair time.
You better find it soon. You'll rendezvous with the maintenance crew any minute.
Oh crap!
Quinter! Oh crap, Quinter, come in!
That was a simultaneous volley of all secondary guns. I picked up a rogue radio signal nearby, but between the shockwave and radiant heat from that barrage, consider your bug squashed.
Juliet program confirmed offline.
Seeing to the main gun exchange as we speak.
Be a dear and make this pit stop as quick as you can. We've gone to all the trouble to be wily, but it'll all be for nothing if we waste this precious opportunity.
All personnel, double time!
Maintenance Captain, recheck sensors Alpha through Echo. I'm finding discrepancies between point 5 and point 7.
Apologies, ma'am, but if we add that job to the docket...
It will add a delay to our work timetable. Sensors are within limits.
What did you say to me?
I'm up against other objects out there. Even the slightest discrepancy is unacceptable.
Our mission parameters didn't account for anything more than swapping out the damaged Gatling gun.
As long as we have our orders from Lieutenant Colonel Farolito, contradicting them will lead to a court-martial.
Stupid coward. Doesn't matter, I'll just recalibrate them myself. I swear, you grunts are flippin' useless.
Pardon me, mademoiselle. Do forgive me for rudely breaking into a lovely lady's private chambers. Now quickly and quietly do everything I tell you.
Don't worry about that, sir. To be honest, I'd intended to invite you here myself.
You have got to be kidding me.
No, dear. Can't believe your eyes, Blondie. I am the elite chosen by the Intelligence Union to pilot their finest object.
The Graveyard of Junk is a mountain of rare metals.
Interception at the site of the Alaska battle. 2.
Rock climbing is fun, but you do have a plan, right?
Yeah, kinda. Might need to break something along the way to extend repair time.
Better find it soon.
Oh crap! Right there! That was way too close. I wonder what tipped her off. Maybe it was the radio signal. Sensor units and other delicate instruments were incorporated into the design in a way that minimizes damage from shockwaves. Taking shelter here was the right call. Now, this is where the real show begins. Though, having said that, I don't think I could even carry enough hand axe to make a dent in this monstrosity. There we go. For an elite, the object is like an extension of themselves. Sensor discrepancies would be like wearing glasses with a slightly off prescription. It might not seem like much, but any factors that distract her from her mission are unacceptable. In the middle of a pit stop, every single second counts.
Seeing to the main gun exchange as we speak.
Apologies, ma'am, but adding that job to the docket would result in a delay to our timetable. Your sensor readings...
She seems the sort to try adjusting it herself. When she does, I'll be ready. Pop star knockers as big as my head, here I come! Pardon me, mademoiselle. No, you've gotta be kidding me.
No, dear. Can't believe your eyes, Blondie. I am the elite chosen by the Intelligence Union to pilot their finest object.
What happened to the G-Cubs?
Before we see our fire inside, so 泥まみれのその表情が見据えてる先へ流れ落ちる朝が全て無駄に終わるとしても戦うことだけは You always never gave up, you never gave up, so nothing's too late. So yeah, then never wake up, you never wake up. You made me take calls that it's gonna get better. 笑えない世界はどこまでも笑ってそうさ駆け抜ければいい
Are you seriously crying, you big baby? Haven't you heard good things come in small packages? You're still confused. The me you see on screen is a real-time 3D rendered dummy projection.
But they look so natural.
I hope you realize how fortunate you are. Back home, I'm a super famous singing, dancing pop star elite pilot.
I don't know what to believe.
In the IU, truth is the essence of justice. Lies are evil. But as an outsider, I have zero obligation to shoot straight with you.
You liar! Your chest is as flat as a board!
Get a grip. You shriek like a little girl.
You took away my innocence, led me astray from the G-Cup promised land.
You're a designer. Can't you appreciate how aerodynamic I am?
Enough talk. Time to continue my mission. First things first, close all the bulkheads. I'd rather not have to end your singing career, so get started!
My multitude of fans and I thank you for taking my voice into consideration.
Like I thought. With the bulkheads closed, I can't use the radio. Juliet? Is that her real name?
Full disclosure, our conversation has been transmitting to the men outside, which means we ought to be completely surrounded by now.
That doesn't matter. You're the only one who can pilot this object, right? If you make any rash decisions, I can end this battle with a quick flick of my wrist.
So what's your next move, handsome? Is there somewhere in particular you'd like me to blast off the face of the planet?
Don't do anything. We'll wait here until the princess has you in checkmate. One way or another, you lose.
Oh my. This object has a mind of its own. If I wasn't here to hold the reins, the Gatling 033 would run wild like a raging bull.
Run wild?
Gatling 033! Mobilizing with an enemy combatant on board is too dangerous!
Haven't you noticed we're in the middle of a battle where everything could turn against us in the blink of an eye?
But...
You'd rather raise the white flag and surrender? Sorry, you don't have that authority.
I didn't...
The Gatling 033 sensors are off kilter, and I refuse to operate it under those conditions. I think I'll let our strategic AI Juliet take it from here.
Strategic AI?
No! It's not safe to give full program access to an AI!
Since we're facing another object, I can set Juliet's programming to engage only targets on a scale of 50 meters or more. That should take care of any problems.
It's impossible. No AI can outpilot a living human. That kind of technology doesn't exist yet.
You must be thinking of the legitimate kingdom's vaunted Angelina list. Oh, please, that treatise was written by an AI skeptic based on the writer's own bias. Running wild, freezing up, difficulties in its learning process. Test after test was conducted, each citing weaknesses and failures of AI programs. It's a malicious list full of negative thinking.
The Angelina list. It's the wall that object-class strategic AIs have always run into.
If the object was completely unmanned, the limitations would be problematic. But here on the Gatling 033, the strategic AI Juliet handles the basic controls, while I respond to various errors that crop up and handle fine-tuning adjustments. Using this method, we can compensate for its shortcomings while maximizing the AI's high-speed processing. So yeah, without me keeping Juliet in check, this machine will go totally wild. Let me demonstrate. Oh dear, that simply won't do it all. Your rhythm was way off. How do you expect to keep up with my dance moves?
This is what elites really are. Humans whose bodies have been altered to withstand the strain of piloting objects.
Well then, I already have everything I'd hoped to gain. Guess it's time to bring today's business to a close.
Enemy craft rapidly approaching. Baby Magnum, Moving to intercept.
Look who's come out to play.
Damn it. How far along did repairs get on the baby Magnum?
Appears she only has one main gun operational. He only fixed one of the 7. Not looking too good for your side, is it? This must be her last resort.
Oh, little Miss Loudish Legitimate Kingdom First Gen. The offer stands. Raise the white flag now and I promise to let you leave the battlefield with your life.
I'm afraid I can't oblige your generous offer. Regulations prohibit the white flag from being raised before an object has been destroyed.
That way works for me, too. I'm under no obligation to show you mercy. I'll gladly blow you away with my performance. handles the combat, which means I've got some time on my hands.
Why don't we take this rare opportunity and get all close and cuddly and smoochy?
Close and cuddly and smoochy?
That voice. Quenther?
Unsophisticated and out of the loop. Maybe your blonde boy toy would be happier here with me.
Quenther, I have no idea why you're in there with that woman.
But you'd better escape before I destroy that object with you in it.
It doesn't matter if you escape. I'm going to hit her with everything I've got!
Stop! It's not... Yes, I'm sure it's all so very complicated.
Just trust me. I'll try to do something about the Russia's movements.
Enough monkeying around.
What should I do now?
This is Quenther with an urgent message.
Sorry, I'm a little distracted right now.
Yeah? Well, I'm at my wit's end. Can I ask you for a favor, in case the worst should happen?
What's that?
At the barracks in the maintenance base, I hid an engagement ring. If something should happen to me today, please return it to my sweet Angelina back home. We've known each other since we were little.
Sorry it has to end like this. I forgot to ask you which way you'd like to go out. You get to choose between the coil guns, laser turrets, and the fixed-base plasma cannon.
Isn't there an option where I don't end up dead?
I don't think so. Any other last wishes?
Now that you mention it, things got pretty hot and heavy with little Julia, this foreign waitress in one of the Save Nations, and she was as unflappable as a computer program, but not the night we were together. So if you could send her that necklace I have stashed in the barrel... No!
friends you've been hoarding rings and necklaces for. You were so distraught not to find any G-cups in here, so tell me more about this hot and heavy night you spent with Julia.
Hurry! Baby Magnum! You've gotta go wide right!
Is that what you told your little Julia?
This isn't the time! Now I'm begging you, listen to me!
There's a way to win!
To the right! You've gotta trust me!
Now go left!
Turn a little at a time! Fire your main gun at the Rush's front armor! Follow up with a killer squall from your secondary! You're aiming for the wreckage of the Water Strider! If you melt the snow behind it with your lasers, it'll roll into place and make an obstacle!
You're not quick enough. Your cute companion can relay tactics only once.
But with your speed, it won't make any difference.
Now for the finale, a grand crescendo! Here comes the kill shot! You'll regret not choosing to surrender when I gave you the chance.
Prepare to die.
Never give up. We can still win this!
How strange. What happened? The Gatling 033 just came to a stop. What did you do?
Is it over?
What did you do to my object? Why isn't it responding?
If you want to make this a quiz show, we're gonna need some buzzers.
I've already determined the nature of the problem. For some reason, Juliet is acting on her own, learning from variables that shouldn't even be factored in this battle. She's spitting out multiple bugs, errors, and conflicting command priorities. They're completely locking the system. There's too many for me to keep up, and that's why I'm asking you. Not about the situation, but the reason. What did you do to make Juliet's processor shut herself down?
She must have bogged herself down recalculating the risk assessment.
But why? What did you do?
Juliet picked up on subtle changes in the situation you didn't notice. She's been steadily calculating ever since, desperately trying to avoid a checkmate. The rush stopped dead in its tracks because so many variables popped up that Juliet had to shut down to attempt to process them all.
But what put us at risk? It's ludicrous! My Gatling 033 had an overwhelming advantage. It was obvious I was about to win that fight.
My little message about rings and necklaces was never meant for the princess. And just so you know, I never had a childhood friend named Angelina. That was simply a veiled reference to the Legitimate Kingdom report on the shortcomings of strategic AIs.
The Angelina list.
And what's another way to name someone Little Julia, using a diminutive?
Juliet, you don't mean...
You were so confident. You wanted to make direct contact with the baby Magnum, but in your arrogance, you sent your message out unscrambled. You broadcasted that transmission to every other soldier in our army.
Quinther, you moron! Relying way too heavily on this ever-handsome highborn comrade in arms. I'm at my wit's end, signal the start of the secret message. The Forerunner bit has to refer to the Rush. He said computer program. But also mentioned Angelina, so it must be some kind of automated object. A spare power drill battery has still got enough juice to get an infrared targeting system up and running.
My partner's primary vocation is as a radar analyst. He sees the battlefield as a game board, and objects as pieces. He specializes in watching their moves and figuring out their weaknesses.
Quinther can guide the princess while luring the Rush back into the target area. That's when I'll bring the infrared targeting system back to life. Then, the Rush's strategic AI will mistakenly believe that the Water Strider's main guns are aiming at it, making it think it's threatened from both sides.
The problem arose from you removing anything smaller than 50 meters from targeting. Thus, Juliet can't target the second threat and keeps spinning her wheels trying to resolve the issue.
I never imagined the Angelina list could be put to such practical use.
Even as we speak, she keeps diving through countless errors, lost in an ocean of conflicting subroutines. Far too many to deal with, even with an elite's cognitive speed.
Alright, I'll admit it, you've completely deadlocked Juliet. However, don't fool yourself into thinking we're finished here. Hard shutdown! Unlock full keyboard entry mode! I might have to give it my undivided attention, but I'm perfectly capable of piloting this object all on my own. But I do find myself wanting to make you mine even more now. What is it about you that makes my heart feel like it's been set ablaze? Sure, there's the quick wit and the plethora of practical skills, but I've never felt so enthralled by anyone!
Don't do it. You'd be fighting in vain. You can't win against our princess with the way things stand.
And how do you figure? She'd beat me.
There's a bomb set in this little alcove here behind your seat. Check for yourself.
No way. Why? What is something like that doing here?
Objects are monstrous weapons that can't even be destroyed by nukes. It's a backup plan for an emergency shutdown if an elite turned traitor, and it's recently been activated.
But I'm not a filthy traitor!
The commander of the base zone apparently thinks differently. Must have seen your object stop on the verge of victory.
I'm the elite pilot of Gatling 033 and not so expendable. It doesn't make sense for them to cast me aside like I was nothing.
Normally that would be true, but there's something here more important to them than the object or its elite. They can't afford to give the enemy Juliet.
It's your fault! This is all because of you! I did nothing! Got it? Nothing wrong! It's not my fault! You did this to me!
What are you gonna do? You've only got a couple minutes, then they set the bomb off. What's your ejection system?
It's... my pilot seat's rigged up to eject when activated.
It figures. The bomb was set to go off when the ejection signal was sent. But don't worry, I should be able to sever the connector pretty quickly.
But if the bomb's gonna go off after I eject, how are you planning to escape?
I'll try to defuse it.
But...
this is the truth of war. There's no room for kindness. Just go. For me, this is an opportunity to capture an enemy object intact. A one-time deal. Whenever we meet again, we'll have to meet as enemies. Got it?
But wait, why risk yourself to save me?
The song you sang. It was really nice. Do me a favor and keep this between us. If they find out I let an enemy elite get away, I'm definitely in for a court-martial.
I won't say anything. Very well, I agree to the terms of your deal.
I appreciate it.
It's a one-time deal. Whenever you and I meet again, we meet as enemies.
Right.
And when that time comes around again, I shall sing a song just for you.
Yo, Sir Knight. Looks like your plan worked after all.
Yeah, we pulled it off. I showed her the self-destruct device in the cockpit, and she was good enough to eject for me, just like that.
And she didn't notice that it was made of hand axe?
This is the truth of war. There's no room for kindness. But do me a favor, don't tell the princess or Fralacia, okay?
Sure thing. But I'd start thinking up excuses to make to the princess while you can. I hear she's going ballistic wanting to know who the hell sweet Angelina and sweet little Julia are.
Huh?
Why would what I said have upset the princess? Never mind that, just hurry it up. So I can smack you upside your oblivious head.
We found you. You aren't hurt, were you? The loss of the Gatling 033 is truly upsetting. But control systems and strategic AIs are more important to our military. It's all right. We have a backup of Juliet. That means we can keep going. We'll just change the layout of the object currently being built and you'll be reinstated in no time. Plus, once we've completed Juliet's counterpart, Romeo, we'll never be fooled by makeshift countermeasures again. Even if Juliet was seized, there are measures in place to keep her sensitive intel under wraps. We don't have to worry about our tech falling into the wrong hands.
If you ever do anything like that again, I'll turn my main guns on your base zone without a second thought! That boy. I'm sick of these professional soldiers parroting out the official position. It might be safer to keep an egghead engineer like him close. He could be the ace up my sleeve. That just makes me want him even more. See you again soon, Quenther.
The coal mine littered with stacks of money.
The Kamchatka Peninsula Nighttime Blitz. 1.
The CS Military Channel welcomes you! I'm your singing, dancing, throat-slashing battlefield reporter, Monica! On today's episode, we're with the Legitimate Kingdom's 37 Mechanized Maintenance Battalion! Our theme for the show is women making an impact in the military! I'll be getting up close and personal with female commanders and elite pilots on the front lines!
I hope they're not sending her out with us. Magazine models don't belong on the front.
Are you serious, Havia? I thought she'd be the type of girl to really get your young blood pumping.
Sure, she's hot. This seems like a bad idea. They're blazing those lights during a nighttime operation.
It's not a problem if they're on site, and it's not like we'll let them broadcast the invasion live. And besides, this has full approval from High Command.
Huh?
They understand now more than ever the power of the media can't be underestimated. If we can get the show to feature us favorably, it'll help the Army achieve its recruitment goals, and make people less critical of the blood tax and other defense spending. Though, I relish the thought of poor saps who join because of a magazine model and the reality waiting for them once they get to boot camp.
I figure hot babes are a better reason to enlist than an obsession with cheesy action flicks.
I'm about to do an interview with them, so I'll keep that in mind.
Your service to our country is much appreciated.
Yours too.
You mean it?
In about 2 hours, I'll lift the ration limit on caffeine. Brew a couple pots of coffee, and let everyone in the barracks know they're gonna need all the booze they can get tonight.
Knowing we have to get up in the middle of the night makes it that much harder to fall asleep.
You learn to force yourself to sleep. Who knows when you'll get the chance again. An operation under the cover of night. It's not the kind of thing you want to coast through half awake.
Something's got them all worked up.
I heard from Frolatia there's a TV show doing a shoot on base.
Oh, well that explains a lot.
I hope you hunks at home are ready for the show! Stay tuned!
Don't wanna die before we see our fire inside, so 泥まみれのその表情が見据えてる先へ流れ落ちる朝が全て無駄に終わるとしても戦うことだけは忘れはしないだろういつでも笑える強い君の泣き顔は誰も知らないから心の技は消えないけどYou always never gave up, you never gave up, so nothing's too late. So right there, never wake up, you never wake up, you never take all that. It's gonna get it done. 笑えない世界はどこまでも笑ってそうさ駆け抜ければいい
This is kinda exciting. I wonder what the Faith Organization's object is gonna be like. I've looked over the data we have on it, but it just isn't the same as seeing it in person.
I doubt you will.
I guess you're right. It'll be hard to see much in the darkness. But you're the backbone of this operation, so I shouldn't complain.
You gonna be okay running on no sleep?
Yeah, I'll be fine. I'm more relaxed in the cockpit than I am in most other places.
Yeah, I get what you mean.
What about you, though? Shouldn't you be getting some sleep?
I'm still technically a student. I've gotten good at pulling all-nighters. Since I'm not officially a soldier, I shouldn't get sent to the front lines.
It could be the front lines or why you're asleep in your bunk. You never hear the one that has your name on it coming. Remember that the next time you start to let your guard down.
I can't always be on guard. Hell, I could drop dead tomorrow while spanking it in the shower.
Doing what?
My point is, there are too many things to waste your time and energy worrying about. An email. We're short all of these parts? No! Are you sending me to grab this crap now?
You say something, little boy!
Quinther? Did you give her your email address too?
It's just a work thing. It means nothing. You're the only one I love, baby.
Get your tuchus in gear, you lazy long hair. We haven't got all day.
Aye, aye! How did this many things get left until the last second? By the time I'm done unloading this, I'll have graduated with honors.
You there.
You there? Her uniform's different. I wonder who she is. Oh, hi. Can I help you, my lady?
You don't need to call me a lady. I was born a commoner. Though you wouldn't be the first to make the same mistake. More importantly, this is about you. Other than the Baby Magnum's elite and maintenance crew, all personnel were ordered to stand by until further instruction, no exceptions.
Crap, she's the straight-laced brown-nosy type. I know, and I'm sorry, but I have a request from maintenance to bring these materials for final repairs.
What is your affiliation and rank? Affiliation and rank. I need an answer.
Gun! I'm a student! I'm a designated engineer, but as for where I belong in the battalion, that's kind of a gray area. But basically, if I'm not getting chewed out with my buddy Havia, then Granny's giving me a lecture in the maintenance bay!
A student, huh? How disappointing. That's not my jurisdiction. Bang. You're not official military personnel. My oversight duties don't apply to you. Please excuse me.
So tell me more about this lady in the black uniform.
She pulled a revolver on me and asked, affiliation and rank? The oversight. What's it all about?
They're supervising the battlefront. What a joke. But they keep an eye on us anyway, making sure we don't commit any crimes or abuse POWs, basically keeping tabs on everything.
How novel. This oversight sounds more intrusive than your average dorm resident advisor.
That's why it's better to stay on her good side, though honestly, I don't think you have too much to worry about. Black uniforms deal with official military personnel and non-regular combat personnel that we hire on site. But as far as classifications go, you're still a civilian.
As you were. I hope everyone had a nice nap and a belly full of coffee because you'll wish you had when you're out in the middle of the night facing the biting cold. Now then, eyes forward, mouth shut!
Someone's off her game. Bubarella's never acted so nervous before a briefing.
Back of the room, right corner. A CSTV camera is filming.
This whole TV show thing's a big pain in the butt. It's bad enough they keep getting in our way, but they've got everybody walking on eggshells.
Let's start, shall we? Our mission is to infiltrate Faith Organization territory and proceed to capture and destroy the military coal mine on the eastern coast of the Kamchatka Peninsula. According to Intelligence Division analysis, this military coal mine is providing fuel for JP-level MHD reactors, which are capable of powering objects. With the coal mine's destruction, the Faith Organization's military will learn the limits of their capabilities as they struggle with their impeded movement. But that's not all. As I was saying, they've deployed a second-gen object to try and stymie our advance. This photo was taken 3 months ago over the Pacific Ocean. Designated the Wing Balancer, it's disproportionate in size to the large gun barrel, with the main weapon being a small-caliber coil gun. Though not very powerful, is capable of piling up damage over time by scoring long-range hits. This second-gen unit relies on air jets to get around and has full amphibious functionality without the need to exchange parts. I'll cut to the chase. It's formidable. It's not the sort of opponent we can send the Baby Magnum against head-on.
She's drop-dead gorgeous, chesty, and honest to boot. I could have done a whole lot worse with my officer assignment.
I want you all to check out our upcoming field of battle, the eastern coast of the Kamchatka Peninsula.
What the heck is that?
It's almost like a spider's web.
That's the result of the Bering Sea earthquake. Although the Faith Organization submarine-based project takes some of the blame.
With that topography, the amphibious object will have an overwhelming advantage.
The baby Magnum needs to exchange parts to operate on water. The terrain's not in her favor.
That's why I brought the lot of you together for this mission briefing.
Let me guess, you're leaving things up to Havia and me.
You can relax. We have a plan this time. The enemy put these radar dishes in place with the intent of improving the wing balancer's accuracy. Instead, we'll put them to work for us. You'll head to the radar base, then upload a program we prepared to throw up their supplemental targeting data.
A question. Once they notice the targeting is off, won't the wing balancer move to act independently?
You've seen the size of that thing. Objects aren't as simple as fluorescent lights where one switch can turn it off or on. Even if it only takes a minute or two to switch back over to manual, that's all the time the princess will need.
So to boil it all down, you're ordering us to go and hack the radar facility.
The radar facility and their UAVs, to be precise.
UAVs? Like unmanned aerial vehicles?
Sounds like this student has learned his military acronyms.
A student? I wonder if he's anything like you.
There's a surveillance network of UAVs covering all approaches to the facility. So your first job is to disable these eyes in the sky. Charles.
Right. The UAVs fly with complete autonomy, but follow parameters set by their navigation software. There's a catch. A course correction is uploaded every half hour to adjust their flight paths. That's the exploit we're looking for.
Well, isn't that convenient?
The post-earthquake geography is complicated. If you don't send frequent updates, then you risk slamming 50,000 euros worth of technology into the face of a cliff.
Yes. We simply have to infect a single UAV out on patrol. From there, it should spread to every other unit in the field.
And that's when we move in. Now I'll go over our plan of attack on our primary target, the coal mine. First, Unit A will go to Point 1 on the coast and upload the virus to the enemy UAV. Next up, Unit B. You'll head inland to Point 2 and patch into the radar facility's cables to upload the sabotage program directly. At that point, the princess will mobilize. With the enemy's targeting systems corrupted, she'll proceed to Point 3 and put the wing balancer down with one shot. With their object out of the picture, we'll offer the coal mine terms of surrender. We'll give them a grace period to evacuate their personnel, and then the baby Magnum will turn her guns on the mine. If we proceed according to schedule, then by daybreak, we'll have a base-wide champagne-filled water gun fight in celebration of our victory. As of now, the Kamchatka Peninsula Nighttime Blitz has the green light. I wish you all good luck.
Thank you, Major!
This is all wrong. Screwed up beyond all recognition.
What are you talking about?
It's simple, Mjolnir. The fact that I, the great and handsome Havia, have been sent to the dangers of the front line again, while my buddy Quenther gets to be on standby in the safer rear.
It seemed to me like Major Capistrano wanted to toss that Quenther kid right in the warpath with the rest of us. But with the black uniforms here asserting their authority, sending a civilian student off to the front line was no longer a viable option.
And besides, Quinther and the rest of Unit A are headed to Point 1 to disable the UAVs. It's not like he's curled up snug in bed, you know.
You have a lot to learn about this world, Mjolnir. Him getting it easier than me, even by a little, is absolutely criminal.
You're upset because your boyfriend isn't here to keep you warm. Just admit it.
Shut your trap, Westy. And why would you want to pair up two straight guys anyway?
He says like he's never fantasized about two girls getting together for his viewing pleasure.
You got the two girls right, but in my dreams, I do more than watch.
Fair enough. When dreams are all you have, you might as well dream big.
I feel like a teacher leading a field trip.
Wow, look at that aurora. It's not entirely wasted on a future object designer, but this kind of assignment seems better for someone in a different field, like environmental science.
Quit griping and enjoy it, you gargantuan gearhead. If you study harsh environments to operate in, it can only help to flesh out the margins of your future designs.
If I'm learning to adapt my designs to colder environments, a walk-in freezer is more than enough, Nutsray.
The trick to a happier life is to pick up new ideas in new places, to find inspiration no matter what situation you may find yourself in.
Judging by your outlook and lust for life, I'd say you're a tequila drinker. Hey, Charles, I think the charm of playing in the snow has started to wear off, wouldn't you agree? Yo, Charles!
Once the homesickness sets in, he gets all distant, or at least gloomier.
Do you really think we can rely on Mr. Social Graces here? He helped develop the sabotage program and he's in charge of hacking. That's a lot for such a timid guy.
No better reason for our current lineup. Charles is such a terribly gloomy, shy around strangers type. Having our team with students instead of soldiers can help reduce tension, which makes the mission more likely to succeed.
Looks like one non-student member of our team is raising tensions all by herself, though.
Apparently, Miss Class President's name is Charlotte. She leaves as soon as her oversight duties are over, though. Gotta admit, I'd love to seal the deal with that one before she leaves.
You realize we aren't going to be students abroad on deployment forever. How many, quote, practical skills can you acquire with such a cavalier attitude?
I'll just repeat a year and extend my time abroad if I have to. The major premise here is to be happy, okay? If you're all doom and gloom, you won't have any luck getting things to stick upstairs. What are you in such a hurry for? You're studying to be a designer, right? You really want to be rich that badly?
When I was little, there was a noble family that lived in our neighborhood. A famous family name and a sprawling mansion. They looked so secure, so unshakable. But one day, their family fell to ruin, and the neighborhood turned on them. The family decided to flee. Even their former servants were hunting them. I remember they had a spoiled daughter. I'm talking annoying. It makes me sick to think of what the mob might have done to her if my father hadn't offered them shelter.
Your dad must be one hell of a courageous man. I admire that.
One small ripple can bring a noble family tumbling down to nothing. Even now, it's burned into my eyes. Mighty nobles so used to getting their way all the time. Huddled together, trembling, in a commoner's cramped storehouse. To be rock solid, how much wealth does it take to get there? And if a commoner ever wants that stability, he can't afford to be conventional, can he?
Guess not. But I don't plan to risk my life against objects. I can't work miracles like you can, Mr. Gwinther Barbatage, the Giant Slayer. All right, Charles. It's about time we got that antenna set up, isn't it?
You there. I apologize, but I couldn't help but overhear your conversation.
Then you understand why I want to be rich.
Your desire for financial security is only natural. But if you want my opinion, the character your father showed when those people needed help is the kind of stability money can't buy.
That's only because you don't know what he's really like. My old man is a lowly, nondescript office worker. He spent his career bowing and scraping to let his future be constricted by modest pensions. If the company ever went bankrupt, he'd be up a creek without a paddle. And that's a possible fate for anyone, pedigree or not.
I still respect a man with integrity. Despite the danger, he reached out to the family in need. He sounds like an absolutely wonderful father. If he does lose his job, I'd like to help. Tell him to contact Charlotte Zoom should he find the need. For a man of his caliber, I know I could refer him to a job that would be suitable.
Thank you, that's very kind.
Out of curiosity, what happened to the ruined noble family after that?
They got their chance at a fresh start in life, with new identities from the Bureau of Ancestry. And if I remember correctly, that annoying spoiled daughter of theirs became a starlet somewhere, I think.
Here we go! Ta-da! It's time to check out the 37th Mechanized Maintenance Battalion's Totally Awesome Command Center! That figure of feminine ferocity is the commanding officer, Major Felicia Capistrano!
This is a restricted area! It's all right. The higher-ups have ordered us to fully cooperate.
And for that, I'm super grateful!
However, since we currently have an operation underway, we'll have to check all the footage your crew has shot so far.
Fine! Is that a diagram of the baby Magnum?
No. You're looking at the 24th Mechanized Maintenance Battalion's new second-gen object, codename Indigo Plasma.
Wow, what a cool name!
It's actually a decoy. Because of its presence, the wing balancer is staying put, ready for a standoff. While Indigo Plasma is drawing focus, Baby Magnum will proceed to Operation Point 3.
We've got 2 objects, and the enemy only has 1. Couldn't we just beat him with brute force?
There's more than the enemy object's combat power. Between the geography and the defense facilities, a straightforward path would be advised against. So the answer is no.
Sounds complicated.
That's a long way down. You'd fall to your death. So then what are we gonna do now, Chief? The mission requires us to be on the other side, but first we gotta figure out how to get across this gorge.
According to the map, we'll find a suspension bridge 3 clicks north.
And I'll bet that bridge is covered by surveillance devices with artillery zeroed in for good measure. In other words, if we take a route that diverges from what the enemy expects from us, we'll better our odds of remaining undetected. Mjolnir, please.
Don't tell me. She's got an inflatable boat.
We'll make our descent right here, cross the water, and then climb back up. It's the simplest, quickest way to get to the other side without exposing ourselves on a bridge.
Of course, why not?
So the transmission antenna is fully set up now?
Yep. Now we just have to track down a target to relay the virus to.
So what?
Go and confirm the location of a UAV.
But why me?
Well, I'm the one who set up the antenna. Charles is in charge of sending the data, so which one of us hasn't done anything yet?
Alright, fine, I'll go, damn it. Totally figures I'd end up with the riskiest job of them all.
I'll join you as well, since I haven't done anything so far either.
Thanks,
You move like an amateur and forget to cover your tracks. I can't allow you to be spotted so easily.
Hey, Quenther, when you guys go behind a rock to get it on, be sure to call me. When it's this cold, the more people there are, the merrier.
You should watch your mouth. If you were a regular soldier, I would have blasted a hole in you already.
Wow, good luck for me. I'm not a regular soldier.
Upon completion of the floating parts exchange, transition to sequence sexy. Crew members are to take shelter in the waterproof sector. Repeat, crew members take shelter in the waterproof
Baby Magnum,
sector.
booting up.
You heard the announcement.
I'll
Get
see you real
moving.
soon.
I hope you're right, dear. Gas speed this mission's a damn circus act.
It'll be okay. I know Quenther will create an opening for me to hit him hard. This is Baby Magnum. I am mobilizing and headed to point 3 now.
It's not you that concerns me, Princess. I'm worried about that foolish boy. Infiltrating enemy territory, if something happens, he'll be surrounded by enemies on all sides.
Charles, how's the program coming along? We good to go? What's the matter, Chuck? Didn't anyone tell you when you were a kid? When somebody's talking to you, you should look them square in the eye. Because if you don't, it can get dangerous.
Relax. You don't want to tense up like that. They won't have an easy time finding us in this blizzard, so try to stay loose.
I'll try to keep that in mind, thanks.
Small speck, north-northwest.
I see an eagle. Is that it?
Farther behind it, there's something else. It's strange that a bird that isn't nocturnal would be flying around so late in this weather. Did a noise startle it into taking flight?
I found it! 2,900 meters to the north-northwest.
Just talk right into it.
Charles, the target is moving at 150 kph.
Going from BC9 to BF9. It's proceeding right alongside the cliffs, so check the geography to make an estimate. Charles? Are you there, Charles? Come in!
That's odd, his radio is connecting.
I get being homesick, but this is just ridiculous.
I'll go check on him.
Charlie! But why?
季節がかけてく息を切らして必死についてく淡すぎる衝動気づけば誰もが顔を変えてく周りを気にして白を黒という自分に嘘はつきたくない幸せの形は一つだけじゃないから変わる強さより変わらない強さ心に手を当てて自分自身を今愛してあげよう変わる強さより変わらない強さ誰かのためじゃなく今未来へと
The coal mine littered with stacks of money.
The Kamchatka Peninsula Nighttime Blitz. 2.
So one squad's headed to the radar site to upload the sabotage program, while the other attempts to hack the UAV signals. This operation hinges on 2 units?
There's a third. The Baby Magnum has completed the flotation parts exchange and is moving to point 3.
I see. In your professional opinion, when will the object showdown begin?
Wars are unscripted chaos. There's no way to be completely certain.
Oh man, this really sucks. There's no green room and no one here to help me with my makeup. Hey, the war isn't going to start for a while yet, right? Don't you have any snacks to help me stay perky?
Here you go.
I hate it! I hate it! I hate this stupid place! I despise this military theme. That sleazy manager telling me I needed to differentiate myself, how it's going to make me more marketable. But that's not the only reason I agreed. When he suggested this, I said okay, even though it didn't interest me at all. I came here for Quinther. That know-it-all is nowhere to be found. How am I gonna rub his nose in my great comeback if I can't find him? Is that stupid smarty pants Quinther trying to hide from me?
Before we see our fire inside, so 泥まみれのその表情が見据えてる先へ流れ落ちる朝が全て無駄に終わるとしても戦うことだけは忘れはしないだろういつでも笑える強い君の泣き顔は誰も知らないから心の技は消えないけどYou always never gave up, you never gave up, so nothing's too late. So yeah, then never wake up, you never wake up, you never take calls out. It's gonna get it out. 笑えない世界はどこまでも笑ってそうさ駆け抜ければいい
You aren't hurt?
All thanks to this thing. Charles wasn't so lucky.
What about Nutsray?
He disappeared. He was... I saw his smirk.
Traitor!
Or he's a spy. Nutsray destroyed the PC with the sabotage program. Now that we can't upload the sabotage program to the UAVs, we can't continue the operation. We need to contact HQ and the unit headed to Point 2 immediately. They have to know.
Unfortunately, my comm unit is sending out sparks right now.
Perfect. Without piggybacking on your unit, my comms don't have the range. As things stand, we have no way to communicate.
That's not our only concern. A UAV will have heard the gunshots and must be on its way.
Hold on. We can't let Nutsray escape. He left footprints.
There's no time to track our prey. We can't allow ourselves to be captured or killed. That traitor has to be reported.
How exactly do you propose we evade the enemy UAV?
Don't worry about it. I've found a route that the UAV won't be able to follow us.
The entrance to the mine shafts?
The UAV requires regular updates to its flight plan. That's one place that it can't go.
Just went from bad to worse! Damn it! How did the bloody wing balancer end up practically sitting right on top of us?
Well, the baby Magnum's to our rear. It's time for them to face off.
That's bad. The Faith Organization's object is supposed to be in a standoff with Indigo Plasma. Our plan was relying on it.
Maybe something happened and our friends have already started retreating back to base. What if they saw this operation failing and decided to book it?
Failing? Quinther, you idiot. Did you totally screw this up?
What are we gonna do now?
Hightail it. That's a hostile object. That Leviathan has a SOA gun. There's no way in hell we can hope to take it on.
This is no time to panic. Now calm down. Let's think about it. We can tie a white handkerchief to the muzzle of one of our rifles, but I doubt the enemy will give us a pass.
You're right. Sorry. I'm good now.
All right. What a damn mess. Giving pep talks to my squad mates before they crack? Not part of my job description.
Hang on, I just remembered something.
If it's where your ex-girlfriend's birthmark is, I'm not interested.
Something I overheard back at the base. The analyst was saying the wing balancer might have bridge-making equipment built into its design.
You mean that monster can just build any bridges it needs?
That's right. And if the wing balancer is going after the baby Magnum, which is right behind us, it'll have to cross these cliffs. When it does, it'll use its bridge equipment.
Then we sabotage it while it's distracted, and send it plummeting to the bottom of the gorge.
We're actually planning to fight it?
There's nowhere to run. We might as well make a stand.
What good are these pea shooters against a behemoth like that? Anti-tank missiles are like spitwads to an object.
While it's busy extending its bridge-building equipment, it should be up on its tippy-toes, right?
So we have to wait until it's off balance. Then we'll swat it down with a focused barrage.
It's focused on our object, not a bunch of ground troops. So now's our chance. Once it realizes we're a threat, it's game over. The master center of gravity in mind. On my mark, we all fire together.
Big surprise. Doesn't matter who they team me up with, I end up fighting for my life. Here we go!
You can fly?
You okay? You think you can move? Yonri!
We have to help them, Musty and Cookman. We have to hurry. They need our help. We have to rescue them.
Listen, Yonri. The others, they're...
I saw what happened. They're all gone. But we should at least go recover their dog tags.
It's not possible, I'm telling you. Now we can't spend any more time on the dead. We're surviving, the two of us.
You're delusional if you think we'll survive this. Even if we escaped into the mine shafts, those are Faith Organization facilities.
That's right. It might stink, but it's 100 times better than fighting an object, and it won't be as cold.
Incoming satellite data. Energy reading detected at Peninsula Point B17. It's assumed to be an object.
Didn't expect the wing balancer to make the first move. Did you hear that?
They're confident, but why?
Since Baby Magnum's a first gen, they might not be taking us seriously.
And our plan?
Nothing changes. You stay alert out there.
And if the wing balancer suddenly shows up, I suggest you try shooting first.
Received.
This is strange.
There isn't a single soldier on guard duty.
There weren't any security cameras covering the entrance.
This is a military cult facility, isn't it?
Yeah, it's supposed to be.
How strange. These are all written in the legitimate kingdom's language.
Thank you for the clean water.
Why even have these books? Are they trying to learn our language?
Then it must be a facility where they train their spies.
You can't be serious.
Yeah, right? The work is too sloppy. This is our country digging a well?
It must have been built with the money donated by the people working here. There's even a detailed account of the amounts donated.
Okay. I think this isn't just a coal mine.
If anything, this may belong to an anti-war group.
That means our intel was way off. But what happened? Where did everything go wrong?
We've been going down for quite a while now.
We've probably descended 200 meters or so.
Actually, hearing how far we've gone just made me feel 1,000 times more exhausted than I was.
Coal mines go down roughly a kilometer, though in certain instances they're over 4 clicks deep. This area is still just the entryway.
A first aid kit? Please, you have to stop!
Move it! Care to explain yourself?
There's no way that girl was military personnel. More likely, she was a civvy pressed into service. She wasn't in uniform. She was also carrying a first aid kit instead of a rifle.
And what makes you so sure she wasn't carrying a weapon inside it? And besides, she must have run off to report our presence to the others. That means we'll be swarmed by the enemy any moment now. Or was it something else? This is a modern war, you know. There's no room for a misguided sense of chivalry when it comes to female combatants.
If you don't want to draw attention, shooting guns and piling up bodies seems a bit counterproductive, don't you think?
Is that your official stance? In that case, you should have taken her prisoner instead of fumbling with me. Just because you let a civilian go, doesn't mean the enemy will return the favor if they get their hands on you.
I know. I apologize.
For emergencies, consider it a loaner on my authority.
Much appreciated.
It's not to make you a combat asset. It's for suicide.
Oh.
This new risk has arisen as a result of your decision to let that woman escape. Choices have consequences. You may learn that lesson the hard way.
Don't you think it's a little strange?
What is?
The entire point of our mission was to reduce the supply of fuel to enemy objects. And for this purpose, there are 3 objects deployed between both sides.
That's correct. And if Nutsray is a Faith Organization spy, I find it strange that he blew his cover the way he did without finishing us off. Expending an operative who is so deeply entrenched seems rather foolish.
What makes this mine so important that it's worth the loss of such a long-term investment?
These aren't meant for people to ride. Must have been used to transport the coal they were mining.
No, something tells me they weren't mining coal.
Why's that?
Can you see this clear granule poking out of the rock?
So what is it?
Basically, it's a lump of carbon, which is more commonly referred to as a
Yo! Quenther, what the hell are you doing down here?
Where'd you come from?
Cookman and Westy are dead. We got torn to ribbons because you screwed up! Give me an answer. And if I like it, I won't shoot you anywhere vital.
It was Nutsray. We had a Faith Organization spy. He killed Charles before turning on us. I take partial responsibility for not seeing through his cover. It's a mistake to unilaterally take things out on Quinther.
You expect us to kiss and make up just because you said so, Four Eyes?
If you insist on this course of action, you leave me no choice. Oversight is my duty. Factors that violate military regulations and cause the operation to deteriorate, I'm sworn to eliminate with extreme prejudice.
My mistake. I needed an opening to back down. Sorry you had to force it to happen.
You weren't really serious about shooting him anyway.
So what? Are the 4 of us the only survivors?
If you count the traitor, that makes 5. And I imagine it's turning into a quagmire up top. The princess and the wing balancer. Rumor is they go head-to-head, she hasn't got a chance. It's time for a war council, Quinther. You better spill all the intel you've got.
So, what is that thing you're holding there, Mr. Quinther?
What? Oh, this? Just raw diamonds.
Found you. Preemptive strike. I need to anticipate where it'll land. No way.
Whoa, pump the brakes, dude! So what does that mean? This place was never a military coal facility because they were too busy mining diamonds?
The legitimate kingdom military must have found out the truth about what they were really mining here, and decided to attack the Kamchatka Peninsula.
And they sent us out to fight the stupid war for resources.
Few places produce diamonds. Oceania, Africa, and South America are the leaders. However, if a completely new supply source were suddenly discovered, it would massively upset the balance of the worldwide diamond market. It's worth trillions. The major powers would do anything to control it.
To top it all off, the people who are working here aren't with the Faith Organization, but an anti-war group, making money intending to donate it to the poor in the legitimate kingdom. Which totally makes us the bad guys this time around.
That means the wing balancer and its pilot, they're fighting to uphold justice. Think about it. It's protecting pacifist civilians from the legitimate kingdom's military, who in this case are basically bandits trying to steal the diamonds.
Okay, I quit. I didn't come here to be a minion of evil, you know.
Wait, don't go!
What's up?
Don't you think something strange is going on? If the enemy wanted to keep this mine safe, why would they wait for our object right in the middle of it? The collateral damage would be incalculable.
Furthermore, they should have predicted that our forces would invade from our nearby bases in Alaska. The textbook thing to do would be to draw a defensive line in the Bering Sea.
Perhaps it's because this semi-artificial sawtooth coastline is a perfect match to take advantage of the wing balancer's superior mobility.
There's a more practical reason, I think. The people working in this mine are a rare breed, even within the Faith Organization. They belong to an anti-war group that wants to engage in dialogue with other countries. In the eyes of the warmongering higher-ups, a group like this must be a real thorn in their side.
Wait, you can't be serious.
These people are a nuisance. Why not just eradicate them entirely by putting them in the middle of two battling objects?
If so, the diamond intel was just bait. They used it to pull the legitimate kingdom military in to do their dirty work.
That's a possibility.
Wait, hold up, guys. This is still conjecture, right? Do we have any proof that what Mjolnir guessed is actually happening?
The Faith Organization is all about ideology, and with that mindset, they aren't very fond of differing points of view.
I guess not.
Their high command prefers to keep fanning the flames of war. That's bad news for those against it, those who wish to seek out peaceful resolutions to conflicts. That ideology is threatening to the generals.
If those in command were to take it upon themselves to massacre the pacifists and purge the dissenters, the anti-war movement would only gain sympathizers. But it all changes if the pacifists are killed by a legitimate kingdom object, by the very people they were offering an olive branch.
And if they were destroyed by someone they were trying to help, such an atrocity would make their populace boil with hatred.
This is bad!
Whoa, hey, I know the situation sounds bad, but chill out.
Just shut up and run!
What the? Hey, Quinther!
What made Mr. Quinther suddenly freak out?
Let's follow.
Hey, Quinther, buddy, got time to explain?
It's the princess versus the wing balancer. Word is she hasn't got a chance of winning a head-on battle, right? But the wing balancer's victory still hasn't been announced by the Faith Organization. Why do you think that is?
Maybe the princess is working her butt off?
An object's power is absolute. In combat between two of them, there's no room for miracles. But what if the enemy's objective isn't to destroy the baby Magnum, but to lure it to a target location instead?
I smell what you're stepping in. But what specifically do you plan to do?
The way things are going, the people working in this mine will all be killed in the ensuing chaos!
We continue the mission!
What?
We head for Point 2 and upload the sabotage program to the radar facility directly.
So then we stick with the original operation.
But the enemy forces already know we're here!
Doesn't matter, we've gotta move it. Unless, of course, you'd prefer we bull rush that 200,000-ton war machine.
Oh, come on, really? Why can't you make the sensible call for once and just tell us it's time to run away?
So that's how you want to play it.
What's your game plan?
There's no purpose in continuing this game of tag. I'm going to target the mine instead.
Of course! Even without defeating the enemy object, if we capture the mine, we win the battle, right?
Classic stratagem. Don't attack directly, go after what they value. Be on the lookout, Princess. The enemy must have anticipated that we'd eventually attack the mine.
As soon as I've locked onto the coal mine, the enemy object should land to intercept me. Given equal footing.
Please don't charge in blindly, Princess. I know you can be surprisingly short-tempered. Just don't let yourself be provoked this time.
A freaking powered suit? Damn it, what the hell is that?
It's not a worker, that much is certain.
I know it's you, you coward. I can practically feel you smirking behind all that steel armor, you arrogant traitor.
Stop it!
Winter! Forget it, Havia! That gun, it isn't strong enough to punch through his armored plating! You'd only get killed by all the ricochets!
But dude!
Don't shoot him, Havia!
The coal mine littered with stacks of money.
The Kamchatka Peninsula Nighttime Blitz. 3.
Damn it! No, Havia! Don't do it!
He's right, we have to help him!
I know that! What the hell are we gonna do?
That girl knew about the weak spot on this thing's arm? Knowing little gnat.
You're the girl from earlier.
No time, run!
Look out! Havia! Is she alright?
I caught her. She's gonna be just fine.
Okay, good! Now back away! Don't waste your time trying to fight back!
Hey, get real, man. We can't just keep running.
You know what'll happen if you use that rifle, don't you?
Fine, we'll do it your way. I'll make sure she gets somewhere safe.
Now's the time to run.
I'm counting on you, Havia!
Don't you go kicking the bucket on me, you crazy chivalrous idiot.
see our fire inside so 泥まみれのその表情が見据えてる先へ流れ落ちる朝が全て無駄に終わるとしても戦うことだけは忘れはしないだろういつでも笑える強い君の泣き顔は誰も知らないから心の技は消えないけど You always never gave up You never gave up So nothing's too late そうやって Never wake up You never wake up 夢見ていこうぜいつか嘆いてた笑えない世界はどこまでも笑ってそうさ駆け抜ければいい
The baby Magnum has been hit! Main gun 3 knocked out of commission!
We're having trouble communicating with Unit Indigo Plasma.
And we still haven't made contact with the 2 infantry units we sent in?
It's been 2 hours since they were scheduled to check in, ma'am. That's not a good sign.
I don't care if the TV station is calling! I'm already in full makeup here, you clowns!
No.
Doesn't matter! I can't find what I came here for! I don't care!
We have an incoming signal!
Unit 1 or Unit 2?
It isn't one of ours, Major, and it's not in our database of previously registered codes.
So who's calling?
He isn't shooting.
It's a model made for mining. I doubt it has any weapons.
Just so I know we're on the same page. If you had to guess, who would you say is in this powered suit chasing us?
Considering the timing of the attack, the most rational line of thought would lead us to the infiltrator.
Right. It's time to make that traitor pay. Let's give him everything he deserves.
You're on foot, and I'm in a machine. Your stamina will run out soon enough. You really think you can get away?
So, how far down were you planning to run?
Far enough so that Havy and the others won't get caught in the blast when I blow this bastard apart.
But these tunnels will constrict the shockwave, making it travel farther.
If we're clever, we should be able to mitigate the effect. After all, I only need a small amount. Ah!
Well, that's one way to do it.
Get down! What the? Have a time delay blast! Nitrate! How's that? That thing's tougher than I thought.
Run now, ponder later.
Yes, ma'am.
That level of explosives won't get the job done. Increase the amount next time.
No can do. If we increase the amount, the force of the blast will bury us alive.
I'm losing interest in our game of tag. Let's play a little baseball next.
Look out!
Ah! Charlotte!
Damn it all.
Are you okay? Here, you can lean on me.
Just go on without me. I'm holding you back. There's a chance you can escape.
I would never.
No, just save yourself.
That's enough. Now shut up and hear me out. Do you know about the first object? It was developed by a small island nation in Far East Asia.
What are you talking about?
As an aspiring object designer, I respect what they did. I even learned what I could about their language and culture. But they have one expression I never cared for.
Enlighten me. I'm not well versed in East Asian idioms.
Rare beauties die young.
Bet you say that's all the girls you rescue.
No need to be like that. Now, let's get back to the me risking my life to save you thing. What's this place?
A
Unless I'm mistaken, this area is for sorting the ore after it's been extracted.
I think we should hide.
Agreed. It's only a matter of time before he finds us.
Just stay out of sight.
Come back! I imagine he's some kind of plan in mind. But what?
If this mine is what we think it is, there has to be one.
We're running out of time, Quinther.
Here we go. Yes, I've got you.
It's been fun, but I'm tired of this game of hide and seek.
They've been using that powered suit model to mine something very special. But as a spy, I guess you knew that already.
Found you!
This time, it's no ordinary bomb. It's more like a claymore with the world's hardest ore. You should see yourself, sparkling there like a giant evil disco ball. And you're welcome. I gave you the most extravagant funeral makeup of all time.
Look, it's the surface.
Once we're out, you think we can signal them with this thing?
No, it isn't a laser pointer. It's an IR jamming device.
That's totally misleading.
You know, you can be mistaken from time to time.
Believe it or not, I've never thought of myself as a know-it-all.
That light!
It's from a coil gun! All right, we've got to contact Frolatia.
But we're too far away to transmit.
Not if we piggyback our signal off an object's antenna.
An outside source is transmitting through my antenna. Quinther!
It's getting to the point where I'll have to say object designing is merely a hobby, because what I really do is survive against all odds. Give me a sit rep.
The enemy object keeps hopping all over the place. I'm having a hard time catching it.
Those air cushion types have a distinct mobility advantage. With your object, we have to switch out parts every single time. And that's a headache.
But its speed isn't much of a selling point to me. If we were to exchange fire under normal circumstances, my object would have defeated theirs already.
The Intelligence Union's rush model was also agile. They used caterpillar tracks in conjunction with the object's main air cushions for high-speed mobility.
The rush? Why did you have to bring up that horrible woman?
Are you all right?
Just a scratch.
I want to help you, but I need info. Have you noticed any particular quirks while fighting it? Maybe some part it tries to protect.
It does seem to have a more delicate suspension system. Whenever I aim for its feet, it always jumps out of the way of the blast.
If that's the case, we've got to find a way to make sure our attacks on its legs can get through. It spotted me!
Hit the deck!
It missed me? Of course! The sabotage program! Must have been Havia.
know I've got your back, but you owe me big time.
I can't believe we did it! You've been a big help acting as our guide.
You can't hit me.
It changed course. Now it's headed for...
A lens?
I can't miss.
You still alive, Galahad?
Surprisingly! And I might have found the Achilles heel we were looking for. I've got an idea.
Dirty coward. Why don't you pick on someone your own size?
That's it.
Be serious! That rifle won't be any good against an object!
Air cushions work by compressing the surrounding air. That means having a greater surface area is more efficient. There's only one reason to forego that kind of advantage. It has to do with the terrain's ruggedness. It has to distribute the air output in suspension to match the varying topography, or else it can't neutralize its own weight. Which means we simply have to target the infrared sensor that detects the evenness of the terrain. Give it a shot!
Roger that.
That worked! It's all over now. We did it!
Point 1. Glad to see you're still alive.
But I'm afraid your lucky streak might be at an end. You need to get out of there immediately. There are those who draw out the war between the Faith Organization and ourselves, forcing us to commit more assets to this senseless conflict. To achieve that, they're planning the wholesale massacre of the civilians working in the mine.
Take a deep breath, Major. It's gonna be fine. The enemy object has already been rendered inoperative. Now time to close up shop and head home.
That object you rendered inoperative. It was the wing balancer, wasn't it?
Huh? Well, yeah.
Then we still have one more object to contend with.
One more?
But there's only one other unit on the field of battle.
You mean it's ours?
That's right. Someone has an interest in continuing this war. The wing balancer was just the beginning.
Stop firing! There's still civilians that need to be evacuated! There are those who profit from the horrors of war, friend and foe alike. Nutsray wasn't an enemy spy. He was one of our own. An operative dispatched by a hostile faction within our kingdom. All for greed. There's no justice in war. Only survival.
Point 1. Do you copy? Point 1. If you hear me, please report in.
We're still alive somehow. But... the mine...
Rest easy. All the civilians were evacuated from the mine.
What?
I thought you'd heard. The Faith Organization had originally intended to build a submarine base. There was a squadron of subs left over from that abandoned project. The anti-war miners boarded them and made their escape.
Wait, how do you know?
It was rather easy, actually. The anti-war group got a hold of one of our radios and established communication.
Communication? Even though our countries are at war?
It was all a gamble, but they were willing to at least listen to what I had to say. And they told us about the extra facilities at their disposal within the mine.
That's great. So they're all still alive. Great news.
We were able to contact Havia and Neonry as well. They reported that they had one worker under their protection.
So that means there were 0 civilian casualties.
Then...
we saved the day. We found it in ourselves to trust the word of others, and emerged victorious.
Still alive and kicking, I see.
Somehow, yeah.
So, did you hear?
Huh?
The Indigo Plasma isn't alone. The 24th Maintenance Battalion is with him. They made an official statement on their position. The Council and the Royal Congress are still bickering over how to handle things. But one thing's absolutely certain. Our next fight will be against our countrymen.
It's sad, but it's true. Reminds me of what happened with Councillor Flight in Oceania.
Speak of the devil, I hear that old creep escaped. The things are tough when you've been frozen out of all your assets.
That sounds pretty rough. A cardboard house at his age.
How can the two of you act so blasé about everything that's happening?
The old bastard tried to kill us.
Yeah, screw that wrinkled fart bag.
I'm talking about the Indigo Plasma! This means we're headed for a civil war, doesn't it?
And what is it that we're fighting for exactly?
One thing's for sure, we're not fighting for peace or justice. I'm the successor to a noble house, and you're studying to become a licensed object designer. So nothing's really changed for us. We know our next fight is going to be against the Indigo Plasma. So what? We'll just use it as another stepping stone to the top.
Hey, you kids! If you got time to stand around, we could use some help. You think fighting in one battle's enough to earn pay time off?
Just my luck. Wish I'd been the one to lend the sexy class president chick a shoulder.
First come, first serve, bud.
Laugh it up, big shot. You're coming with me. If I'm gonna have to do a lot of manual labor, I at least want a cute girl to witness my masculine prowess and muscular physique.
What? Cute girl? Me?
I swear, I'm not cut out for this kind of detail. Being a black uniform specializing in oversight never prepared me for this.
You're telling me. I'm just a poor student abroad on deployment.
But in the end, it was all worth it. Because I'm now fully confident you're not related to that other matter.
The what?
It's a need-to-know basis thing. I'm convinced that you two aren't working for someone else's agenda. You're just doing whatever you can to save friendlies in need of rescue. Before, too.
Before, too, what?
To tell you the truth, I've been a big fan of yours for some time. There's a bar that I'm a regular at, and all of us are so proud of you. The bartender even creates a new cocktail each time you defeat an object. So I've kept an eye on what you've been doing.
I choose to be flattered by your attention.
What's that? You moron! Did you know I've been trained to strangle a full-size man with one arm around his neck?
Stop it, please! When you squeeze me tight like this, your boob pushes right into my face! Not that I'm complaining, you understand? Also, I may or may not have a slight thing for armpits and sexy, authoritative women. I thought you might like to know since I'm cataloging this away for later.
After all the blood I lost, struggling with you isn't worth it.
We'll chalk it up as a one-time pass.
Can't be helped, right? Officially, I don't have the authority to dole out punishment to civilian personnel, so this will stay our little secret.
Why the hell are we getting sent back now?
We're a small production company and we're short-handed. Now rest. We have a couple hours before we land and have to start broadcasting again.
I went where I thought he'd be, but he wasn't there. Quit there, you thoughtless jerk! You can't avoid me forever!
Reporting in. Quinther Barbatage is in the clear.
So we're back to square one. And you sound excited if I'm not mistaken.
What? No, sir. Anyway, their victories aren't due to the list scenarios as expected, but rather their own efforts.
I see. This new development with the 24th Mechanized Maintenance Battalion has the Royal Congress in an uproar. He may only be a student, but having someone like him we can rely on is joyous news indeed.
Shall I continue to accompany the 37th Mechanized Maintenance Battalion for the time being?
No. I need you to keep pursuing leads from the list. We have new intel related to the fugitive flight. You're to look into it.
You can count on me, sir.
You can't put a price on honor!
The critical running battle on Victoria Island. 1.
The second-generation object Indigo Plasma is retreating eastward. We believe it is heading more or less toward Europe. It's cutting through the Arctic Circle and is currently in the waters surrounding the Queen Elizabeth Islands. If we'd blocked up the Bering Sea from the start, they'd already be out of supplies. How many objects do we have in the region that could intercept it in time? Between our baby Magnum, the Snowquake, and the active sledge, 3. Very well. Victoria Island. This is where we'll make our stand against the Indigo Plasma.
Before we see our fire inside, so 泥まみれのその表情が見据えてる先へ流れ落ちる朝が全て無駄に終わるとしても戦うことだけは忘れはしないだろういつでも笑える強い君の泣き顔は誰も知らないから心の技は消えないけどYou always never gave up, you never gave up, so nothing's too late. So yeah, then never wake up, you never wake up. You let me take on that. It's gonna get it down. 笑えない世界はどこまでも笑ってそうさ駆け抜ければいい
I thought the crap the Indigo Plasma pulled was crazy, but it all makes sense now. Turns out it was Prizewell's City Slicker's freaking unit. City Slicker? He's an arrogant windbag. Even by pompous noble standards.
This guy sounds like a total winner.
What he really is a stupid bastard with a death wish, because he thinks he can manipulate war and politics to suit his own selfish desires. In his not-so-humble opinion, the reason the legitimate kingdom's growth has stagnated is a lack of manpower. There's a rumor that he's even brought back slavery on his own lands.
Why not? Advancement of the species is overrated.
To help create his new caste system, he'll segregate along language barriers. He's a raving linguistic protectionist.
So he wants to start discriminating based on what language people speak?
Technically speaking, the legitimate kingdom's language is a collation of the various European tongues structured around what used to be French.
Well, when it comes to things like military jargon and programming languages, English is still the standard in most cases. But City Slicker thinks that kind of irregularity is dangerous. He's also creepy about bloodlines. He surrounded himself with sycophantic blood relatives like some mafia don. He doesn't trust outsiders, period. So he wants to sort out the pawns using language as the divider.
He only cares about himself. That's why he never fit in, even among the nobility. Their disregard made him impatient. His involvement in the Kamchatka campaign was an attempt to gain more clout amongst the nobility through his military involvement. And we know how that worked out. Once we discovered what he'd been scheming, his prestige took a big hit. It's only a matter of time before they strip him of his titles.
Which gives him all the more impetus to spring into action soon.
Pricewell City Slicker's objective is to threaten our homeland with such overwhelming military might that his opinions can't be ignored anymore. But we're gonna stop that from happening. The enemy will be here soon. We're up against the 24th Mechanized Maintenance Battalion and their 2nd Gen, Indigo Plasma. You cannot afford to think of these war criminals as your fellow countrymen. They are not. They conspired to murder countless civilians. They've stained our reputation and have been declared hostiles. There are civilians on this island as well, so before the 24th gets to them, we'll hit them with everything we've got and take their leader, Pricewell City Slicker, down. Just as its name indicates, we're dealing with a 2nd Gen unit that specializes in the use of fixed-base plasma cannons. It's a force to be reckoned with on its own. But from what our intel suggests, they've also been drilling infantry support tactics.
What do you mean, infantry support?
They must have taken a long, hard look at the 37th combat record and decided it was something worth trying themselves. That's all thanks to you two. Take a bow.
So when exactly did our particular brand of reckless abandon become all the rage for military tacticians?
Who knows?
Moving forward, here along the coastline, we'll bring the Indigo Plasma down. The Baby Magnum and the Snowquake will block off its approach on the shore, while the active sledge follows up from behind, cutting off its escape route.
3 versus 1, huh? We're talking beatdown.
3 means we can win for sure!
Maybe, but that doesn't mean that people won't die. Now, stay alert and good luck out there.
Gunther,
Hi, Princess.
Granny was acting kind of strange earlier. Do you know why?
Huh? Probably just the effect the change in temperature is having on her feeble old bones.
But...
It's looking like we're gonna have a pretty heavy infantry presence on the front lines this time. I bet that's why she's worried.
maybe you're right.
Where are you going? We're mobilizing soon, dude.
I haven't had much time to study recently. Thought it would be a good idea to swing by the maintenance hangar for a bit.
Good luck. That old battle axe is as tough as they come, but maybe she'll spill her guts for you, Mr. Ladies Man.
Only accidentally, I assure you. So that's the Snowquake.
Hey, boy!
Granny.
We're at red level combat readiness right now, which means I don't have the time to waste teaching an amateur.
Like always? You're more the just shut up and watch type of mentor anyway.
If you really want to watch and learn, it's easier from a higher point of view.
Right.
And in terms of workplace safety, the last thing we need is some know-nothing wandering around.
I'm not some know-nothing. What's that?
Oh, I hadn't shown you that yet? We're loading the special gas used in the fixed-base plasma cannons.
So that's it.
Time for a refresher course. With high voltage applied to it, the gas turns into plasma, releasing a tremendous amount of energy. Extra measures have to be taken to make sure everything is fully grounded, or else static electricity could accidentally activate the stuff.
Who's this a photo of?
That, it's mine.
Oh. Is this your daughter? Or your great-granddaughter?
No, I meant it was me.
What? Wow! Don't get mad! But if you grow young again on nights when there's a full moon, let me know.
Fool, it was from years ago. Look at the buildings. It's the old Japanese archipelago.
Wait, Japanese? But aren't they Capital Enterprise?
I immigrated from the Capital Enterprise over a decade ago. Or you could just as easily say I was seeking asylum.
Asylum?
My daughter and her husband were international philanthropists, which led to their downfall. The Capital Enterprise is a conglomerate of power whose politics are governed by corporate interest. And incidentally, philanthropy violates the principles of a purely capitalist society. My daughter and her husband, labeled economic terrorists. There were even people calling for their execution. So after that, we had no choice but to pack up everything and immigrate to a place where the Capital Enterprise couldn't reach us. Though, with the legitimate kingdom taking pedigree so seriously, it wasn't exactly paradise either.
That sounds really rough. Where are your daughter and her husband living these days?
They live in a little immigrant settlement, right here on the east side of the island.
Operations going live, people! Teams A through D on the helos. Teams E through H on the trucks. Covert Team I to your snowmobiles. Once you've completed your checks, all teams are to move out!
And of course, we get stuck with the trucks. Doesn't get much cruder than this, hauled around like a bunch of potatoes.
But in a fight against an object loaded with anti-air lasers? I think I prefer this to the transport helicopters.
Never mind, so what ended up happening with Granny?
From what she told me about her life, it's no wonder she ended up such a tough old broad. Okay, I handle rigging the explosives, so you go be lookout or something.
Do you really think that's worth the time? I mean, look at all this wide open space! Do you honestly think the enemy's gonna conveniently walk right over where you planted those explosives?
It's not as if every single bomb is going to kill every single target. We want them thinking at every turn, there's no telling where the next bomb could be. Their movements will then be restricted by their apprehension. In the meantime, we keep leaving behind little presents for them. If what we're doing stalls the infantry, then that's all we need. But bringing this whole battle to a close, we'll leave that to the princess.
Hey, speak of the devil. Is that? It's the snowquake.
I wish I'd gotten to take a better look at it in the maintenance hangar.
Don't forget out at sea, the active sledge is in hot pursuit. Looks like we got this up in the bag.
I hope so. Now, what are we supposed to do after we rig these up?
We rendezvous with the troops from teams A through D, and we help them drive off the 24th Battalion's infantry. You know, a good old-fashioned shootout in the mud and grime.
Sounds great. Wish I had a gun. But I can't because I'm a student. What's the deal with not having anything to defend myself with?
I don't know. I'm just a radar analyst, man. You see any radar here? I'm afraid of what might come next. Jiggly Jug's making us deliver freaking pizzas?
Make mine a half margarita, half seafood pie. Enough chit-chat, kids. Job opportunity. Team B is currently exchanging fire with the 24th Battalion's troops. Put your work on hold and go back them up. Then you can get back to complaining.
Well, you heard the lady. All us supporting actors have to try not to die until the real stars arrive.
Active sledge, in pursuit of the indigo plasma. It appears the enemy will come ashore on Victoria Island, just as we expected. Yes, just like we planned it.
Listen! Stay sharp, keep your guard up.
A battle between legitimate kingdom forces.
Remember, these guys are the enemy. When it comes to them, there's no room for sympathy. This is bad. We're on the defensive.
What are those? Are they powered suits?
If they were, they probably would have charged in instead of just taking cover. Must be some kind of protective gear.
You don't think they'd use germs or poisonous gases, would they?
They might be flamethrowers. They kind of look like firefighters.
You didn't think it was going to be that easy, did you?
All right, let's get to work, and let's have fun. Might as well give Jumbo Jubblies a reason to be proud.
But what am I supposed to do?
You just spot for me.
Spot for you?
I'm too zoomed in to see the battle unfold. You'll pick my targets. Smart bullets are expensive, so let's try not to waste any.
So what am I looking for?
Anyone who looks high-ranking, other targets of opportunity.
Left of the armored vehicle, in back. The one making hand gestures.
That'd be the platoon leader.
Hit. Now to the right and up. We've got a guy in the turret. Got him. To the right side of the same vehicle. Laying down fire.
LMG. Squad automatic weapon.
He's down. Oh crap, they're aiming right at us! Which one? Left and back from the last target.
Tell me in Mills!
Mills?
The little reticle marks!
Just hurry, they might have smart bullets too! That's bad.
Get down!
What?
Just shut up and get down! Found you. Bam, headshot.
What were you going to do if he had been targeting you instead of me, smart guy?
Life's more rewarding when you live on the edge from time to time. The enemy's starting to fall back. Our boys are charging in.
That's game and set.
We won this round. I'll say this, not one of them put his hands up. Time to stiff check for working radios. If we can find their frequency or get past their encryption, we might be able to intercept any incoming calls their boss makes.
No use. They're all going to be locked with these guys' passcodes.
You're a classic pessimist. There's always the chance one of these guys was an idiot who never set up his passcode.
Hey! What the hell?! It's pumping out a gas! Is it remote controlled? Oh, come on, chemical weapons?! One condom full is enough to kill us 10 times over. We're still talking about it. So it's something else.
It seems to be heavier than air.
Go! Evacuate up the hill!
Oh man, here come the headliners!
Second gen or not, if the elite doesn't have skill, he doesn't stand a chance. Trying to run? It's a bit late to get scanned.
Move it! Hurry!
It isn't poisonous. They didn't use them as flamethrowers, so I doubt it's your run-of-the-mill combustible. What was it? Don't tell me. Is that... You're kidding me! What was that stuff?
We can rule out pest control. They don't get issued machine guns.
Take cover! Get down!
What just happened?
Gas. It's the same gas they use for the plasma cannons.
But how'd they make it do that fireball?
Fixed-base plasma cannons are object-level weapons that create high-temperature plasma projectiles. You just apply a current to a special gas, which they spread, and then once the gas is spread out enough, it's ignited for detonation.
Friggin' magma! I guess their elite barbecues his meat well done as it charred to a crisp.
After nothing but crappy rations the last few days, talking about barbecue is demoralizing.
You're right, my bad.
But anyway, we learned something from what happened. Their plan has the indigo plasma draw the enemy's attention and then lure them in while the infantry units set up the trap. And by firing the fixed-base plasma cannon into that cloud, they excite the gas and unleash a plasma storm on the unsuspecting enemy. That's their strategy for coordinating with infantry.
snowquake's hit! Damn it! That took its legs out! Princess! Come on, that was way too close! Hang in there. Check it. The active sledge will arrive from the sea soon. At 3 against 1, it'll all work out. Maybe. I hope so.
Active sledge heavily damaged. No, active sledge has been sunk. Ejection of the elite piloting it has been confirmed. Unable to continue fighting.
No way! The enemy only has 1 object! Why did the active sledge sink?
Unknown. Currently going over the satellite footage.
Damn it! Hey, look! I don't think those readings are the active sledge. What the heck are they? They're objects. Seriously? You mean all 6 of them? They're objects?
Recorded data has been confirmed. They came from beneath the sea. They avoided our radar by approaching submerged.
What are you trying to say? Are these objects supposed to be modeled after sperm whales?
Unknown.
And 6 of them? What happened to the whole "we outnumber them" thing? It can't be. This is absurd.
To my esteemed brethren of the friendly forces of the legitimate kingdom, this is the elite of the glorious 24th Mechanized Maintenance Battalion speaking. Criswell, City Slicker the Magnificent. We are not your enemy. We have come to claim a great victory for the glory of our beloved homeland. The legitimate kingdom has grown stagnant. Do you know why?
Because we have to break through barriers just to be understood. Even though we have such a useful tool as our nation's official language. Inferior languages are being used, causing interference, keeping us from understanding each other. This world changes every second. The accumulation of these slight delays gives rise to a cancerous deficit. In order for our legitimate kingdom to be victorious, we must find a solution for this problem. This is my goal, to bring purity through eradication.
You can't put a price on honor.
The critical running battle on Victoria Island. 2.
To my esteemed brethren of the friendly forces of the legitimate kingdom, this is the elite of the glorious 24th Mechanized Maintenance Battalion speaking. Criswell, City Slicker the Magnificent. The legitimate kingdom I know and love has grown stagnant, and do you know the reason? Even though we have such a useful tool as our nation's official language, inferior languages are being used, causing interference, keeping us from understanding each other. In order for our legitimate kingdom to be victorious, we must find a solution for this problem.
This is my goal, to bring purity through eradication.
This is a military exercise. Our objective is located on the eastern part of the island. With a 7-object show of force, you'd best stand aside.
An exercise? That's such an obvious lie!
Wait, let me see the projection map. That puts them on course to attack the city.
Hold on, I think you've missed something. Our base zone's in the way, too!
Major Frolecia!
All personnel evacuate. I repeat, all personnel evacuate. Get as far from the base as you can. Let's go! On the double!
Before we see our fire inside, so 泥まみれのその表情が見据えてる先へ流れ落ちる朝が全て無駄に終わるとしても戦うことだけは忘れはしないだろういつでも笑える強い君の泣き顔は誰も知らないから心の技は消えないけどYou always never gave up, you never gave up, so nothing's too late. So yeah, never wake up, you never wake up. 夢見ていこうぜ、いつか嘆いてた笑えない世界はどこまでも笑ってそうさ駆け抜ければいい
Those with a command of the proper tongue shall be subjects. Those unable to command it but willing to learn will be servants. Those unable to speak and unwilling to learn will die. Only then will our kingdom's greatness rise from the ashes. Thus we forge the path to a prosperous future through glorious victory.
We were given plenty of time to evacuate before they attacked, making us show that they're not hostile. Quinther, Havia! I need a sit-rep on those objects.
The snowquake's been badly damaged. I think the elite ejected.
The princess is still hanging in there, but she's taken some hits. Her drive system got tagged, but it looks as if she can still maneuver.
Understood. Search the rubble for any salvageable material. Load what you can into the vehicles and get ready to roll out. Those traitors are gonna roll full tilt on the immigrant settlement. We'll repair the baby Magnum before that!
Roger! Bad time to be hard to reach.
What's going on? Come in!
You two, what's wrong?
We can't seem to find the maintenance chief.
You mean, did she get out?
Oh yeah, she was with us when we got out. But now...
Granny wasn't originally from the legitimate kingdom, was she? As I recall, she migrated here from Japan in the Capital Enterprise.
Yeah, she told us.
What about her family?
Let's see now. She mentioned a daughter and a granddaughter.
The immigrant settlement. I could have guessed.
There we go. First aid complete.
Thanks a lot.
Glad I could help.
What did you say? Seriously? Granny went by herself to save her daughter and son-in-law from the immigrant city?
I swear. It's a good thing the black uniforms are on a separate assignment.
If she'd been caught by them, they would have shot her already. Never mind. I'm sending these trucks your way. You two get things ready for the baby Magnum to get her needed repairs.
Do you think we'll make it in time?
The 24th Battalion's traveling with infantry, which means they have to match speeds with their vehicles. If we can get the Princess's propulsion system fixed, we might be able to catch up.
So if we want to save Granny and the settlement, we're working on a limited timetable. We've got to finish those repairs while there's still time.
Hang on, don't be rash! I don't like it either, but I think it's time we consider saying too bad, but we might just have to give up and go home.
Just listen for a second, Havia! As we stand here arguing about giving up, the 24th Battalion keeps marching. Do you really think there's time for wishy-washy deliberation? There's no time to hesitate. We have to act now!
Get off of me, man! Didn't you see? They brought out 7 objects for a fight. Even if we take out 1, what have we accomplished?
Think about it, Havia. Do you really think we're going up against 7 whole objects? How many people maintain the baby Magnum? Just to keep her operational. If they really were operating 7 full objects, how much would that cost in terms of funding for facilities and personnel? How many elites do they really have? Do you have any clue about the effort that goes into training 1?
Fine. So what the hell were those things?
I seriously doubt they have the financial resources to field a cutting-edge object. Likely. They're cheap, half-gen prototypes. Their aim was to create dummies that would throw our forces into a panic.
You've got nothing to corroborate. This is all just guesswork.
Then I'll have to prove it to you.
Hey, wait! Where are you going? Come on. Fine!
The basic dimensions of the floats put them at 100 meters long and 20 meters wide, and about 10 meters high. What about hull thickness and quality of materials? Let's see.
Hey man, what are you playing with that tablet for?
Float volume. Even if it were empty inside, at its size it isn't buoyant enough for 200,000 tons. At best, I'd give it 50,000. You see what I'm getting at?
Then...
You could never put a real object on this float. That formation is a bluff. There's no way they have the firepower of 7 whole objects.
What, for real?
The thickness of the armor is less than a quarter of what it should be. If they're skimping on things like that, they wouldn't have done the anti-fire reactant treatment either. Its effectiveness as onion armor would be compromised. Their reactor output is questionable as well. The entire reason that they're moving together with infantry might be to conceal the fact that they can't go any faster. If that's the case, it begs the question, how many of them can do anything other than fire their main guns? Even without the aid of an object, there's a chance we can punch some holes in them with conventional anti-tank weaponry.
So basically, if we were to destroy 7 objects in one fell swoop, they'd pretty much have to give us a medal.
Yeah.
Okay, you can count me in, but this is the last time. I'm doing this to gain the prestige as the future head of the Winchell family, and then I'm done! This is the last time I'll let you put me in a situation where I gamble with my life.
Then let's not waste it. We won't let them lay one dirty finger on that settlement.
Yeah. No fair. We get pinned down right after you convince me to do something heroically awesome.
We can do it. Let's use that car.
No choice. Medium-range sniper rifles, plus a portable anti-tank missile. This level of boned is off the charts.
We'll have to ask for permission to sneeze from now on, or get drilled full of lead. Wait, why are they dressed like that?
And check out that gun. What's the Capital Enterprise military doing all the way out here?
Okay, enough whispering for now, boys. Thanks. They're as good a gift as can be expected given conditions.
They'll do, or else we'll have to kill them.
We're also starting to run low on rations. If we don't get something in the wind column soon, we're in trouble.
That's correct. And there's nothing more we can do until rescue comes for us anyway.
Who the hell are you people? And what are you all doing here, for that matter?
We're agents of the Battlefield Cleaning Service.
What the hell is the Battlefield Cleaning Service?
A PMC, you know, like mercenaries?
But dressed like that?
Hey, there's a market for everything. Oh, and it seems we've run out of business cards. Please forgive us.
Damn Capital Enterprise money worshippers.
Things have actually been pretty tough lately. We'd planned to send in our object after the Legitimate Kingdom and Intelligence Union wore each other down. We could have taken out both armies, and we would have gotten away with it if it weren't for you meddling kids. Instead, your side was victorious and has been cementing their hold on Alaska ever since.
Which time? Are you talking about when the princess fought Oh-Ho-Ho and the Rush?
The Rush, huh? You Legitimate Kingdom types like to give things some weird nicknames.
Thanks to that, things got rather dicey for a while. The withdrawal operation was absolute chaos, so we missed our chance to catch a transport out of here. Enemies all around us, nowhere safe to sleep. It was so not cool.
Look, if all you want is hot soup and a blanket, why not surrender?
If we did, the reputation of our company would start to suffer. We're the capital enterprise where one's civil rights are directly linked with one's bank account. They say there's no such thing as bad publicity, but we have an image to uphold.
Then what are you gonna do?
That? I hope you don't mind pretending to be a maintenance crew and getting the elite to eject for an emergency. Tell her the reactor has been severely damaged and looks like it's gonna blow or something, I don't know. After that, we'll take the elite into custody. I think I have a pretty firm grasp of the situation on Victoria Island. The 7 traitorous objects are the last ones the Legitimate Kingdom has in the area, but those units leave for the Atlantic soon. Once that happens, this place will be completely undefended. The Capital Enterprise military will move into the region again, we'll get extracted, and all our troubles will be over. Now, if it's not too much to ask, can you get your elite to eject?
So you people fight for pay.
That's right, we're a private military corporation. If you'd like to hire us, please fill out the appropriate forms on our dedicated secure website.
There's no time for that. I'll hire you and your people right here, right now.
Gunther!
If you take a contract with us, then we're allies, aren't we?
You don't seem to know what our services are worth, little boy! There's no way you could afford to hire us on your weekly allowance. A fee is remuneration that is paid in earnest for services rendered. Any attempt at haggling would be beyond insulting. Tantamount to saying that the combined value of our lives is subject to whatever's convenient for you at the time.
No one's insinuating anything of the sort.
Don't you mess with us, Mop Top!
Looks like someone still doesn't fully understand the position they're in.
That someone's you. I'm a preferred customer, I'll have you know. If you're from the Capital Enterprise, I'm sure you're familiar. Or are you so focused on cash that you can't even recognize precious gemstones?
Check it!
They're from the military mine that was on the Kamchatka Peninsula. The one the Faith Organization was keeping secret for their rainy day war chest.
These diamonds are real. They're in the 15-carat range. From first glance, the color and clarity are excellent. Like top quality good.
All of them?
That's just the advance. I have 2 more boxes like that one stashed away near the maintenance base. If you help us out here, I'll give you the rest, regardless of the mission's outcome. So how much do mercenaries go for? How many missions would you have to live through to earn this much?
You should have let off with a diamond offer, Master. We'll help you however we can. This way! Please make yourself at home! I apologize in advance for the cramped quarters, but I promise to do our utmost to make you feel comfortable.
This APC smells surprisingly girly.
We still have what we need to make tea, don't we, Charm?
There's some leftover tea leaves we've only steeped 2 or 3 times, and we can melt snow for potable water.
What about snacks?
Well, we have the crackers that come with our rations.
You mean those lightly salted pieces of plywood?
Sounds like rations taste like crap no matter where they come from.
Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Whitey in Uptown, pleased to meet you. If you need anything from recon and artillery support to shoulder rubs and manicures, say the word and we will get right on it.
Yeah? Awesome. I guess for starters, maybe we should make for the immigrant settlement to lend a hand?
We have our orders, ladies! Full speed ahead! Next stop, the immigrant settlement!
If they're willing to do anything, let's have them do it all, you know what I'm saying? I wouldn't mind getting my ears cleaned with my head in a lady's lap.
No one asked your opinion, fartface, so just sit there and keep your ugly yap shut.
Why the harsh treatment?
It's the difference between a customer who's already compensated us and a worthless freeloader who hasn't coughed up a single penny. You should be grateful we even let your gold brick and butt on board!
Okay, fine. I won't ask for anything. But you should know, when I feel cold eyes looking down on me with contempt, I'm the kind of guy who gets turned on.
Now, what should our next move be?
What seems to be the problem?
Of the 7 units, 6 are likely to be dummies that are half-gen or even less. But they can still use their main guns. And then, Our main opponent, the second-gen Indigo Plasma. It's an honest-to-goodness monster weapon.
I want to know how they managed to get 6 elites trained enough to operate all those things.
We're most likely dealing with strategic AIs.
Why do you say that?
Lemish, would you be so kind as to enlighten our client?
Gladly. This shows their movements from when the 6 units came ashore. They're represented by the red arrows. Does anything stand out to you about the way they move?
They're running along perfectly straight lines.
And here comes the dummy's leader, the Lily Maria. I think your people call it the Indigo Plasma. But watch what happens when they come within a 5-click radius of their leader.
The movement of the dummy units changed.
That's right. Their maneuvers would be managed by the AI, but within this proximity, the leader is given access to manually fine-tune them. And your object at sea, they had to make a sneak attack or else they would never have brought it down so easily.
First the Intelligence Union, then the 24th Battalion. Sounds like developing strategic AIs is the trend.
If they're really AIs, couldn't we just apply the Angelina list to bring them to a standstill?
When we fought the Rush, the enemy's attention was focused on the princess. That's the only reason why we were able to take action. Now we don't have that luxury. If we make any kind of move, they'll point their guns at us.
The key thing to remember is a 5-click signal range, where it switches from total AI control to the pilot's manual adjustments. Outside of that range, whatever signals they use to control them are no longer reliable.
But if we can get inside that range, we might be able to use that signal to turn the tables.
We're a PMC valued customer. We have weapons, demolitions, jamming equipment, everything a mission might require. And if there's anything you need from us, sir, please don't hesitate to ask.
We're about to square off against 7 objects, including a second-gen. And their commander, Prizewell City Slicker, is demented. Even if we raise the white flag, he still might roll right over us. When we mobilize to strike, there will be no turning back.
Long as there's enough financial compensation, we'll do anything. And you've more than paid for our services in advance.
Skibu! Iekazu, can you hear me?
Hey! Watch out!
Skibu! Iekazu! Aren't you here?
Yes, yes. Hold on a second. I was just in the other room. Mom, why are you here?
Is Iekazu home? And Orihime?
It's the middle of the day, so no. He's up at work and she's still in school.
Useless. I thought there might be a chance with the landlines, but they're still not working either.
The phones are out too? The TV cut out hours ago, but I thought they were just doing maintenance. But then the internet died on me as well. What am I supposed to do for my lunch recipe now?
The Homeland must have shut all communications down to prevent a panic. They're most likely cutting the lines down now, starting with the thickest cables.
Panic? What are you talking about, Mom?
Skibu, I need you to stay calm and listen to me.
You're the one who's flustered, Mom.
Objects will be here soon to attack this city.
Huh?
The legitimate Kingdom military won't be able to stop them. We've got to get out of this city and fast. Before monster weapons turn this city into a sea of flames and ash.
Propulsion system repairs. I repeat, prioritize propulsion system repairs. Enemy formation is headed for the immigrant settlement as we speak. If we fall behind now, we'll never catch up.
What is this? What's happening? I have to let my next-door neighbors know. I have to tell them to run! Mother!
We don't have the time. Once the panic starts, traffic will freeze up and everybody will die.
So just leave them?
As long as you survive, you can hate me for it.
I never imagined I would do something so cold-hearted.
That's enough. You're not responsible for my sin. It's my fault. My unit was supposed to stop the enemy before they got this far and we failed. Who's closer, Iekazu or Orihime?
If I had to guess, I'd say Iekazu.
All right, we'll go pick him up first. You navigate.
Mother, Shikibu told me the gist of it, but
No time to discuss this in committee.
Mother!
I refuse to sit by and do nothing. I won't let Orihime die while this world tears itself apart!
Watch out! Slow down or we'll crash!
Be quiet, you fool! Iekazu, get Orihime. And if any of the staff try to get in your way, show them this. Just don't pull the charging handle back. If the chamber stays empty, it can't discharge around. Now bring her here as quickly as you can! Move it! It's over. I didn't make it in time.
But Mother...
We're already within range of their main guns.
It can't be.
I failed. I'm sorry. I wasn't fast enough.
Hey, Granny, you still alive? Galahad is on the scene. You know, Quenther, this thankless job just keeps taking and taking. Just because we've beaten an object or two before doesn't make tackling 7 at a time a reasonable request. Just relax, Havia. This is our moment in the spotlight. Let's knock it out of the park one more time and end up heroes again. So business as usual, in other words. And then we'll chalk up another victory to the mighty Quenther Barbatage.
Not without you. You always grumble, but you've saved my life countless times.
You two, what are you doing here?
I can't let you go and die on me, Granny.
There's still far too much technical knowledge I need to learn from watching you in your element. The loss of such a talented engineer, it would hinder me from achieving my dreams. And besides...
I can't stand to see the princess sulking over you. She says she can't get motivated unless you're the one doing her maintenance.
Thank you, boys.
We are about to engage the 24th Mechanized Maintenance Battalion. The objective of our mission is to defend the immigrant settlement from attack. Demolish anything that stands in our way!
Consider it done, sir!
Can't put a price on honor.
The critical running battle on Victoria Island. 3.
We're about to engage the 24th Mechanized Maintenance Battalion. The objective of our mission is to defend the immigrant settlement from attack. Demolish anything that stands in our way!
Consider it done, sir!
Look at me, my eyes misting up with excitement. Between the sheer thrill of this sudden change of pace and your rousing speech, I'm a total mess!
I'm sure that attitude is all part of the service you provide, but it's getting annoying.
Understood, sir. Task 1, stall the enemy. And to make that happen, we'll draw the object's focus to us.
If they bite, we can move the combat zone away from the immigrant settlement.
Whoa, hang on, man. Think about what you're suggesting. If they see us, we'll get burnt to ashes in the blink of an eye.
Shut your trap, freeloader! We can make it work with our birds and animals!
Which are?
I present with great pride the Battlefield Cleaning Service's combat drones. Birds are aerial units, animals are six-wheelers, remote-controlled units equipped with rocket launchers that are small enough to avoid anti-personnel sensors.
How many?
Just one bird, but 10 animals.
Okay, let's get started. What can we do to help?
Honestly, the best way you could assist us would be to scatter these dummy antennas. That way we can't be located based on signal triangulation.
Avia, let's go.
All right, fine. Wish I had diamonds so they'd be nice to me.
fire inside so 泥まみれのその表情が見据えてる先へ流れ落ちる朝が全て無駄に終わるとしても戦うことだけは忘れはしないだろういつでも笑える強い君の泣き顔は誰も知らないから心の技は消えないけど You always never gave up You never gave up So nothing's too late そうやって Never wake up You never wake up 夢見ていこうぜいつか嘆いてた笑えない世界はどこまでも笑ってそうさ駆け抜ければいい
Hurry it up, dude! I'll head east. You go southwest. Damn it. I look forward to the day I don't have to book it through snow anymore.
Hurry! If we take too long, the enemy will blow up the city.
Hey, Charm, give me a sit rep.
The 24th is still advancing. If they maintain their current speed, the immigrant settlement will be within range of their main guns in a matter of minutes.
Governance under a unified language is our kingdom's best chance of survival for centuries. And that will hold true for both man and machine. We will dispose of the inferior languages until only the true tongue remains.
It's no use. We're not gonna make it in time. Wydeen! Launch the bird!
Inadvisable, sir. The first thing the objects will target are the dummy antennas. If you don't put some distance between you and those decoys, you'll be caught in the crossfire.
If the bombardment starts because we took too long, it'll all have been for nothing. Now do it!
Can't say I didn't warn you. And life insurance companies aren't generally sympathetic in situations like this.
Hey, Quenther! Too bad and I'm in the same predicament as you, and I'd rather get my ass clear first!
Shut up, Skitflint! Nobody asked you! Lemish, launch the bird, please.
Roger. Launching the bird.
Damn! They spotted me! What's that?
Enemy shell sighted. It appears cylindrical, descending at a slow rate via parachute. It looks like it has a series of holes around the side.
Gas? It's the same kind they use in the plasma cannon. Quenther, look out! They're aiming directly at you! Get out of there now!
Target confirmed hit! Knocked off course and coming down!
Dying before you settle the bill at the end of the battle's not in our best interest, Master.
You saved my skin either way. I have to admire your pragmatic approach to protecting human life.
You're still in trouble. The indigo plasma hasn't lost interest. Why am I not surprised? Damn! Quenther, no!
Master, no!
Quenther! You still alive? Come in!
I'm okay. I used hand axe to blow the gas to the other side of the hill. That bastard. He fried his own men to get to me.
We'll confuse them with the animals. Please use that distraction to get back to us, sir.
Roger that. Come pick me up.
Not you, you insignificant parasite!
Unit 04, obliterated!
Using fixed-base plasma cannons against RC toys. It's the AI. Nothing more than an assortment of simple prioritization routines. Wait! The armor took damage where the rocket impacted. Hey, a piece of the dummy armor. It's pretty thick, but it's not heavy at all.
So where are we going? And why?
Don't worry. It's just a little trip.
Mother.
Don't ask.
I just...
It doesn't matter. But you must know asking me questions won't get us anywhere. I swear, I'll keep you safe.
Granny, can you hear me? It's Quenther. There's something I need your help with.
I've gathered a bunch of data regarding the enemy, but it's too much for a student like me to make sense of.
I need your professional assistance.
Idiot! Break contact! I've gone AWOL, remember? If you pass information to me, you might be implicated and tried in a court-martial.
Then I'll just get tossed in the brig right next to you!
So please help me, because you and I are the only hope this city's got left.
Of the 7 enemy units, 6 are dummies. I got my hands on the armor from one of them. It's constructed of 2 layers of steel and some unknown gray material. Weighs almost nothing. Most likely they're using some filler composite to cut down on costs. How do I test what this gray stuff is?
Wait, one thing at a time, slower. You need to test the dummy unit's armor?
This might be the clue that turns this whole situation back around!
You've gotta hurry!
Gray stuff.
Grandma, what's going on?
Nothing, dear. Wait back there for me, okay? You have a portable terminal, right? That way you can use the radio wave method. Step 1, open the portable terminal's wireless LAN and put it on the ground. Then, put the armor on top of it.
Hold on just a sec. Cool, done.
Step 2, while maintaining this channel, set a different channel on your radio to the LAN's transmission frequency. Once you've done that, press the radio on top of the armor and send the signal.
Got it.
That should do it. Now call up the portable terminal system screen and check the information from the signal you just sent.
Right. It says 34.2.
If they were really using anti-fire reactant armor, that much signal wouldn't have passed through the paneling. As things stand, there's no way I can be sure what the second layer's made of. From here on out, the best I can do is unreliable speculation.
With your expertise, speculations are as good as gold.
The gray material is most likely some kind of special ceramic. So that means the majority of the dummy unit's bodies are made of this ceramic material, which is then coated in steel plating to make them look like real-deal objects.
Based on my analysis of their landing craft, I calculated that the dummy units weigh less than 50,000 tons. Even based on relative density, the armor thickness is probably about a third of what you'd find on a standard object. Not to mention the fact they're not using anti-fire reactant.
They got us. We were bamboozled by the visual impact. If we'd handled things calmly and dealt with them one at a time, the Princess's main guns could have perforated a lot of them in no time flat. But we saw 7 objects bearing down. Their great gambit relied on that information to make us panic. Now we've seen most of their cards before they played their next hand. Do you have any idea what this means, boy?
When you compare them to normal objects, their armor's significantly less damage resistant.
That's not all. I'm talking about their tolerance to heat. Understand? Their main guns are all fixed-base plasma cannons. Geographical conditions taken into account.
What was that? Granny? Come back! Damn it. We're being jammed. Gwenther here, do you copy?
Oh, sir! You're all right? That's such wonderful news! That guarantees any remaining balance will be paid.
Our signal's clear. They must be close if I can hear them.
Sir?
Whitey, how many drones are left?
3 animals remain active, but the bird was shot down.
Launch an attack with them.
You have an address? That way, I can email you the location.
Of course! We've been given the chance to collect a valued client's personal info! Today is our lucky day.
Since they won't trip the anti-personnel sensors, these unmanned drones are our best shot at this. Think we can make it work?
One of our animals is partially damaged and stranded, but as luck would have it, it's right in their path. They think they've already taken it out of commission, so we're free to target whatever we want with it.
Engage!
Your wish is my command. Now engaging. You got work to do! Move it or lose it! Don't make me say it again!
The strategic AI running the dummies isn't very advanced. The frame conundrum is their weak spot, assuming the Angelina list can even be applied. The AI changes priorities in response to an unfamiliar situation. Programmed to disregard friendly losses, top priority is given to defeating rival objects using any means necessary, making the AI's next move predictable. Factor in the power of multiple guns, all accidentally firing on the trucks hauling those canisters of uber flammable gas, and then boom! An unexpected firestorm.
Damn it! Are you kidding me? That didn't work? I don't care how much thinner their armor's supposed to be. If that blast didn't take them out, we don't stand a chance!
You're wrong. We put them in checkmate.
How do you figure that? They look like they're still moving to me, Deep Blue!
They had a built-in Achilles heel from the very start. Sub-zero weather is part of life in this region. Their ice-cold bodies exposed to the extreme heat from the plasma maelstrom brought a massive, abrupt temperature change. This causes a great deal of thermal shock to the special ceramic, which makes it incredibly brittle.
Yes!
Regardless of your potential operating environment, objects typically have a layer of anti-fire reactors to nullify such dangers. But they were skimping on the quality of the armor from the beginning. Probably something they never got around to. And now they've crumbled under their own weight.
Gwenther, sorry to interrupt your well-deserved celebration, but the indigo plasma is still active and now it's ticked!
This noise is irritating. You're nothing compared to me, you filthy peasant!
Here we go. Looks like you finally tracked down my radio signal.
This doesn't look good!
Please run! We can't bill a dead man!
You cut it pretty close. Hello, Princess.
The indigo plasma is a second-gen powerhouse. If the baby Magnum were operating at 100%, then maybe she might stand a chance of putting a hole in that behemoth. But this is a straight-up fight the princess can't win!
She can. She'll be just fine. Now, Princess, make your move. It's time to knock this discriminating douchebag down for the count.
The peon dies later. I refuse to be defeated by some outdated first-gen junk pile! What? The gas!
You still alive?
I get asked that a lot.
Yo, Granny! Your chauffeured luxury car service is here to take you back.
I'm ready to be punished. What's it gonna be?
She put the matter on hold.
On hold?
A message to you from Major Capistrano. Make up for your mistakes with results. And consider yourself fortunate that you're skilled enough at your job to be irreplaceable. Her words.
I see.
Hey, Grandma? Is that the thing you've been working on?
That's right, darling. This is the robot of justice I keep in top fighting shape, and these guys are my helpful crew that make me very proud.
She wasn't sarcastic.
Better enjoy the moment.
Man, what a pain in the neck. Now the higher-ups are busy arguing about who gets the credit for stopping City Slicker. Top it all off with a mountain of paperwork.
I'm surprised you didn't lose it and go tell the brass to get Ben or something.
What sort of idiot do you take me for, Mr. Student Combat Engineer? 'Cause I'm the tender-natured, peace-loving, steadfast champion of justice. The pure-hearted, lovable bombshell officer, Major Frolecia Capistrano. You really think I'd commit career suicide over something like this?
If you were as kind-hearted and sweet as you claim, pretty sure you wouldn't have chewed us out for 3 hours straight, especially when returning completely exhausted from combat.
If getting chewed out is too much for you, I could always toss you in the brig.
No.
By the way, Quinther, am I to understand that you hired a small PMC without authorization?
What? I don't know what you mean.
And as compensation for their assistance, you paid them with gems taken from the diamond mine on the Kamchatka Peninsula? Diamonds that you smuggled out with you. I'll reprimand you for that later. So tell me, what was the name of this PMC?
They were the Battlefield Cleaning Service.
I see. All right then, listen up. I've already confirmed with the Capital Enterprise. Their military is completely privatized, you know, and every single mercenary firm is registered. However, it seems there is no private military corporation registered under the name of Battlefield Cleaning Service.
What do you mean?
You got mixed up with a troublesome bunch, Quinther.
Hello! We just got back from our mission! Lemish, dear, please peel off that fake label.
All right. We made a killing this time, didn't we?
Indeed, I never expected to find handfuls of diamonds on a field operation.
It's all par for the course in the Capital Enterprise. So are you hooked now?
You must be joking. Who would ever willingly allow money to dictate their every move? What about those dummy units using AIs?
Trashed. Shattered to pieces.
We also dispatched a separate special ops unit to infiltrate and destroy the 24th Battalion's development division. They managed to destroy their research into strategic AIs in the process. That's a success.
Leave it to you to find every dirty trick to pull. Sending multiple spies under false flags, trying to steal strategic AI technology?
Strategic AIs, exemplified by our unit Juliet, are the specialty of the Intelligence Union military.
And we won't sit idly by while other militaries develop their own AIs, will we, Lieutenant Colonel Ma'am?
We've now erased one of the technologies that were stolen. That leaves one more to be purged.
I was wondering, where could our pop star elite be right now? Were you able to clear up the confusion?
Yes. We're intelligence specialists, so we've gotten used to mitigating the damage caused by false information. But that student from the legitimate kingdom does seem to be rather fond of irony. You could say he piqued my interest.
Didn't I tell you? He was a most fascinating gentleman.
You're right. Generous and quick-witted. I might very well have fallen for my valued client.
Tough luck. I'm not about to give him up that easily.
"息を切らして必死につい
So, what in the world does a classy broad from Oversight want with little old me?
The best way to help yourself, Honeysuckle, is to cooperate. Share everything you know about the list, as well as former Counselor Flide.
So it's come to this. If you want to put out the fire, you'd best hurry. Leave matters alone, and the 37th Mechanized Maintenance Battalion will be annihilated.
A requiem for the flowers blooming in the field.
The battle to destroy the baby Magnum. 1.
Everything in this life has a beginning and an end. But those stories that say they lived happily ever after are misleading at best. The story doesn't really end there. In reality, those great victories are bogged down in the aftermath. Repairing damaged bunkers is one of those things. Then there are the delicate political negotiations with hostile nations to take into account. This was supposed to be a routine mission like any other. But life is no fairy tale. This time around, we would be held accountable for every action we've taken leading to this point, and we would pay for them dearly. As for the prince and the princess lived happily ever after trope, somewhere along the way, we lost that innocent part of ourselves that believed the fairy tale ending was real.
Before we see our fire inside, so 泥まみれのその表情が見据えてる先へ流れ落ちる朝が全て無駄に終わるとしても戦うことだけは忘れはしないだろういつでも笑える強い君の泣き顔は誰も知らないから心の技は消えないけどYou always never gave up, you never gave up, so nothing's too late. So never wake up, you never wake up,夢見ていこうぜ。いつか嘆いてた笑えない世界はどこまでも笑ってそうさ駆け抜ければいい
Wow. It's incredible. Flowers as far as the eye can see. You hear about it, but this is the first time I've seen the real thing.
Idyllic splendor. As long as you take the two objects ruining the scenery out of the equation, because with them here, it kind of ruins the mood for a picnic.
This meeting's just to exchange the hostage. It should go smoothly. So really, objects just come out here to pose and posture in front of each other. It's more formality than anything else.
Yeah.
If that's true, there's no reason to be nervous, right?
I guess not. But ever since I started palling around with you, I've picked up the bad habit of being suspicious of everything.
Right back at you, tough guy. Did you say hostage exchange?
Yep. We meet with the Intelligence Union to trade a hostage we took prisoner. For fitting compensation, of course. We'll mainly be trading for technological intel. Our human bargaining chip's a VIP named Guru Klondike. Ugh.
Guru?
I've heard of that guy. He's this old monk dude who preaches a platform based on non-violent civil disobedience.
That's correct. He started off as a prominent figure in the faith organization. Now he's become quite the player on the stage of international politics. His influence now transcends traditional borders, and he has vocal supporters in all four of the great powers. The Guru's teachings are more ideological than religious. It's closer to philosophy, actually. And because of that, he was kind of the odd man out back home in the faith organization.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Because he liked to rock the boat back home, the faith organization is in no hurry to take him back. But like I said, he's internationally popular. So they put up the pretense of caring.
She's right. Taking the Guru is good PR, but then he starts spreading certain ideas, so the government panics and detains him.
But an execution creates an international incident. So they just want to drop him off with another country as soon as they possibly can.
Ad infinitum. Sometimes it's months, sometimes it's years, but the Guru gets passed back and forth between the 4 great powers.
You make the whole thing sound like a card game.
It is. The game's called Old Maid.
Pretty much. Now it's the Intelligence Union's turn to take the Old Maid off our hands.
Why would they do that?
Who knows? But hey, with the intel they're providing as compensation, you won't hear us complaining, but you can bet your butts we're making this exchange. Considering the delicate nature of this, the Faith Organization will have an object of their own some distance away, acting as an overseer of the trade. And with 3 of the great powers gathered, the Capital Enterprise was sick of feeling left out, so they sent an object to watch things unfold as well.
One old religious geezer can bring representatives from all 4 great powers, huh?
That sounds bad. Objects from all 4 powers gathered together sounds really bad.
If we carry this out textbook smooth, there's fundamentally no danger. You boys just keep your heads on your shoulders and carry on with your mission, okay?
Just keep my head on my shoulders, huh?
What are you up to?
Hi! I'm using CVD to treat the replacement mirrors for your secondary gun's targeting system.
CVD?
Yep. Specifically, the ones nearest your main guns. They regularly have to withstand massive temperature and pressure changes because of their proximity. And so, those particular mirrors have to be switched out after pretty much every battle you fight. Check it out, it's about to start. CVD means chemical vapor deposition. As you can see, it's spraying the powder used for the coating. Then it turns into plasma, glazing the surface. It can turn pretty much anything into a high-quality mirror.
Oh, wow.
Let me see that. It's for you. My gift. The mirror on the compact you take into the cockpit. I remember you saying it broke. I hope this will do the job until your replacement comes.
You mean, is this a present?
I just made it from stuff I had on hand, so it's no big deal.
It's wonderful. Thank you.
Yeah? It was totally worth it to hear you say that.
Come on! It's almost that time! Baby Magnum needs to get ready to mobilize!
Ciao. Thanks again.
Sure thing.
All right, that's our cue, Guru. Shall we?
What a shame it is to part ways, dear Frolacia. You took hold of my mic with such a passionate hand, until I nearly exploded from the intensity of your performance. For as long as I live, I'll never forget the sweet music we shared.
Guru, please!
Look, I know you like to push the limits, but seriously, this guy? When you've got 2 beefcakes standing right here!
Enough! I was assigned to keep an eye on the Guru while he was at karaoke last night.
It was an evening aflame with passion.
Puke.
I guess babysitting old dudes is part of an officer's duty. Getting promoted isn't all it's cracked up to be.
Excuse me, young man. Are you that Quenther Barbatage fellow I've heard about?
Yes, Guru, that's me.
I had heard there was a hero, an ordinary man slaying giants. Nice to put a face to the legend.
I don't know if I'd call us heroes. Certainly not legends.
That much is true. But if you really wanted to be a perfect hero, you would have found a way to save the lives of the other elite pilots whose objects you destroyed.
Those other elite pilots were trying to kill us. It's easy to make moral judgments when you're not busy trying to survive.
I'd hope you weren't one of those people who think nothing of sacrificing one life. If that sacrifice can save the lives of tens of thousands more.
But that's not...
Anyone can do that math, Gramps.
Yes, anyone indeed. But don't you think it's precisely that kind of subtraction that perpetuates our species' endless cycle of misery and self-destruction? Will the two of you learn what it takes to be true heroes one day?
Sir.
Because I look forward to seeing that.
To the pilot of the legitimate kingdom object. From this point forward, we will be running in red alert mode.
If you make any suspicious moves, we won't hesitate to open fire. You've been warned.
To the Intelligence Union object pilot. Warning acknowledged. We'll enter into red alert with the same conditions.
It's you again, isn't it? They've got you on guard duty.
I could say the same since we captured your object and all. You're lucky they didn't kick you out for incompetence.
So if you're here, does that mean that clever blonde gentleman came along?
Yes. In fact, he gave me a present earlier today.
A present?
A handmade accessory.
Well, isn't that nice?
Yes, it was.
Was that supposed to be an imitation of me?
All I did was laugh.
Again with these two. Sounds like they're at it again, clever blonde gentlemen.
The new rush unit. It looks pretty much the same, but I find it doubtful they'd bring the exact same model captured by us to the face-off. There must be some kind of modification.
Yo,
somewhere.
gentlemen! Wenther!
What is it?
In a different setting, I'd do the world a favor and blast you to pieces.
I'd like to see you try.
Oh, big talk from someone in an antique.
Whoa, slow down there, princess. What do you think you're doing?
She tried to provoke me and I accepted her challenge. Nothing more, nothing less.
Well, that's not gonna work. This is supposed to be a peaceful mission, remember?
It is what it is. But if you insist, I'm willing to let it go this time.
You there? Princess, come in! Melinda? What's wrong? Miss Frolacia, come in! I had contact with the princess, but the signal was suddenly cut off.
We're confirming the same. It's not just radio contact. All telemetry data has stopped transmitting as well.
A malfunction?
Something tells me it isn't that simple.
We found the reason. Someone's deliberately interfering with the symbiotic link between the princess and the baby Magna, hence the communication breakdown.
Interfering? But who?
We're not sure.
The princess should be digging through various subroutines to get around the problem. But we have no idea what's going on inside the cockpit. What we do know, however,
is the source of the signal is a quantum key-enabled radio tower in a resort town roughly 15 clicks southwest, and that's all.
for the moment there's no real damage beyond the obstructed communications. But you never know. I want this dealt with ASAP, and if we start carelessly moving troops around during the exchange, we may stir up trouble, which we don't need.
So with that in mind...
I understand. We're on our way now.
Thank you.
Let's go, Havia.
Whoa, hang on! How dare you casually volunteer me for this stinking mess? What's gonna happen if you and I run into some massive army?
The exchange meeting goes up in smoke, and we probably end up as corpses. Or something like that.
That sounds great. I hope you're not doing this just because of the Guru's little hero pep talk. Okay, hero. Maybe you can clear up some confusion for me on the drive. Don't object comm systems use 8th gen encryption with quantum keys? So how is it possible for someone to interfere with that?
I've been trying to figure that out for myself, and I can't. All I know is that I've got a bad feeling about this. This is Quenther. We'll be arriving at the target location shortly.
It's been a long time, hasn't it? I'm pleased to hear you're alive and well. Charlotte Zoom speaking.
That's the scary black uniform lady! They're the worst!
Hey!
She was the oversight lady who held me at gunpoint back in Kamchatka.
Oversight, huh? Those people creep me out.
Look, I really appreciate you calling me, but unfortunately, I'm in the middle of a mission right now.
I'm well aware. That's the reason I called you. I heard that the 37th Mechanized Maintenance Battalion was trying to quietly deal with a cyber attack against the Baby Magnum. There's also the possibility this sabotage might involve former Counselor Flyd. I believe the two of you already met.
Oh yeah, I remember hearing about his escape before our fight with City Slicker.
But if the story ended there, I doubt she'd be calling us. There's more.
Naturally.
I've been working a particular case for some time now. It has no direct correlation to either of you gentlemen, though I thought it might interest you. Because Flyd is definitely a part of it. So then I dug deeper, and I discovered there was some sort of nefarious plan being devised. From that point on, I began tracking his movements, and recently learned that he illegally entered the region where your operation's being held.
Damn it! This is the worst!
Flyd's the worst? Explain.
It's a big problem. Flyd was in charge of the elite training facility. That means he had access to top-secret data on Melinda Brantini and the Baby Magnum.
If a guy like that were to try hacking the Baby Magnum, he'd already have access codes and overrides.
But what's his endgame on this? What's this case of yours about?
I'm sorry, but you don't have the clearance. There is some intel I can divulge. We believe his goal is to take over an object, sabotage the hostage exchange, and trigger the worst imaginable scenario. This hostage exchange is already under scrutiny. The four great powers have amassed to point their objects at one another. It's the geopolitical equivalent of a powder keg stacked inside an oil refinery.
Strike a single match, and there's no telling what might happen.
Pedal down!
I'm counting on you.
Aren't you going to tell them about the list? That's the nice thing to do.
Nobody asked you.
The plan is now safely underway. It'll all be over in a few minutes, or more accurately, that's when it will all begin. You helped me when I was penniless. Thank you, my friends. I'll never be able to pay back your generosity, but your cooperation was appreciated.
Cooperation? More like extortion. I certainly hope you realize the caliber of enemies you've made today.
I do, and I take full responsibility. Let them come. What I've done should safeguard the ideals held by my confederates of the list. After they've experienced this quagmire war we're about to spark off, where the four great powers break into a free-for-all, then the world will have a newfound appreciation. They'll miss the old days, where object count determined a conflict's outcome without the need to engage in combat. I understand their hesitance, though, having been enthralled by the prospect myself. Nothing can be done to hold back true hatred. The survivors in war learn that the game is rigged.
Roger that, sir. We will complete the hostage exchange immediately.
We're going through with it? But we still haven't taken control of the signal source.
The brass made the call, morons. Guru, shall we go?
Let's boogie!
Free scumbag!
Well, well, if it isn't my old friend Havia. And Quenther, too. Welcome. I'm afraid you came too late.
No, damn it! What did you do?
The fault lies with you and your friend.
one of the more primitive instincts deeply rooted in the human psyche. That's exactly why we must control it with rationality. Wars controlled digitally via the hard math of objects, the international standard of raw power, those aren't real wars at all. They're a safety system to keep the body count low. To a world predicated on that assumption, you two are poison. The very worst kind of poison, and that is all you'll ever end up being. Prepare yourself for a taste of your own medicine, and it's long overdue.
I wonder what that was all about.
Baby Magnum, are you alright?
I'm fine.
Thank goodness. I'll send someone right over. You just stay put for now. That's an order.
Baby Magnum acknowledged.
Is there some kind of issue?
Nothing much. Just a little communications glitch.
Artillery strike requested by the Major. Arming systems.
I didn't call in a strike! Melinda, come in! I want you to stand down! Where is she aiming? Both of you get away from the house right now! There's incoming!
What, incoming? Damn! Come on! Let's move! The key!
I'd leave now if I were you. The baby Magnum already has these coordinates locked in.
It's time to go, Havia! He plans to incinerate himself right along with all this hacking equipment!
Melinda, cease fire! Power down right now! That's an order!
Don't worry, Felicia. Target destroyed. Now it's time to eradicate the enemy object. What sort of move do you think the legitimate Kingdom forces are trying to pull?
Unknown. Don't let them kill the Guru. You're free to return fire!
Even this paradise must be baptized in flame.
Get down!
Adjusting target coordinates.
Damn it!
Notifying all units. Battle has broken out between the Rush and the Baby Magnum.
Is this for real? Gotta get back, Havia. All right.
The Baby Magnum went out of control?
It seems the hacker is dead, and the Mirror of Truth has been implemented. An elite perceptual interference program, designed and developed by the Intelligence Union. It interferes with the process of perception and thought. It deliberately induces a state of distorted perception with a specific slant.
You bastard! How dare you!
An example, there's the phrase, extend them every courtesy. Other than its normal word-for-word meaning, there's a slang usage which means to beat them to a pulp. Right now, she's in a mode where she interprets all information as the latter, and takes it in a negative direction. It's not just words, data, visuals too. All incoming information is converted by the interference and translated negatively. The key to undoing the interference was likely lost with Counselor Flyd. She can't be restored now. The fuse has been lit. With the bomb, which is the death of the Guru, the powder keg is sure to go up in a big bang. If you want to stop this, you'll have no choice but to destroy the Baby Magnum. Mirror, mirror on the wall, who will bring about Snow White's fall?
A requiem for the flowers blooming in the field!
The battle to destroy the Baby Magnum. 2.
It altered her perception?
That's the effect of the Mirror of Truth program. He says it takes incoming information and distorts it. Flyd set up a psychological backdoor at some point in the elite education process.
So what, he hacked the princess? And now she's been set to full rampage mode? There's no way we could have prepared for that. Hold on a second. You said he says, but who is he?
She was referring to me, Quenther Barbatage. You were so good to me back in Amazon City.
You're kidding. Is that Slatter Honeysuckle?
What are you doing with him, Charlotte? He can't be trusted.
That's classified.
Crap burgers!
What the hell is going on? Is the legitimate kingdom run by a bunch of damn lunatics?
Do you think they're trying to start an all-out war?
Who knows? Of course, the one time we get assigned a simple mission, it devolves into this mess.
There's some kind of debris up ahead. Is that...
It's the master! Someone! Call a medic! Hurry!
Need 4 additional units of O negative. Preparing to intubate.
Heart rate is growing erratic.
Blood pressure's dropping.
EKG shows arrhythmia.
BP plummeting!
He's in VFib!
Prep the electric countershock.
Charging.
10 seconds without a pulse now.
Charge complete.
Clear.
Still no pulse.
Charge to 300 joules.
Charging. Hey, what happened to my partner? He was in the crash. Where'd you take him?
He's in surgery. His condition was listed as critical due to shock, but I'm told things are looking better.
Looks like our good luck hasn't run out just yet. Damn it. You better not break our lucky streak now. You hear me?
Up and at 'em, sleepyhead.
Oh ho ho. Man, what a drag. I forgot the boobzookas were an illusion. What are you doing here? Is the battle still...
Just as reckless as ever, I see. They say that your heart stopped at one point. Slow down.
But if you're here, then does that mean... Did I miss the battle?
No. The unit keeping your object busy is an unmanned AI-controlled model. The AI the Indigo Plasma used to manage its dummies was primitive. Especially when compared to the intricately woven tapestry of code we've created in this latest version. That's how we can control it remotely.
Remotely? That's why you're here?
Look, I don't want you getting the wrong idea. I can't very well have you dying before I ever paid you for Alaska. I just came down here to see how you were doing.
And Havia, what about him?
He's fine. His injuries were minor and have already been treated.
And you are?
Lindy Farlito. I'm in charge of operations for the object your people call the Rush.
There were people stuck in the middle. My battalion commander and the guru hostage we were there to trade. Any word?
They're alive. For now.
Melinda, disengage! You have to back off, do you hear?
Don't worry, Felicia. It'll be okay. I'm here to rescue you.
You're the only one who wants to fight! Stop shooting, we're all right!
You're under duress. I know the enemy is just forcing you to lie to me. I've come to save you.
Unfortunately, I've been told they're both injured and completely pinned down.
So mount a rescue. If one of the objects accidentally ran over them, it would be a disaster.
Both the Capital Enterprise and the Faith Organization have objects observing from the sidelines. If the Guru is killed, then we're looking at a long, ugly war. I don't want that. But you're suggesting we put ourselves between two battling objects. It just isn't realistic.
What if you withdrew the rush?
Then there would be nothing left standing between your confused friend and this base. I'm afraid we simply can't allow that.
Now that you've been brought up to speed, maybe I can ask you a couple questions. First, what the hell is going on out there? Because it seems like the Baby Magnum's elite is trying to start a major world war.
You're wrong! The princess isn't like that. She's just fighting for all she's worth like she always has. Doing whatever it might take to protect everyone. But she's not really the same princess right now. Her perception's been distorted. She can't control her actions.
That doesn't sound good.
Distorted how exactly?
It's hard to say.
Hey, Professor Shades, why don't you just let me in already? I'm his freaking partner! Damn!
The Mirror of Truth. You're certain that's what it's called? I'll say this, you've definitely piqued my interest. But I want to hear it from this source of yours.
Then you'll need to give me back my radio.
Hello, Charlotte? Quenther here.
It's good to hear from you. When your comm cut out abruptly earlier, I feared the worst.
I've managed to stay alive so far. Now please, let me talk to him. I want to pick his brain. Slatter, Honeysuckle, and I need to chat.
Slatter? It can't be.
Was there something you wanted to ask me, Quenther? Or was this just a social call?
What's this Mirror of Truth program?
I told you, didn't I? It's a perceptual interference program developed specifically for elites. It's quite clever. The groundwork theory was pieced together using AI research from the Intelligence Union.
So how can it be stopped?
Well, let's see. Best bet is to defend against or flee from the distortion vector. I'm sure it would cease its assault if you could give it a stop command. But as things stand, it's locked into attack mode, and the key to changing that was lost with Flide. If you hope to stop the fighting, you have no choice but to destroy her. Fortunately, destroying the Baby Magnum shouldn't prove too difficult. Though I'm sure you're aware of that as well. First, there's its suspension. It's equipped with an electrostatic propulsion system that's prone to water damage. It doesn't even have to be a flood or anything extreme. If there's a relatively shallow pool of water, you can bring the whole thing to a standstill. You do that, she's a sitting duck. Another option would be to simply attack the cannon support joint on the unit's back. It's the Achilles heel of the main guns in one convenient location. Hitting it there should cause a massive explosion. After that, there's the revolving gun magazines. If you're able to plant charges on the exposed part, they feed into the guns automatically when loading the next round. Then the bomb is inside the barrel of the object's gun. The explosive would then detonate on firing, taking the unit with it. There are a few other ways if you're interested.
These aren't the answers I was looking for.
But you want to stop it, don't you? With an object infected by the Mirror of Truth, the only choice is to destroy it. I believe the Intelligence Union might have a better grasp on this, if you want to ask them.
The truth is, we've actually been aware of this program for some time now. Somehow our research was leaked illegally. It operates with an interference feedback loop delivered by a subroutine installed in the object's mainframe. It was intended for where an elite might refuse a mission, or if the elite were in a standalone environment due to communications jamming. It offered a way for us to control the elite. It was developed for experimental purposes.
Damn it!
Lindy, we ran perfect browsing based on the
variables provided. But the solution Romeo deems viable is the Baby Magnum's neutralization.
There were no other options. That was all.
In order to resolve our current situation, we have no other choice but to destroy the Baby Magnum. I'm sorry. It's the only logical step.
What are you going to do? Fighting and destroying objects is your specialty, isn't it, Quenther the Giant Slayer?
Shut up! Another peep out of you, and I'll blow up the prison you're being held in.
Oh, how scary. Well, I look forward to hearing about which choice you make. You do your best out there, hero.
Don't be goaded into acting without authorization. The Legitimate Kingdom Council is in session.
They're forming an official position, saying that the Baby Magnum's elite has gone rogue. They're planning to ask the other three powers to take the Baby Magnum out of action. And a first-gen object
can't stand against that kind of barrage. The directive from up top is to do nothing until then. If you disobey, all insubordinate parties will be court-martialed. Understood? Don't do anything
We can only count on ourselves this time. You said there's continual interference coming from the object, right? Then, if we can drag her out of the object, would that undo the perceptual interference?
Yes, in theory. But you're not...
Hang on! You're going? But you can barely even walk! You want to inflict enough damage to make the object eject the pilot, but not enough to actually kill the elite? And to do it all on purpose? That's almost impossible, even for me!
Have you already thought up a plan?
Nothing yet. But I have faith. Anything that was made by man's hands can also be taken apart by a man's hands. I'd be dead now if you hadn't treated my wounds. You have my gratitude.
You don't really think we're going to let you leave so easily? Or did somebody forget that he's a prisoner of war?
Well then, tell them I escaped after knocking you out from behind.
I have a proposal for you. You're aspiring to be a licensed object designer, isn't that right?
Uh-huh.
Okay, so why not defect to the Intelligence Union? If you work as my maintenance engineer, with the on-the-job experience and my glowing recommendation, you'll be a designer in no time. Then you can personally design my next object.
Wow, that's a very enticing offer.
Awesome!
But I can't.
You'd give up everything for that girl? You must really care a lot about her.
Objects have become the representatives of modern war, and the elites show how twisted it truly is. They're the ones burdened with the outcome of wars, all alone, building walls between themselves and everyone else, as thick as the outer shell of an object. The princess has always been isolated. Even now, she's there all by herself, surrounded by those thick walls. Despite that, she continues to fight to protect everyone. No way in hell I'm letting her die alone. A mirror! Listen, I'm begging you! You've gotta help me!
What?
I'm going to save the princess. But if I'm going to do that, I need the absolute cooperation of an object. You told me I owed you for what happened in Alaska, right? Once we've settled this mess, you can do whatever you want with me. I need your help.
So you're willing to put your life on the line here?
I am.
Get on your knees and promise.
I swear, by the rapier of sanguine victory that hangs over the heads of the kingdom's soldiers.
You really make manipulating you far too easy. You're just trying to do what's right, but a real man should never bend his knee so willingly to an enemy.
I've already established contact with our base zone, and Ohoho's agreed to work with us too. That just leaves. You're late, Prince Charming. I've been brought up to speed on the details. It's time to roll out. There's a princess that needs saving.
You understand what'll happen if you go with me, right? You'll get court-martialed, and then you can kiss the future you've been working for goodbye.
He says fully intent on going himself.
Yeah.
Then I don't have a choice. We've come way too far just to give up like that. Right, partner? Let's do this.
The legitimate Kingdom Council has come to the decision to abandon the Baby Magnum. Now the Capital Enterprise and the Faith Organization are preparing to mobilize. They should be approximately 15 minutes out.
Is that enough time?
If I know Granny, she'll find a way to make it work.
We can funnel all the base's power into this sucker, and the output wouldn't even hit 10%. This modification is the toughest job you'll ever do. I'm only asking you guys to do it perfectly in record time, and if anyone can get it done, it's my crew!
We're only going to get one chance. Rolacia, I'd like to thank you for authorizing this mission. It means a lot.
We should have ignored that idiotic decision the Council made and shot that traitor Flight in the head when we had the chance. But why don't we get down to business while the Guru and I are still alive? After all, the men and women of the 37th Mechanized Maintenance Battalion have to stick together to the bitter end.
Right.
I'll wait for her to move into the designated location. And then you want me to start blasting her with my guns, right?
Yes, please.
Then I'm on my way!
Princess, come in. It's me.
Quenther!
You've done great. Are you alright?
Yes. It's dragged on longer than I'd like, but I'm just fine. I can still keep fighting.
If all I had to do was score a direct hit, this would be simple, but to be told not to, I have my work cut out for me. This might actually be fun.
Don't you worry, Quenther. I'm heading in to rescue Frolecia and the Guru. Just watch, I'll protect everyone.
No good. And we were so close to drawing the baby Magnum into the target zone, we're gonna have to change things up. Punch it, Havia! Are you freaking kidding? There's no time to argue. We have to act as a decoy and guide the princess along.
The decoy? We're dead the second we go out there!
That new remote-controlled rush model is equipped with an advanced jamming system that throws off targeting data. She'll be busy splitting her attention between the two different rushes. We should move in pretty close.
Move in, huh? Closer?
Stop whining and just do it!
Why'd I volunteer? I thought fields of flowers were something you're supposed to see after you kick the bucket!
Princess, do you see the car approaching you?
The jamming is pretty bad, but there it is.
Listen to me. Havia and I are in that car. Don't shoot, no matter what.
So you're saying you want me to fire all of my guns at once?
That's right. No matter what, Melinda, do not shoot. Listen up. Hard left on the count of 3. You got it?
Hey, Quenther. When this is all over, we should do something fun together.
I would love to. What do you say we get this pain-in-the-neck battle over with already, so we can do something less stressful for a change? Now!
You won't get away!
I love you, baby.
That was strange. No dangerous substances detected.
You'll pay for what you did to my man! She's gonna shoot! Did the plan fail?
No, it didn't fail. Here comes the grand finale.
Now do it.
You actually pulled it off, hero boy! And he...
But how?
We use a special vapor deposition process called CVD in our work. Object sensors don't view the gas as a dangerous substance, so everything functioned normally. After firing, the main gun's vents had taken air and cooled down between shots. So when they did, we made them suck in the CVD powder. With the energy generated by the next firing, the powder in the barrels underwent electrochemical vapor deposition, turning the interior of the barrels into mirrors. After that, the guns would no longer function normally. With factors like thermal reflection and turbulence, they couldn't handle another shot.
Yeah, I already knew all of that. But I was curious how you managed to survive that initial barrage.
Well, your guess is as good as mine. Maybe it was just pure chance that saved us. Whatever it was, we're alive. And so is the princess. We couldn't have done it without you. Thank you.
You know, of course. I shall consider this a favor you owe, and next time I will make you surrender to my charms. I'll make you mine, just wait and see.
Why are you laughing?
The boy surprised me. I wouldn't have guessed he'd hit the jackpot so easily, considering I gave him a 1% chance of saving her. Battle's going to turn this boy into quite the monster. All those big shots whose names are on the list, they must be quaking in their boots right about now.
The duality of destroying the object and saving the elite. They can do it when they put their minds to it.
I don't know about you, but they had me sweating bullets.
This could be it. A sign. Those young folks are a sign of the changing times. Though whether those times are changing for the better or the worse, no one can say for certain.